Okay, so they have a little...
Hello.
They have a little teaser trailer. They have a little teaser trailer. Oh, for crying out loud, I fucked up. That I haven't seen actually.
Hello again, Rayclast. Ah, Faustus. It'll be a pleasure doing business with you.
That was it. Okay. So that was what? That was the expedition guys talking to Faustus from Heist. Oh, are they all here? The little ones they have? Guess we can... So, this one? Quality of life upgrade.
Hi, I'm Mark Roberts, Game Director on Path of Exile.
Oh, I need to swap category.
This is the first in a series of videos covering upcoming changes in our 325 expansion, the Settlers of Kalguur. In
Let's see. This looks cool.
325,
What is she doing?
reservation effects, such as heralds and auras, persist through death,
Oh,
allowing
nice.
you to get right back into combat as fast as possible. You can find out more about 325 on July 18th at our GGG live event.
So
See you then.
I won't forget to turn
Hi,
on my auras anymore.
I'm Mark Roberts.
Again?
Mark Roberts, Game Director on Path of Exile.
What now?
We've got a tiny quality of life improvement today.
Oh, nice. Only one
In
click,
the
I
Settlers
guess.
of Kalguur update, you can start harvest encounters with just a single action.
Let's go.
And yes, we made a whole video about it, just because our marketing team said so. You can find out more about 325 on July 18th at our GGG live event. See you then.
Okay, that's cool.
Hi, I'm Mark Roberts.
Is it the same
Game
one?
Director on Path of Exile. We've
Yeah,
got a
it's the same one.
I'm Mark Roberts, Game Director on Path of Exile. This time around, we're bringing a few improvements from Path of Exile 2 back to the OG.
Oh,
In 325, you'll no longer need to interact with waypoints to unlock them. You can just walk by, and they'll activate automatically. You can
Nice.
find out more about 325 on July 18th.
oh. That sounds cool as fuck. That sounds good. Okay.
I'm Mark Roberts, Game Director on Path of Exile. In the Settlers update, we've reworked item quality.
Oh?
The rarity of the item is no longer relevant when applying chisels, blacksmith's whetstones, and armorer's scraps to non-unique items. Instead, the amount of quality they provide is now based on the item level. Those
Oh.
currencies now apply 20% quality to very low-level equipment, with that amount reducing as the item level increases. This makes them much more appealing to use early game.
Okay.
You can find out more about 325 on July 18th at our GGG live event. See you then.
That makes sense, I guess. Item quality and armor weapons are now
Director on Path of
multiplicative?
Exile.
Oh, I think I've heard that.
We've got more news about item quality today. Quality bonuses on armor and weapons are now multiplicative. In other words, weapons with full quality will give 20% more physical damage, and armor with full quality will have 20% more local defenses. You can find out more about 325 on July 18th at our
Okay.
GGG live event. See you then. Hi, I'm Mark Roberts, Game Director on Path of Exile. Today, we've got more improvements coming in hot from Path of Exile 2. We're adding static life bars to bosses.
Oh?
Not all bosses will have them initially, but we're starting with the pinnacle bosses and act bosses in 325. You can find out more about 325 on July 18th at our GGG live
Assuming
event.
you can turn it off
See you
if
then.
you don't like it.
Director on Path of Exile.
But
In
you
the
got for
Settlers
us
update,
now.
the Exile's arms have gotten a little longer. We have increased the range you can pick up items when using a keyboard and mouse. To be more on par with controller users. Here's a comparison.
Oh, that's huge. Oh, then you don't get the whole like
about 325
where
on July
you have a
18th
big stack
at
of
our
items and you
GGG
click
live
them and
event.
he's just like,
See you
oh,
then.
over.
Hi, I'm Mark Roberts, game director on
You
Path
actually
of
get
Exile.
to just pick it up. That's nice.
In the Settlers update, the Exile's arms have gotten a little longer. We have
Sister Cat has discovered new
Mark
blight
Roberts, game director on Path of
Oh,
Exile.
new secret notables.
In the Settlers update, you might come across a new oil, found only in blighted and blight-ravaged maps. All the secret notables that can be anointed on your amulet now use this oil. We have added many more notables to that pool, like this one.
Wait.
One.
I didn't know where to look. Elusive on you reduces in effect 50% slower. Elusive is removed from you at 20% effect. Okay.
Or this one.
5% increased cooldown recovery for throwing traps per mine detonator readily.
You can find out more about 325 on July 18th at our GGG live event. See you then.
6th map device slot.
Game director on Path of Exile. In 325, we're adding a 6th map device slot. This one was a bit of a nightmare for our UI designers.
Okay.
You don't want to see the prototypes. Or maybe you do.
6th link.
The 5th and 6th map device slots are unlocked by completing either your first 10-way encounter with the Maven, or completing your first Tier 17 map.
Wait,
You can find out more about 325
didn't you
on
get the
July
last one from the
18th
Tier
at our
17 map
GGG
already?
live event.
How do you get the last
See
one
you
then?
then. Hi, I'm Mark Roberts,
Are you gonna get 2 from unlocking Tier 17 maps then, or?
game director on Path of Exile. In 325, we are changing the Bandit quest reward in Act 2.
Oh?
If you choose to help Oak, he will grant you plus 40 to maximum life.
I don't know what you got
Helping
before.
Alera grants you 15% to all elemental resistances.
Okay.
And helping Creighton gives you 8% increased movement speed. If you choose to kill all 3, Eramir will give you 1 passive skill point.
Oh.
We have also changed the Through Sacred Ground quest in Act 2 to provide an additional passive skill point.
Okay.
So you can still get the same total number of skill points as before.
Okay.
You can find out more about 325 on July 18th at our GGG live
So there's
event.
a bit more of a choice because now you're not sacrificing 2 points, you're only sacrificing 1.
I'm Mark Roberts, game director on Path of Exile. In the Settlers update, we have removed the first 15 waves from the simulacrum. Usually, characters reaching this content were a high enough level that the first waves were tedious and unrewarding. Simulacrum should now be a lot faster to run. On top of this, we have added more opportunities to get the specific unique items like voices by defeating the bosses as you complete waves. You can find out more
I've
about
never tried a
325
simulacrum,
on
actually.
July 18th at our GGG live event. See you. Game director on Path of Exile. Notice anything different about this map hover? In the Settlers of Kalguur update, you can hover or select a map at any time on your atlas to see which divination cards can drop there.
Oh, that's nice.
You can find out more about
That's nice for
325
idiots
on
like me.
July 18th at our GGG live event.
That means you
See you
don't have to
then.
go to that fucking website now. More things.
I'm Mark Roberts, game director on Path of Exile. In the Settlers update, Valdo's puzzle boxes will be far more common. We've had to balance the value of each box to be a little worse, but opening boxes is fun, so we've made them more available. Don't worry though, we've kept the total number of Mage Bloods introduced into the economy from Valdo's puzzle boxes identical. You can find out more about 325 on July
Okay.
18th at our GGG Live event. See you then. Hi, I'm Mark Roberts. Mark Roberts, Game Director on Path of Exile. In Settlers of Kalguur, you might stumble across strange new encounters in Tier 16 and Tier 17 in-game maps. One such encounter is the Wildwood,
Oh
from
shit.
the Affliction League.
Nice.
Here you can explore the mysterious forest and release its powerful wisps to enhance your map. The characters from Affliction have moved on, and you won't be able to acquire the Wildwood ascendancies in these encounters.
Oh.
However, we might have other plans for that content. You can find out more
Okay.
about 325 on July 18th at our GGG Live event. See you then. Hi.
Okay. Well, that's pretty cool. 38 minutes. That took a lot less time than I thought it would. What to do? What to do? If I go play Rimworld, I'll get lost in the sauce. Dum, dum. Wait, so let's go back to these real quick. Just talk about them real quick. You just got smoked by an infestation? Oh, that sucks, man. Wait, so this goes blank if okay. Let's see these again. Well, I just want to read them again. Oh my lord. You had such a good run? Rip, man. That sucks. Did they just come at a bad time, or did they come from a bad angle, or were you just not quite prepared? Okay, these are sales. Sale. Okay, so the first one was... Oh, right. Reservation persists through death. That's nice. I'm not gonna randomly go without my auras. It's a good noob protection. Harvesting counters with one action. I've complained about that a lot. That's nice. Click waypoint is nice. Oh, right. The whole, like, quality things. So there's no more of the make sure to quality while it's gray. And now it'll always take 20 of them. Is that gonna work on maps as well? Or is it only items? They do say item. What did he say specifically?
Hi, I'm Mark Roberts, Game Director on Path of Exile. In the Settlers update, we've reworked item quality. The rarity of the item is no longer relevant when applying chisels, blacksmith's whetstones,
They said
and
chisels.
armorer's scraps to non-unique items.
Okay.
Instead, the amount of quality they provide is now based on the item level. Those currencies now apply 20% quality to very low-level equipment, with that amount reducing as the item level increases. This makes them much more appealing to use early game.
You tried to run away with half your guys. Oh yeah, you wrote that they had a disease and spawned right inside the bedroom. That fucking sucks, man. Is those infestation what happens when you're building into a mountain? I need to close my window. It sucks, man. I want to keep it open, but I also don't want to make a terrible amount of noise when you're living this close to your neighbors. It kind of sucks, but it is what it is. Mountains and hills, yeah? Okay. That sucks, man. And they got... Yeah, half of them was bedridden. Yeah, that sucks, man. So... Item quality rework, yeah? He said chisels, meaning that you no longer upgrade your maps. Before... And by the looks of it, I think in the video they were getting 2% apiece on the high. On the higher one. So
those
the item level 3
now apply 20% quality to very low level equipment, with that amount reducing as the item level increases. This makes them much more appealing to use early game.
The 78 level got 2 apiece.
You can find out more about 325 on...
But that would mean that you're using twice the amount of chisels per map. Are they gonna up the drop rate of it? Check Twitter, PoE. Yeah, I'm on the Twitters. Oh, wait, he did. To clarify how chisels will work. White maps, 20 quality. Oh, right. Yeah, because there's... White maps means 2 things, right? Wait, so it's... So nothing has changed, except you don't have to do the bullshit anymore, and you'll only use 1 or 2 on the lower level. So as soon as you hit what's red maps, is that like 12 or something? Then all red maps are just 5 quality apiece. Okay, so you're actually using less runes, or the same, right? If you want to use them early, you'll be using less. And if you want to use them late, like I have been doing, or then it's the exact same. So if you're running like low tier maps to farm, then it's way cheaper. Okay. That's really cool. I thought for a second that you were gonna have to use fucking 10 chisels per freaking map. It's nice that you don't have to like scourge it or scour it or whatever. Is it scour? Scour, right? You don't have to... Yeah, scourge is something else. You don't have to scour it to then upgrade it. And then the item quantity on armor and weapons are now multiplicative. So I just... But that depends on when it comes in, right? Like if whether or not that's a buff, no? I mean, it should be a buff, right? You shouldn't be able to get enough more that flat it better, right? I assume that just means that you're gonna get way more damage from your weapon and way more armor from your armor. Now, what you're gonna get in the talent tree and on other items or on other things is gonna make or break whether you're more tanky or do more damage, right? But it seems like more will come from there. But how will that work then? If you get more damage on your weapon, does that come in? Like, let's say you have a strike skill, right? It takes your weapon damage, and that is the foundation of how much damage the strike is going to do. Is it then going to take your weapon damage and then add the more damage onto the strike skill afterwards? Or it's going to take the weapon damage, add the more on, and then put it into the strike calculation? Is the more damage on the weapon gonna get more damage from all of your rest of it? Or how's that gonna work? Do you know, Jester? Do you know, Captain Noob? It's a local mod, so it comes in before. So it means lower effectiveness for quality on lower tier items and higher effectiveness on higher tier items. So anything using weapon damage should, for all intents and purposes, do more damage than before. Assuming all else is the same. You don't think it's gonna move the needle all that much? I mean, probably not, right? Because it's gonna be 20% more damage, right? Although, how much is weapon damage in the game? Like, if you got a good two-hander, how much weapon damage does that do? Maybe 10 to 15% more than before when all is said and done. Well, that's a lot of damage, though, right? That's a crap ton more damage. Like 10 to 20%, so 10 to 15% more damage can make or break builds. No? Or am I reading more wrong right now? Are you using the regular form of more and not the Diablo? Sorry, the PoE form of more. Damage is rarely the issue. Sure, fair. I mean, it might not move the needle all that much, but it is more, right? Like you will do more, and you will have more armor coming from range attack speed and stuff like that is way more important. Well, yeah, but if you get 10 to 15% more damage from your weapon alone, then you have more option to put that stuff in, right? Like, let's just for the sake of argument, let's say I need to hit 1 million, right? If I hit that 10 to 15% earlier, then I have those 10 to 15% wherever I got them from to put into other shit, right? I know it's dumbing it down, but it might not make that big of a difference, but it always feels kind of weird to say, sure, that's great for bows and wands. Do wands also get weapon damage? Okay, that's kind of cool. I've stayed away from wands because you said they're fucking expensive and I'll never get to roll one, so I've kind of not bothered with it. Because they have too many things on them, right? Attack-based wand skills? Yeah, that makes sense. Yeah. So, how does quality work right now? Does it just add what? Is it just additive damage? How does it work? For melee, it shouldn't really matter. You still don't have any range and get swarmed. Yeah, okay. But so is it? I'm assuming it's additive damage now, right? So how? I'm not sure I understand how it becomes different. Right now it's additive local mod. So I have a weapon that quality 0 does 1,000 damage. Or say 100 damage, whatever. And then I add 20 quality. How much damage is it gonna do? Nah, like in this PoE before Settlers of Kalguur. Like, what's it gonna add? Like, how does it work? You're sure they'll explain it? Fair. I didn't think they usually talk about because you don't see the benefit. I'm just kind of confused. I'm just kind of confused as to how it'll work. I guess we'll see. And then the static life bars. Is that... I mean, it looks cool. I guess you can turn them off if you don't like them, right? I'd assume so. I don't think that's gonna really do anything. The pickup range is nice. Like, you don't have the whole, like, incident of where he's like, huh? Let me pick this up. Oh, and this one. Right? That shit's terrible when you have, like, this huge row of items and he's just spazzing about the screen. And then secret notables, new ones. Those are going to be interesting to see. 6 map device slot. So more juicing? Yeah, I'd have to be able to do a tier 17 to do that. What do you think about the bandit quest changes? It's a buff to the other 3, right? I mean, they also got changed though. I don't remember what they were before. They're quite simple right now. The 15% all res seems tempting. Also the movement speed. And it only costs you 1 talent point to pick it now. Now it's move speed every single time. Okay. I mean, the 15% all res, you could use that, right? It's only 1 skill point, right? Because you get the other one for free. So the choices are 40 max or 40 total life, like flat life, 15% all res, 8% movement speed, and 1 skill point. Those are your choices now. Can you change it? You can, right? You can change it later. Rest is useless. Rest is probably so easy to get that it's bait. But you could consider getting to a point where it's needed, right? Like, how bad does your build have to be to lag rest? I mean, yes and no, right? But you could theoretically build around it, right? Like, you could get into the point where you're like, okay, so this is what I want to do. It's really good, but I can't cap rest. So let me go get this guy and lose the movement speed. But yeah, rest is so easy to come by. Move speed is way harder to come by. Yeah, but move speed is also kind of a luxury in a sense, right? And the only real limiting factor for a proper endgame build? In how fast you can clear the maps, yes. Right, like, I absolutely get what you're saying, but it is also very much a luxury thing. It's not that I'm disagreeing with you. It's just you're at a point where you're crushing everything. More movement speed, more better, right? But it is still kind of a luxury, right? It's something you don't... I haven't come across many things other than maybe the Maven memory game. Where movement speed really would be the defining factor. Maybe there's more in the Uber bosses. Having 8% move speed in Act 2 and your boots can only roll 10 movement speed is insane. I mean, sure. Oh, yeah. I mean, it depends, right? Because you're coming at it from a person who crushes it, right? It's by far the best choice for efficiency, right? But it is the choice that gives you the absolute least amount of power. Movement speed doesn't make you powerful in any way, yeah? The best thing movement speed does for you in terms of combat is letting you dodge things easier. And that's not really necessary. Unless you want to argue you have to run away from shit. I mean, you're absolutely correct that it's gonna be by far the best thing, like in a build that works and all that shit, and both like to get through the leveling quickly and also to farm stuff early, right? Like, MS is pretty much my only defensive layer. Yeah, I mean, it makes sense, right? Like, movement speed it lets you not get hit by anything, right? But just in a spreadsheet, it doesn't give you anything, like combat wise, yeah. Wait, so who is it that you have to help? It's Kraton, right? For movement speed. And then the simulacrums. I haven't even tried a simulacrum yet. And the Atlas Divination card's really nice. More Valdo puzzle boxes? I don't fucking know if I care. And then they put Sacred Wisps in tier 16s and tier 17s. Ogre still fucked the 40 max life or flat life even, right? See, here's the problem, right? Wait, so 14 flat life, that's like half of an item, right? Half of one item, and you can roll on basically everything, correct? You can get 80 on average, right? From a tier 1. Or am I misremembering? Whereas 15 all res, that's roughly what you can roll in one stat roll, right? Tier 1 you think is 110 on that's on body armor, right? Can you get 110 life on rings? I don't think you can, right? Isn't it 80 on most things and a bit higher on body armor? Or am I misremembering? Rings and ammus are worth? Yeah. Is it 110 on gloves and boots as well, or 79? Yeah, so 80, right? Okay. Is that the only rings and amulets, or is it gloves and boots and... Oh, belt could go higher, right? Glove should be able to roll higher? Okay. I mean, in one roll, right? We're not talking hybrids. We're just talking flat one roll. We had 110 life, gloves, boots plenty of times. In just one life roll, or with hybrid life? Okay. I guess we could check Path of Building. Let's just make an item real quick. Give me armor gloves. There we go. Prefix. Max life. Rank it up. Where is it? 89. So gloves can go to 89. So I think... So average about 90, so it's not even half, right? Because if gloves, boots, and How high can helmet roll? I don't know, man. Amulets and rings rolls a bit lower. Boots and gloves rolls in the middle. Chest holds rolls a bit higher, right? I'm not sure about belt and head slot, right? So it's not even half the budget of an item. Whereas 15% all res, that corresponds to an all res roll on rings, right? Roughly. Or do they go to 12? And also life is the most, like, it's the most abundant. Alira always had that? She used to grant way more than that. Well, I'm just talking about, like, just... You can't really compare them, right? Because it's not apples to apples, but I'm trying to make it as close to apples, right? So I'm looking at it from like an item budget sort of standpoint, right? So if you look at where specifically all resist or elemental resist or whatever to all elemental resistances is available, right? Isn't it only on rings and amulets? Or can you get it on the other things as well? Maybe shields? You can get it on shields, right? And maybe you get a little bit more in... The budget on shields is a little higher, right? That goes up in the 20th-ish, doesn't it? But it's still... Yeah, but the point is, what you're getting from her roughly corresponds to one item slot on a fairly limited item pool, right? Whereas what you're getting from him is not even half of an average item slot on a stat that you can get on literally every single item. In order for him to be even remotely worthwhile, he should give you something like what you're getting from body armor, right? It should be like 110 to even like get close to being in the same ballpark in terms of like what your... And then 8% movement speed. Oh, that's what you mean. Yeah, that makes sense. But that would just make movement speed even better. But movement speed you can only really get on boots, right? Can you get it on necklace as well, or is that Diablo? You can in Diablo, I know that, but... Is movement speed only boots? Quiver and amulet can roll it too. Okay. So it's way more scars. It's also a way lower number. And then there's one passive point you can't really get from anything. Well, I guess you can roll specific ones. How cool do you think it would be if you could obtain extra passive points through like in other ways than just specific ones? Like actual talent points that you could use kind of how you please? It would be a balancing nightmare. If they're hunter influence? Okay. I think put up enough. Time to sit. Time to be fat. Oh. You mean annoyance, right? Well, yeah, but annoyance is only one, right? And you're gonna count on, like, obviously everybody's gonna have an annoyance, right? So that's not so much a balancing nightmare. It's one talent point, and everybody's gonna have one. So it's more a case of balancing. If, let's say, you could through itemization, you can get like 15 talent points, stuff like that. And then there's the way you can anoint other things as well, right? But it could be kind of cool if I could say sacrifice a stat on whatever and get 3 talent points. 2 talent, whatever. You get the point. I will admit I do very much like the... I like the ones where you have... What was that? There was a gem. Was it Intuitive Leap or something? Where you just got to start from another... Or like pick from another place. Or pick in a circle. I like those. Those things are cool for a tree like Path of Exile. I think they should do more with that. Or like the Scion mechanic where you can start from a different starting area. Like stuff like that would be cool. Something like, yeah, you now get Elder's Battery, and you can go from there. Intuitive Leave and Impossible Escape, yeah. Yeah, those things are cool. Could you imagine? Like, you now, like, allocates Elder's Battery, and you're allowed to build your tree from there. Ooh. That would be cool. You kind of had that, and it was probably busted. You could reroll keystones? So you could make Elder's Battery into like Fire Shot or whatever. That's really cool. I like being able to customize the tree in some sort. It has to come with a cost, right? But it was great, but obviously insane power creep. Yeah, that does sound like a League mechanic you don't bring back. It is cool though. I do like the idea of having like gems where it's like you get this and you can build from there, because then it's still like you're still, what's it called, investing at least 2 or 3 points into it, right? Plus the gem. And then you get a point, right? So it's only 1 or 2, right? But still, That shit's cool. Cluster jewels are cool as well. That's a really cool thing. I really like cluster jewels, but it also kind of feels bad to use them sometimes. Because I feel like I have this giant tree and now I'm not picking from it. Buff your shit, you commanded. What's your predictions? What's the build that they nerf? Archmage? The whole like cold thing that people were doing, wasn't that insane? Or what are they nerfing? I saw somebody talk about Bone Shatter is gonna get nerfed. But haven't they talked about that like for 3 or whatever? It's too early for Archmage nerf? Okay. If they're not nerfing Archmage, I'm probably starting it again because it was so easy. Although I can't really remember how the character started out. You play whatever until you can get. Oh, I meant how it started out at like in for pinnacle bosses and shit. Like how we got there. Like how we were at that point. I only remember the whatever we turned it into, trying to get it to do tier 17s. Yeah. It kind of looks like 2 razor blades. Like, is there any history behind how they decided on this shape? What is the... So Jester said that the last league was going to be a crafting league, and he was right. And he said that the league before that was going to be what it was going to be as well, as far as I remember. So you can predict what this one's going to be as well? Because they have like a 1, 2, 3, 4 system. So what is Settlers of Kalguur going to be? What was he said? Was it content crafting? And then something. I don't remember. Guess we'll see now.
Hi, I'm Chris Wilson from Grinding Gear Games. Welcome to GGG Live. Today, we're going to show you an exclusive reveal of Path of Exile Settlers of Kalguur, which launches next week on July 26th. Twitch drops are enabled on today's livestream, so make sure you follow the instructions below in order to claim your Corsair back attachment. In today's stream, we will take you on a deep dive into the new Settlers of Kalguur Challenge League. We'll cover the league mechanics, its new and revised crafting systems, a new trade market system for currency, some sweeping balance improvements including 2 Ascendancy class changes, endgame improvements, some further additions to the campaign, and some quality of life features. We'll then talk about our console native port releases and the features that come alongside them. Finally, we'll show you our new supporter packs, ending with a live Q&A session, where Ziggy D will ask Path of Exile's game director, Mark, your questions from Twitch chat. After the livestream, we'll drop the full patch notes. I'll hand over to Mark now to introduce the new league.
We've really innovated with the content in this league, and I'm really excited to see what everyone thinks. So let's just get right into it with the trailer for Path of Exile, Settlers of Kalguur.
Rayclast is a cursed land. You'd have to be mad to settle here. And yet, welcome to King's March! It's not much yet, but with your help, we can erect the greatest city Rayclast has ever seen.
Oh?
We'll need resources and savvy planning.
Oh shit!
Soon we'll attract settlers, craftsmen, fortune seekers, and of course, pirates. But if we prevail, our ships will be heavy with gold. We hope to achieve the impossible. We hope to build a home.
Oh crap! You get to build a city? Respec with gold? Warden Ascendancy and Gladiator rework. Melee rebalance. Oh shit. I was wondering if it was kind of like that old board game where you have to build a
Settlers
city.
of Kalguur, you will encounter some familiar faces from the Expedition League. Danig, Rog, Tujin, and Gwenin are Kalguuran people who are trying to establish trade between Rayclast and their homeland.
Before Melee still says.
They have recruited many curious characters from Rayclast, including some you may recognize, but are also seeking help of a powerful exile, like yourself. You will first encounter Johan, the King's Hand and Lionized Watch. He's there recruiting workers, traders, and exiles. Johan, under the command of the King of Kalguur, has been sent here to build a new city called King's March, which intends to become the hub of commerce between Rayclast and Kalguur. Soon, he will bring you to the planned site for King's March, which you'll notice has humble beginnings as just a tavern in a field. But with your help, it won't stay like this for long. It takes a lot to build a town. The Kalguurans will ask you to seek out resources that can be used to begin construction. On your adventures, you might find minerals such as crimson iron, which are veins of iron that have been overrun with corruption, spawning dangerous foes when you approach. Or perhaps orichalcum, which you will have to liberate from the demons worshipping it. Petrified amber attracts mindless, blighted enemies, while bismuth has a strong affinity to the elements and causes the area to become unstable. If you're lucky, you might find vericium, a material as valuable as it is dangerous, and guarded by very powerful foes. Once you defeat these monsters, the deposit will automatically be tagged for mining. But first, we need to get someone to do the hard labor. This is of course a trade expedition and nothing is free. Miners, along with other workers that the Kalguurans have hired, must be paid in cold hard gold, which you'll notice is now dropping throughout Rayclast. You will have control about who gets hired into your enterprise. Once you have accumulated some gold, head to the town and talk to the recruiter, Rauf. He's been busy tracking down hardy folk across Rayclast who are looking for work. You'll notice each person has their specialties and a wage cost. It'll be up to you to hire and fire as you please. Over the course of the league, you'll be searching for your perfect employees for each job. Once you have them, you'll have to keep them paid, safe, and alive, which we'll get into later. Here we have a prospect who has a specialty in mining. We'll start with that so we can begin to retrieve some of those resources we were talking about earlier. Let's go find some ore and put our miner to use. Oh, we've found a vein of orichalcum ore. It's guarded by dangerous demons worshipping a strange shrine. The shrine buffs the demons, giving them power, but once you defeat them, you can seize that power for yourself. After that, we can tag the ore, and our mining specialist will get to work. Soon, we encounter a few more deposits, each with a different dangerous encounter. After you have tagged the mineral veins, your miners will get to work collecting resources in real time. They might take a while, but will continue whether you are logged in or not. The work
I don't like that.
Up by hiring more or better miners, and by upgrading the mining station back in King's March to equip them with advanced pickaxes. Alright,
that's
some
mobile
time has
gaming.
passed and our miners have been able to get the resources back to town. We've also managed to collect some more gold too. We can now upgrade the town and build new structures. There's plenty of options, we just need to decide where to start. I think we'll start with the tavern, the beating heart of King's March. It can be upgraded instantly to improve the recruiter's prospects. And you can find various important NPCs relaxing here. Next, we'll upgrade our mining station. You can upgrade this to improve the efficiency of your miners and allocate our newly hired workers to mining. You will eventually need a smelter, where you can send your ore to turn into more valuable bars. Then we have the Disenchanter, where you can bring your magic, rare, or unique items to be added to a queue to be disenchanted over time. The items will be broken down into thaumaturgic dust, a new resource used for crafting and shipping. We'll get more into that later. And of course, a town needs food. You could invest in farming, where you can select crops to grow and harvest. But don't worry, you won't be manually watering anything. The wonders of delegation. With all these resources piling up, there will be excess that we can spend. Let's talk about rewards in Settlers of Kalguur. Eventually you can build a harbour and establish shipping routes between a number of different Kalguuran and Karui ports for trade. You'll be able to pile your acquired resources onto these ships and send them to a port of your choosing, where your traders will haggle for the best deals. Each port will return specific rewards based on what you send them. They accept all types of resources, but will have a preferred type that they'll currently pay more for. And you'll want to get onto this, because eventually you could be bringing in shipments like this. This.
Jesus.
Or even this. Today, we're going to trade with Kalguur. You'll notice that as we send more resources, this risk meter creeps up. Much like the dangers on the shores of Wrecklast, there are dangers out at sea. Monsters, pirates, environmental hazards. You'll want to try keep your shipment safe. You can do this by hiring workers that specialize in shipping. The more of them you add to the ship, the less risk there will be. Like this gentleman, who's famous for fending off even the most dangerous of pirates.
Jesus.
Now let's get that shipment going, and we'll continue exploring Wrecklast while we wait for its return. This is the first Path of Exile League that experiments with true, real-time mechanics. You can send out shipments, go and have lunch, and come back to your rewards. Many mechanics in the League work this way, so you'll always have some ongoing project or outcome to look forward to. When your shipment has returned, or met its demise, you'll get notified, and at your leisure you can return to the town to collect your rewards. Our shipment returned safely, so let's go see what we got. Ooh, they've sent us a unique item alongside our rewards, perhaps hoping to secure us as a loyal customer for the future. Aside from shipping, the Kalguurans are big on their technology. They have hired Isla, a familiar face from the Heist League. She is an engineer who the Kalguurans have employed for a very exciting purpose. You're not the only one who understands how profitable running maps can be. Once at endgame, Isla can help you build a series of Kalguuran modified map devices. You can then put a queue of maps into them. If you've hired a few skilled Atlas runners, they will put themselves to work running those maps for you one after another.
What?
Look, more delegation. Once again, you'll be notified when the rewards are ready to be collected. You can put lots of maps in the queue, so don't feel obliged to go back there all the time. Be careful though. The difficulty of the map impacts the risk of your workers perishing. Try to pick your best workers, or perhaps just ones you don't like. Consider the difficulty too. Sometimes it's better to just run it yourself. You'll see there are many benefits to having a whole-ass town at your fingertips. Let's talk about crafting services. You should definitely consider building a runesmithing table. This is operated by Danig himself, using powerful Kalguuran blacksmithing arts. He can engrave runic magic onto your weapons using runes. There are many rune types and combinations to choose from, and you can unlock new crafts that can be applied to your weapons as enchantments. Our design intention here is to take powerful effects you would usually only find on unique items, like this modifier, which you might recognize from Doomfletcher's Prism. Danig can apply it to your two-hand maces. There are over 100 different special crafting outcomes, ranging from ones very easily applied to very difficult. The rune types can be acquired through trade with Kalguur, or defeating powerful bosses. The Kalguuran tech benefits don't end there. We're also bringing back a formerly overpowered crowd favorite, Recombination. Isla is trying to master this. She just needs you to help her with getting resources. The system isn't as strong as it used to be, but it still allows you to combine two items together, hoping to get the best modifiers of each onto a single item.
What did you get?
Between running a town, shipping, and exploring, you'll be collecting a lot of extra gold. It is now the primary resource for two huge new quality of life features that we are putting to test. Firstly, you can use gold to respec passive points. This is a feature from Path of Exile 2 that we've decided just makes sense to port back. The higher level you are, the more expensive it gets.
Oh, Diablo 4, hello.
And the next one is absolutely massive. A currency trade market. The Kalguurans have recruited Faustus, another NPC from the Heist League. He allows you to asynchronously buy and sell currency and most other stackable items with other players without the nuisance of, price fixes and people who never respond. All you need to do is select what currency you want, say what you have, and your ideal ratio. It works kinda like a real-life stock market. Faustus will make the trade happen for you, so long as there is someone selling on the other end for the same rate or less. You'll be able to go back to blasting monsters while trusty Faustus does the dirty work, notifying you when your currency is ready for collection. All you need to do is pay him a small amount of gold for his time. Cards on the table, this is an experiment to see if this type of asynchronous trading has a place in future Path of Exile releases. We are very excited to see how it goes. Now, given that Faustus is an expert in black market trade and shady deals, he also provides another service, offering items for gold. The items will generate with random rarity, and on average the modifiers on them are better than normal.
Oh.
This can be a very nice way to get some targeted items during the campaign. For serious crafters, it can be a great starting point for making those elusive, specific endgame items, which perhaps you could take to the runesmith afterwards. It's worth noting that you can invite Faustus to your hideout, where he will always be available for respecking, currency exchange, and black market items.
I kind of wish that they'd make the
As your
town your
grows,
hideout
it
for
will
this one.
attract more attention, good and bad. Settlers of Kalguur features 3 endgame bosses that will close in on your operations, wanting a piece of the pie. They might capture and ransom your workers, even your entire ships. You'll have to make some tough decisions. Will you take them on or pay them off? One example of a boss is Sasan, the Bandit Lord. You won't stumble across this boss by accident. Instead, this unsavory
build
character
looks
can come
familiar.
into your town at night and take your Atlas runners hostage, holding them for ransom.
The damage
What
also
happens
looks
next
familiar.
is up to you. Perhaps you'll refuse to negotiate with bandits, leading to a fight to defeat Sasan and rescue your workers. If you're not up for the heroics, you might simply pay the ransom in gold. Or perhaps these workers were especially disappointing, and you'll just leave them for dead in true Ray class fashion. They knew what they were signing up for, right? Of course, the heroics might be worth it for other reasons. These bosses can drop new unique items.
Luck spell.
In sum, Settlers of Kalguur is a very experimental league with new mechanics that will completely change how you play the core game. We've been sitting on a lot of these ideas for a while and can't wait to share them with you. But there's a lot more to this expansion. Let's talk about balance. Well, we've finally rebalanced the Gladiator. It's been a long time coming.
So we'll play Gladiator in
Like
this league,
before,
or
there are passive skills that allow you to invest in bleeding and block. We've designed new skills replacing some of the old ones. Like this, War of Attrition, which is very handy for long sustained boss fights. Further alongside the Gladiator theme, this new passive allows you to combine different weapon types while dual wielding to get a variety of powerful bonuses.
oh shit.
For example, holding a dagger will give you more critical strike chance, while holding a mace gives you more area of effect. Of course, you
Very
could just
mobile
use
game style, that
Varanastro
shows you
for
like it.
all weapon type bonuses. And finally, we have a new notable which allows you to invest in the newly added retaliation skills. These are active skills which require you to meet a certain condition in order to use them. Once you meet that condition, you can unleash devastation on your foes. Here we have Eviscerate, which requires you to have a shield. Or
I
for
think I
those
can
who
meet
like
that
to dual
requirement.
wield, Sword Storm, which is great for obliterating bosses. Here we have the Divine Retribution skill. This one has the condition requiring you to block. You can then unleash a devastating spell, causing lightning bolts to strike the ground in an X shape around your target location, doing huge amounts of damage.
An egg shape.
And of course, in true Path of Exile fashion, there are many avenues to invest in these mechanics further on the passive tree and a new support gem. You are able to increase the leeway duration after meeting the condition, reduce the cooldowns, or just increase their damage. The world's your oyster. The Gladiator wasn't the only Ascendancy class we've changed. As we develop Path of Exile systems, we often find ourselves reusing mechanics, increasing their depth, and allowing more avenues to invest into them. As such, the Raider Ascendancy class found itself lacking, with many of its passives commonly available elsewhere. We want our Ascendancy classes to always feel like they're pushing the boundaries, allowing you to change your character in ways that are meaningful and ideally unique. As a result, we've straight up removed the Raider, rest in peace, and we've added a new class in its place, the Warden. This class is largely inspired by its predecessor from the Affliction League, with a few changes. The Warden now focuses on elemental attacks, changing the behavior of Shock, enhancing Freeze, and replacing Ignite with Scorch. There's also a skill that allows you to go ballistic with your elemental damage, periodically. The class also grants Barkskin, which is a skill that can be used to mitigate physical damage from hits. After taking a number of hits, it increases your evasion, making it a great defensive choice. Finally, the last thing the Warden can specialize in is tinctures. These are an alternative to flasks from the Affliction League. We're bringing them back with adjusted mechanics.
An additional tincture.
Tinctures can be placed in your belt, replacing flasks. You can inherently only have one tincture active at a time, and it requires a melee weapon to use. While activated, they grant a powerful buff. They can drop as magic items, or be modified with currency to grant extra bonuses. Here is a prismatic tincture. This one increases elemental damage by 100% while active. You'll notice it has 2 extra effects.
Oh,
One
I just
is that
read
it
what you
applies
said again,
mana
Captain
burn
Noob.
every second.
Yeah, I know what you mean.
Mana burn is a
I thought
debuff
you meant
that
the
builds
gladiator
up
was
while tinctures
mobile.
are active that causes you to lose mana. Losing more mana
It is
for
definitely
each
mobile
step.
gameplay. The city.
Tinctures also have a cooldown, so once you have disabled one, no other tincture can be enabled for a time. These changes make tincture use a more active and interesting choice than it was in Affliction. Both mana burn and the cooldown can be modified through modifiers on the tinctures or on the passive skill tree. Players will want to maximize their tincture uptime for sure. Here we have a couple other tinctures. The Poisonberry tincture is excellent for poison builds. The Rosethorn tincture is the choice for those wanting to deal critical strikes. You might be wondering, with the removal of the Raider, where has the Frenzy Charge investment gone? We've added a Frenzy Charge passive skill to the Deadeye, replacing the Rupture passive skill. On top of Ascendancy classes, we have revisited a number of core mechanics. This time taking pains to ensure easy access through the passive tree, skill gems, and simple items. We don't want all the powerful mechanics to be hidden behind layers of complexity. Let's just rapid fire through the key points. If you want more detail later, you can read the patch notes, which will be dropped after the livestream. Be sure to let us know what you think. There's a lot of changes, so be prepared for a bit of a shock to the system. I expect it will take several days for the dust to settle on this one. Firstly, we've made some drastic alterations to melee skills.
Oh,
Let me just rip this band-aid off.
yes.
Melee totem skill gems have been removed. We're trying to adopt a philosophy with melee going forward that, unlike other builds, it will be far less oriented around set and forget gameplay. You will deal the damage yourself, and you should be rewarded for doing so.
Yes.
To compensate, we have buffed the damage on almost every single melee skill. As the majority of this damage growth comes from gem levels, we have also made them cost more mana as they level, but it's nothing like the mana costs on spells. Here are some examples of the damage and costs before and after. Heavy Strike has gone from dealing 313% attack damage at gem level 20 to a massive 552% attack damage. It's also worth noting it no longer knocks enemies back. And Sweep has gone from dealing 281% attack damage to now dealing 664% attack damage at gem level 20. These are just 2 examples, but the majority of melee skills are now dealing approximately 75% more damage at level 20. Of course, with melee comes close proximity combat, so you need some good defensive options. New base types with higher defensive values will now drop throughout the endgame. As you reach yellow, red, and purple maps, you can expect to find higher tier base types in each. For example, Val Regalia and Hubris Circlet are no longer the best in slot items for Energy Shield. There are new base types that surpass them.
Oh shit.
Combined with some quality changes, which we'll talk about soon, you can now get better items than ever before in these slots. To compensate, we have reduced the amount of flat evasion and armor from the Grace and Determination auras, but overall, you're getting more defenses than before.
Okay.
On top of this, we have buff life modifiers on magic and rare equipment. You can now get as high as 189 additional maximum life from a single modifier on body
makes
armors,
Oak even more
and more
shit.
on other slots too. Kalm's Heart has also finally been restored to its former glory and once again grants plus 1000 to maximum life. I mentioned quality. Quality on weapons and armors is being changed to apply multiplicatively. In other words, weapons with full quality will give 20% more physical damage, and armor with full quality will have 20% more local defenses. For melee, this will mean a damage increase for almost all builds using physical damage attacks, and it will mean more evasion, armor, energy shield, and ward for all builds. Endurance charges no longer grant elemental resistances, but instead grant additional elemental damage reduction. making it multiplicative with resistances. You can now get 4%
I
per
was thinking
charge,
about doing endurance
alongside
charge
the
build this
existing
week, Lee.
4% physical
I think
damage
I'm doing
reduction.
that.
To compensate, we have made some changes to the Juggernaut, and various unique items like Eternal Damnation. You can get more maximum resistances from the tree, specifically around the Marauder class start. These of course can stack with the new elemental mitigation from endurance charges. On top of this, duels can now roll maximum elemental resistances as modifiers. Since we're making elemental mitigation more accessible, we've heavily reduced accessibility to physical damage taken as chaos or elemental damage. Those stats are still around, but you should not expect to be getting full conversion anymore. All block passives have been buffed, so you can now more easily achieve block cap from just the passive tree. The Keystone Versatile Combatant has been improved to have less of a penalty to maximum block. A number of Life Leech passives have been buffed to generally allow for more acquisition of maximum leech rate for life. Vow Pact has been reinstated to its former glory for instant Life Leech, but only for melee. We've reworked Flesh and Stone. Previously, this buff skill granted Maim and Blind, depending on the stance of our character. Now, while in Sand stance, the skill simply provides damage mitigation, becoming more effective the closer you are to enemies. While in Blood stance, enemies will take more physical damage the closer you are to them. This skill will now greatly favor melee or close range gameplay. Given we're doing a Kalguur League, Ward has also received a bit of attention. There are new uniques that grant Ward, and the base restoration of Ward is now faster. To compensate, Olroth's Resolve has been nerfed, but Ward loop builds will still be possible. Anyway, that was most of the purely defensive changes. Now let's look at some of the offensive and utility-based ones. There are more and better ways to deal with mana as an attacker on the southern hemisphere of the passive tree. Wands, daggers, scepters, claws, and staves now have higher critical strike chance values than ever. Wands can go as high as 10% without modifiers. Sandstorm Visage has been made rarer to compensate, instead of reducing its power. For you wand attackers, wands now have higher attack speed than ever to compensate for their low damage. Wand exclusive skills such as Power Siphon, Kinetic Bolt, and Kinetic Blast now have faster attack times. Impale passives have been revised and in general buffed. The buffs granted by Warcries are now simpler but more significant, and more universal to builds. They also now apply to allies by default. Banners have been reworked. Instead of having a reservation cost, they are now free. However, they don't grant a permanent buff. Banners now need to be placed for the effect to be active. However, once placed, they are far more powerful than before. Additionally, there are new ways to prolong the effects
again,
and more ways to invest in them than ever before. Rage has been made more fundamental and discoverable. Rage is now multiplicative attack damage, but no longer inherently grants attack speed or movement speed. It has a new cap, and you can find many new passive clusters that allow you to invest into the mechanic. The goal is to make Rage more powerful as a baseline, and less gated behind the use of specific unique items and ascendancy classes. Berserk has been nerfed, just so you're aware. We have changed how bleed works too. You can now find aggravated bleed on the passive tree. When applied, all bleeds on the enemy will deal damage as if the enemy is moving, for the remainder of their duration. The skill Ensnaring Arrow no longer interacts with bleed, so no more will you have to apply bleeds and swap to a bow. You can now achieve the same result using aggravated bleed passives without the annoyance. Rupture from the Deadeye has been turned into a support gem. We've added the new Overexertion support gem, which highly favors slam builds. Now, it's time to look at a hot topic, Magic Find. In the Settlers of Kalguur expansion, we are going to be removing item quantity bonuses from all character items.
Oh.
This will not affect existing items in standard leagues. Magic Find is intended to be another axis on your gear you can scale once you have achieved the power you want. With item quantity being only available on unique items, this meant if you wanted to get the most out of it, you had to be playing a very specific build. We still want people to be able to invest into Magic Find, but now only through item rarity. This can be obtained on a number of rare item slots, and by a much larger number of builds. What about Ventor's Gamble, you might ask? Here it is now. This is one of the biggest balance patches we've ever done. I can't promise that existing builds will all be safe. Even we aren't able to predict all the outcomes here, nor have we even gone into every single change, just the major ones. I don't know, man. Balance is hard. But the sheer number of new, viable options is exciting, especially for Melee. And we're determined to drag the game in a better direction. Be sure to read the patch notes after this, it's going to be a ruckus. In 3.24, we overhauled the in-game experience by introducing a new tier of maps and reworking scarabs. We want to continue to improve these systems and introduce more exciting in-game content every league. 3.25 is no exception. Let's check out the myriad of changes coming in Settlers of Kalguur. First up, we are changing many scarabs. We won't go into too much detail here to avoid getting lost in the weeds, but here's a few new ones. Be sure to check out the patch notes after this for more detail. We've also added an additional map device slot, which will be unlocked upon completing your first 10-way Maven encounter. This simply allows for more combinations of scarabs in maps, resulting in more difficulty and more rewards. This is on top of the existing additional slot that can be unlocked by completing your first Tier 17 map. There are now 6 map device slots in total. You might have seen our teaser, where we revealed we'll be adding new special encounters to the in-game. One such encounter is the Nameless Seer, lurking in Tier 16 and 17 maps. This NPC will give you a selection of unique items, and you can pick one for free. In Tier 16 maps, he now has an additional feature, where you can scry a map. This allows you to swap the divination card drops of the current map with another map on your atlas. Just one caveat, you cannot have the same map be in multiple swaps at the same time. If you want to undo your choice, you can use a scouring orb on either map on your atlas. We've also made some updates to a couple of leagues.
Okay.
Blight has been updated with some Atlas passive skill changes, and double anointed amulets can now drop in Blight Ravaged maps. We've also introduced a new type of oil that can only drop from Blighted and Blight Ravaged maps. Ritual has also been updated. You can now find one new and many reworked base types, new unique items, corpses you can use to raise as specters, and occasionally a fragment, granting access to the King in the Mist's boss fight from the Affliction League. He will drop a number of unique items that were familiar from the league, but not that which was taken, as it is now that which was taken away.
Fuck.
However, he now drops a different modular jewel that you might recognize from the Necropolis League.
Okay.
In Tier 16 and Tier 17 maps, you can now encounter the Wildwood, also from the Affliction League. In case you missed it, the Wildwood is a mysterious forest fraught with danger. In the darkness, you will find magical wisps yearning for freedom. Upon releasing them, they will empower the monsters in your map, promising more danger but more rewards.
So that's the way to get
You may also
quantity
find
now.
random sentinels on the ground near the start of your maps, from the Sentinel League. They work in a similar way to before. They aren't items, but you can click on them and then they can be activated in that area at any time of your choosing. Upon activation, they will buff monsters around you, increasing their difficulty and rewards. And here's one for those who like to live dangerously. You may occasionally find a reflective mist from the Kalguur League. It has two outcomes. It could drop a jewelry item with randomly enhanced or inverted modifier values, or it can give a reflecting mist item, which can be used on an existing piece of jewelry to perform the same action at a time of your choosing. Good luck! There's many other small changes to League content.
Dark
We're removing
marionettes
the
are those
first 15
fucking
most
boggers
boring
or
waves of the simulacrum and rebalancing its rewards to improve the chances of finding unique jewels. We're also adding some of the beasts from Einhar's Memory of Harvest Beasts to the core pool. This includes the Black Morrigan. In other news, we've added a set of new chisel types, which can be applied to your maps to get different bonuses. While the cartographer's chisel still increases item quantity, there are new ones that now increase rarity, pack size, increased chance for currency items, divination cards, and scarabs.
Jesus,
It's
okay.
also worth mentioning that chisels now apply 20% quality per chisel to white maps, 10% to yellow maps, and 5% to red maps and higher. Unique maps still require the full 20 chisels. Also, only one type of chisel can be applied to a map at a time.
Ah, okay, I was about to say, can you mix and match? No.
During 3.24, we made a change to Tier 17 maps that allowed them to be rerolled with Chaos Orbs. We are now expanding the currency types that can be used on them to also include currencies like chisels and Val Orbs. Ultimately, the only restriction Tier 17 maps now have is that explicit modifiers cannot be removed from them. We have also revised the difficulty of these maps, as they didn't quite hit the mark. The monsters in them now have substantially less life, and deal less damage, meaning Tier 17 maps now better fit into the progression between Pinnacle and Uber Pinnacle content. Lastly, we've adjusted the drop rate of Valdo's puzzle boxes. Previously, we were adapting its drop rate based on the possible outcomes selected by supporters. So many supporters really wanted Mage Bloods, so the box was hardly dropping. Thus, we have drastically increased the drop rate of the box, but reduced the probability of getting chase unique items from it, like Mage Blood. Overall, we have taken care not to reduce the number of Mage Bloods total in the economy. We figured it was better to have more tickets for fun, rather than barely seeing any boxes in a league. We've been hard at work improving the Path of Exile experience on consoles. With native ports for the Xbox Series consoles already being released, and PS5 on the near horizon, the game now takes full advantage of the console hardware.
Unless it can go to the Switch, I don't care.
Even further, pop-in has been reduced, and textures won't start unloading in heavy scenes. Furthermore, overall visual fidelity has been improved for all new generation consoles. Path of Exile now uses the highest available resolution textures and water effects. We've installed a new upscaling algorithm that improves the crispness of dynamic resolution, with an additional anti-aliasing pass on top of that. With these upgrades, we also support variable refresh rate TVs and monitors on PlayStation 5 and on all Xbox consoles. In the options, players can now choose which aspect of visual fidelity they want to focus on: resolution, image quality, or target frame rate. In 3.24, we added some new encounters and secrets to the campaign. In Settlers of Kalguur, we're adding even more. We're not going to spoil them all here, but keep an eye out for anything unfamiliar on your adventures. Who knows what you'll find? I mean, I know, but still. There's an underground bunker underneath the refinery, guarded by powerful robots. I wonder what's been hidden away here. How do I unlock this mysterious door? What riches must lay inside? Blighted growths have appeared in the gardens and sewers of San. A vault containing riches can be found in the reliquary. As you might have seen in our teasers, there's a slew of quality of life features we've been working on. Here's a quick summary. You'll no longer need to interact with waypoints to unlock them. You can just walk by and they'll activate automatically.
That's nice.
When using keyboard and mouse, you'll be able to pick up items from further away.
That's nice.
We're adding static life bars to some bosses.
I don't know about that one.
Not all bosses will have them just yet, but we'll be adding more over time. You can now see which divination cards drop in each map by hovering over them on your atlas.
That is nice.
When you die, you can now resurrect without having to reactivate all your reservation effects, like auras and heralds. You can start harvest encounters with just a single action.
That's also nice.
The amount of quality provided by currency items like whetstones is now based on the item level, rather than item rarity. Those currencies now apply a 20% quality to very low level items, with that amount reducing as the item level increases. Next up, we're going to be talking about our new League supporter packs. Today, we're launching 2 new series of supporter packs, the Paladin and Penance packs. Each tier contains the pack's full face value in points, alongside several exclusive microtransactions. These packs are only available for the duration of the Settlers of Kalguur League and will leave the store forever when it ends. As always, the microtransactions in these packs are purely cosmetic and do not affect your character's power or progression in any way. The Paladin series of supporter packs contains 6 exclusive microtransactions.
There's a race?
Adorn your weapon or shield with the Paladin weapon effect.
That's really cool.
Make a show of leveling up with the Harpy Flyover level up effect.
What?
Equipping the Divine Paladin armor set will periodically cause slain enemies to be consecrated and laid to rest.
That's a really good armor
This set
set.
also comes with a matching back attachment. Both the helmet and back attachment have options to display the radiant glow or not. You pick.
That's really cool.
The Divine Judgment finisher effect locks onto unique enemies before obliterating them with a laser from the heavens. May your critical hits resonate across Rayclast with the Cleric's Bell back attachment.
Oh, that's gonna be annoying.
Invite your friends to spend a day at the races in the Vasteri Racecourse hideout. Add rowers to the track to race them against each other.
Is there gambling?
Or you can just spectate from the sidelines.
Dude, that's
The
a
Penance
gambling
Pack
thing,
series
yeah?
also has 6 exclusive microtransactions.
100% there's gonna be
With the
streamers who
Penance
hold
Back
down to
attachment
those
equipped,
races,
a repentant
and you
soul
trade
is
them
chained to your
currency,
back
and they'll trade
and
back
lashed
whoever
with lightning.
wins.
Ouch. Place none other than the Trial Master in your hideout and have him comment on your chaos
A classic, but far fairer now than in ancient times.
and Val crafting attempts.
Your luck is over, fool.
He even keeps a record of how many Chaos and Val orbs you've used in your hideout during the league, or across all leagues.
Huh.
Blood stains your armor the more life you lose when wearing the Acolyte's Penance armor set. The Zealot's Madness portal effect fragments as you near it. The Cauldron map device boils maps, fragments, and scarabs placed into it, keeping a tally of how many have been thrown into the pot in the current league or across all leagues.
I'm starting to run out of things to try and fix, so I guess it is the...
The Exiled Squire pets follow in your footsteps.
I guess it's not
hyping you
on
up
my
for
end,
battles,
I'm hoping.
No sweat for you, boss.
providing pessimistic commentary,
The cycle repeats.
or voicing their disdain for you to bring you down a peg.
About time you kicked the bucket.
These packs are now available for purchase on both PC and console, and will remain so during Path of Exile, Settlers of Kalguur. Meanwhile, the Solar and Eldritch packs leave the store forever at the launch of Settlers of Kalguur League, so now's your last chance to purchase them. Thank you so much for your ongoing support. Now, we have one more thing to announce before getting into the Q&A. We are soon going to be running a small closed beta test for Path of Exile 2. We have been taking signups for the Path of Exile 2 beta tests over at pathofexile2.com. We will only be selecting a very limited number of people for this first test, but if you want to make sure that you are considered, then head over to the website and register your email address now. We're just about to start the Q&A with Ziggy D. Afterwards, we'll post Path of Exile Settlers of Kalguur's full patch notes. With release at the end of next week, Our community team will be posting crucial information you'll need for Settlers of Kalguur's release. Keep an eye on the news. On release weekend, we expect to launch the new mystery box and this season's Kerax Vault Pass. Thanks for joining us today and checking out our latest developments. We're looking forward to building our towns alongside you, trying new builds, slaying monsters, and exploring new in-game strategies next week. We'll begin the Q&A shortly, so please get your questions ready.
I'm not sure I like the mobile game shit. Given how much the shit they sell on the store, I fear that they might sell speed up things, but that would interfere with power. So if they go down that route, people are gonna riot, I think. I understand the point of it,
Exiles,
but I
we
don't really
are
like the idea.
From the Grinding Gear Games studios here in New Zealand.
Is he really low?
3 of us in person today for the first time ever for a very exciting and massive Q&A after some real whiplash from some huge announcements there. It just kept going. Like, you guys just kind of got in a room together and...
I'm not sure I want to turn it up because I feel like they're gonna fix it.
End of the day, really, it's we have this much time. We
Oh,
have
he's
this many
fine.
people who can do what we do, and we just keep going till the end. Like, it doesn't stop here. Like, we've still got one more week, right? Like, there are still changes that can be made, so we're going to keep making them. So, but yeah, it's huge. It is absolutely massive.
Yeah, Jonathan was saying to me the other day, I don't think it's that big. And I was like, mate, that was crazy. It just kept going.
Yeah, I mean, I guess from my perspective, I kind of look at this and I'm like, okay, when I compare it to the amount of stuff that's being created for PoE 2, it seems small, but yeah, when you actually think about it, it's like, yeah, it's pretty nuts.
Yeah, fair enough. Yeah, making a whole new game there. But we are only talking about Path of Exile 1 today,
sure.
and you gave it plenty of space to shine. And we've got returning leagues, we've got a whole new league with a lot going on, and some very experimental content as well. And with all of that, you did tease us once again with the concept and potential of a boat league, and yet you sailed away and left us stranded on the dock once more. What gives?
It's very much not intentional. I suspect, and honestly, I honestly reckon if someone actually got a boat league, they wouldn't end up actually liking it. But we can only really prove that by testing it, and so maybe one day we'll get there. But until then, you're just going to there'll be boats, but you won't be on the boats. Maybe one day. We'll see.
All right. We'll have to keep dangling that just out of reach for us.
Wouldn't it have been a good idea to have you able to teleport onto your boat if they were attacked?
And I've seen this theory floated around a lot of a bit of a send-off league for Path of Exile 1, in a sense that we've got the Path of Exile 2 beta kind of just around the corner now.
I guess I don't really see it that way because, you know, we intend to keep on making PoE 1 leagues. You know, we're going to, it really is just, you know, the standard lead cycle, you know, it is hard as a studio making two things at the same time, for sure. But, you know, that's something we just have to sort of get used to. And yeah, we certainly wouldn't want people to think, oh yeah, this is like the last PoE 1 league or something like that, right? It's definitely not the case. You know, like we're going to be continuing to make PoE 1 leagues, and, you know, that like you should expect to see things of this size in the future as well.
Wait, PoE 2
Settlers of
comes
Kalguur,
out
it adds
by the end of
gold.
this
I think
league?
we should touch on that and the whole currency exchange thing first.
No, right.
So it's obviously using gold for its features, its progression with the workers and upgrading buildings and things like that. But you're also experimenting with some core game features like respecs and a trading fee for the new currency exchange. Huge announcement there. So those that have been following Path of Exile 2 will be familiar with the concept of gold and why that's a thing that you might add to the game now after it's not had gold for so long. But could you explain what is the idea behind gold?
So really, I mean, gold is something that PoE 1 obviously never had. I think it's something that, in retrospect, I think that didn't help the game. The important thing with gold is that it's not used as a trading currency. Like, gold needs to be something that is only like it's bound to the individual character, and that means what it effectively is a measure of how much actual play that you've done, right? Since you can't trade it between players, and that means that it's actually ends up being a perfect currency to be able to do something like gate the player-to-player trade with an automated system like that, because in order to be able to you can't just sit there flipping all day. You actually have to be able to go and play the game as well, and that sort of prevents the kind of crazy inflation that you can get with other automated, auction house type systems that you see in other action RPGs, or at least that's the theory. But the thing is that we have to test this stuff, and this is the reason why we're really keen to do it as a league mechanic to start with, to sort of see, is it going to work? Is the economy going to go weird? What's going to happen? That way we can kind of dip our toe in, see what happens. Test this, because the thing with this trade stuff is you really cannot test it, like in the office, right? Like it is simply, we don't have thousands and thousands of people that you would need to be able to actually see how that goes. So on some level, we kind of need our community to see what happens with the economy to be able to test something like that. And that's just, one of the few areas where that's like that. What we're hoping is that everything just goes fine. It's just way better. We can then immediately put it in, the core game as soon as we've done with that, ideally without too many tweaks. And then that'll be good. But we really have to see by putting it in a league first.
The thing I really like about this gold idea is that it allows you to effectively be converting this idea of friction in the user experience of like physically trading into actual gameplay,
right?
The stuff we like doing,
for sure. That really helps. And as I said, like this system, it'll be also really nice to be able to see how it works before we ship PoE 2 as well. It's really nice to to be able to do that. And we may be able to go further than this. The intention is to go further, and so this is effectively our first the first part. We'll see how it goes. I don't know if you know.
There is also one thing about this, and just because it maybe wasn't clear, is that despite being in the league, gold is just dropping as items from killing everything in the game. You kill monsters, you play the game, you're getting gold. You don't actually need to engage with the league to
do I have to click it to pick it up?
Respecking,
or can I just run over it?
So despite being in the league, and the gold is only dropping in the league due to us being more experimental with it and seeing how it goes, like if you don't like the league's mechanics, it's not like those are gated behind that as well. I just wanted to clarify that just in case anyone was thinking, I don't want to.
You can just invite Faustus into your hideout and then just use him for that, and and that can be the only thing you do if you want.
So all that currency exchange, the item gambling and stuff is all like fully accessible, even if you basically don't do any of the other stuff.
For sure. Yeah, for sure.
Which means, of course, if it is successful, it can port into the core game very, very easily. You just turn gold drops on, put Faustus in. Done. I mean, there's a little bit more than that, but that's generally the summary of it. And it doesn't have to come with the whole kind of city building element and all of that comes alongside it.
Yeah. So do you see it being something that's likely to stick around then, and that's kind of the intention?
That is certainly our intention. It's just that we want to be able to still have an out if things go horribly wrong, or if we feel like we need to change some stuff. So it is certainly our intention to keep it in if we can.
It's a nice little safety net at being part of the league for you then. Safety rip.
Probabilities are high, and I suspect also no one's going to let us remove it, right? So let's be realistic here.
It would have to go horrifically wrong for everyone to be like, okay, you were right, don't do this. I can't imagine. So there's also this gambling thing with Faustus where you can buy these un-ID'd items, and actually look pretty powerful from what I saw. Like the items it was producing were like those really well rolled rares. What's the idea behind the gold-based gambles? Why is that a part of it?
Ultimately, it's a sink. You don't want gold to just be accumulated forever. But the awesome thing is that it's a way to target specific base types. And that's ultimately the luxury. So obviously when you're going through the campaign and you're looking for specific targeted gear upgrades, very, very useful for that. And it, as you get higher and higher level, I guess as you upgrade your tavern, I guess technically sort of, but also as you just get higher level, it upgrades the modifier tier rating, which was a term some people might not know, but it was used in Necropolis League, which effectively cuts off the bottom X tiers that can generate. So the items by endgame will be generating with a minimum tier higher than something, and thus they are pretty powerful items.
It's worth mentioning that there's quite a lot of changes in this league around the idea of how can we make rares more viable than uniques. Like quite a lot of the balance things are actually around this idea, and that extends to things like adding more base types higher up and so on to make it so that there's like that they can compete with uniques more. The higher tier life mods, all of this sort of stuff, and the gambling and the ability to get rares this way as well is like once again another part of this. So we really want to try and make it so that and the reason why that's important is because if like Mark said in the video with the item quants problem as well, that was one of the other things that sort of meant that you had to be tied to specific uniques, like for sure. And so we just wanted to remove more of the barriers that allow people to just be able to use rares, and then that opens up for more different build types. Like if less uniques become mandatory. That's as I said, it's just another one of those things that kind of affects that.
So with that being an attractive expenditure of gold, how much do you want players to be able to trade currency freely between each other with this very fast and asynchronous currency exchange system? Like, obviously, gold is your ability to control how much of that's happening in terms of volume. How liquid do you want any currency orb drop to be?
So for currency in particular, we're fine with like a very high amount of liquidity. Later on, we've talked about how in PoE2 we're going to be doing asynchronous trade for items as well. For that, we need to have a bit less liquidity, and the reason why is because currency can sync itself, like there is its own currency sync. So effectively, that means that we don't have to like worry too much about fast trade there. Like the relative value should establish, and everything should be okay, and it shouldn't matter too much about that being highly liquid. That said, there is still a gold price to do it because we don't want people literally just sitting there just doing only that forever. But that this is something that we don't want to. It certainly should feel like if you're just playing regularly, that you can get all the currency you want from the trade market and you don't feel restricted by the gold price. Like it's not intended to be something that a normal player would run into, assuming that they're just doing normal things with currency.
Of course, it is still meant to have high friction early game.
Because you don't want
to demean the leveling experience and the new player experience where they think the right answer is to go and just trade all of the stuff away. You want it to be that you're more finding items there and getting things organically, and only later in the game does it become.
So the gold prices late in the game are like not a roadblock at all. The gold prices early in the game are a roadblock. So that's kind of preventing that early game kind of issue.
Yeah, because you want an alch when you're leveling your first character to feel like an alch.
Yeah, exactly.
Not to be like,
you
this
don't
should
want
be chaos.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, okay. But that honestly sounds like a relief that you're not worried about that sort of thing too much, because that that kind of incentive to hoard currency and not spend it all while leveling is always a bit of a bummer.
Right.
This feels like a bit of a momentous occasion, the the currency exchange. This because you've had this whole system of like the currency that syncs itself and stuff for so long, and now finally blending that with gold and this system. Huge.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, it's also just a mental block as well, right? Because it's like, how can you add gold to PoE? It's like, it's just one of those. It's one of those things. So
this was one of the key components that was part of like designing the league. It was largely like how we started from that point. Because again, when you ask most people in the office, most players in the office and outside the office, what is the like number one problem with Path of Exile? And what experience gives them the most negative reaction? For sure, it's often trade. And especially, and I can't remember if it was last league or the league before, and I was trying to buy, what was I trying to buy on the currency? It was like one of the catalysts. I was like, okay, I just need a catalyst up my rings and ammo.
Oh man.
And you get 100 people on the trade website. I just went spam. I got 100 people. And guess how many replied? Zero. 0 people replied to me. And I know you're meant to scroll down because all the top people are just bad actors. And then it's like, okay, I actually got to a point where I was like, okay, genuinely no one replied. And then like so I was just like on Discord, I was like, yo, I need some help buying these things. Can everyone just start messaging everyone trying to get these catalysts for me, please? And so yes, it is actually one of, or was hopefully to be no longer soon, the most frustrating experience you can have as a player at endgame.
It was something else.
And yes, so when we're designing the league, we're like, okay, if this is the number one problem, how are we not taking some sort of stride to solve it? And so that's kind of where, well, it almost acted as the basis of how can we build something around that, because then it's gold, and then it's like, what can you do with gold? And then we just extrapolated from there into all kinds of things. So yeah, I like that a lot of what we're developing now is coming from a how can we solve actual problems first, as opposed to just as opposed to entirely like how can we add cool content. It's like how can we do both of these things at the same time. And I feel like a lot of what's going on in this patch is with that philosophy, as opposed to just here's cool stuff. It's solving problems and adding cool stuff at the same time.
I love this trend of you just doing the thing we do and being like, this is awful, just like you said.
Actually awful. Like I tried to in that live stream, I tried to voice my disgust at when I talked about price fixes and people who don't reply. But like, if you had got my actual emotional reaction, I would have probably been screaming a little bit and raging like a little bit more.
Yeah, most infuriating thing, and it was one of the things that ground me down last league that stopped me from enjoying as much as I could. So. It's huge, and it really pairs in with like the Scarab changes and stuff recently as well. So we'll talk more about that later. But the currency exchange includes fragments, scarabs, anything that's homogenized.
Exactly, that's the word. So yeah, anything, so obviously it can't work with things like maps and so on because they don't, they're not all identical. It's just anything that where they're exactly the same. No one item can be distinguished from another.
It has to be able to stack. Is ultimately the goal. Yeah. So yes, use the existing trade system for the things that can't. So that's like beasts can't be, maps can't be, incubators can't be because they have a level. Things like that. They can't because they cannot guaranteed stack on a single thing. And it's not like you don't want to have a tab of incubators where it's got every incubator level 1, every incubator level 2, every incubator level 3, in this giant mega eternal list. So things like that you'll be trading using the existing way, and all stackables you'll trade hopefully using the new way.
All right. But
div cards?
Yes, div cards are in there. Yep.
Wow.
Yep. Wow. Anything that is stackable, that
there's just so many of them, that's all.
Yeah. Anything that's stackable and has no other variable. Yep.
Wow. And you were telling me that like it will list like the 13 most common trade pairs for each item, and
so this is the thing, because with this trade system you can technically trade any item for any other item, because that's how PoE works. So we have to have some kind of way to basically tell players, okay, so here's the actual thing that like people are trading this with. So effectively, unless you're the first person ever to trade something, then it's going to say like, here's the most popular several things that people trade for the saw, trade for the sin. It also shows you like the market price, obviously, for what's been going on, as well as okay, so we're getting into stock market terms here, but the first five price levels in the order book. So that's to say you can see like what the how many things are available at a few different price levels, and that will allow you to to do your trade. So I suppose some people will be learning more about the stock market pretty soon. They'll have, I guess we'll have I
mean, some people are going to love that.
Yeah, for sure. But one thing just to make sure people understand is like this is still player to player trade. Like you don't know who you're trading with, and like it will be instant if there's like liquidity in the market, but it is coming from someone else's actual stash.
Yeah, it's a physical trade still.
Yeah. So just that's worth bearing, because some people, when they see the video, they're like, oh, okay, it's just like you're trading with the system somehow, or there's some kind of like market thing with the system like determines a price or something. No, it's not that. You're actually buying off someone else. So any trade you do where you've got like I'm buying this, I'm selling this, someone else has entered a trade on the other end of I'm selling this, I'm buying that.
And the prices are all set by players. That's
exactly.
Setting that stuff.
Exactly.
There's a few other things I'll just mention as well that are adjacent or that got implemented as a result. So like when you're adding them, it will pull from your stashes. It won't. You don't have to move everything to your inventory first and then do it. So you can, because if people might be wondering, okay, if I want to sell or trade away 5,000 chaos or some number of chaos that won't fit in their inventory, as long as it isn't their stash, you can do it. You can do up to 65,000 of a given currency in a single exchange. If you have that much. What else? There are shortcut binds for moving all of them to your inventory, so you don't have to like control click spam 1,000 times. It is, I believe, control right click will move all of them to your inventory. And also, as a bonus, we have implemented that to and from the stash with all stackables as well. So you can control right click on a thing in your inventory to move all of that type into your stash, and vice versa.
My 35-year-old hands are falling apart. Thank you.
Yeah, same. Yeah.
Best change. Very good. So if this is successful, do you see it being something you expand to being able to do other things that aren't homogenous? So maps and gear and things like that.
Looking at my
well, that's certainly
fucking
the plan for
upload,
PoE 2, and it would
and
be nice to be able to do that in PoE 1 as well. We just
seemingly
have to work
having
out how
dynamic
and,
bitrate
work
and
exactly.
also
Well, I believe
some other
that we will get
changes is
there,
making it
and
Oh,
that's
yeah.
certainly our
disconnect a
intention.
little bit less.
So, you know,
But sometimes it drops down to
we'll see how
fucking
it goes. Yeah, that's
800
the intention.
kilobytes per second.
This part,
And then it
I
goes
think,
up to
though, is,
10,000.
solving quite a large amount
And
of
there
the
we
problem, 'cause
dropped.
I think this is the currency is what you're doing all the time.
Down to
You
zero,
know,
up to
you need that to be
15,000.
easy. So, like,
Is
we
the
figured
disconnect
that,
coming?
you know, we needed to
2 kilobytes per
to
second.
get this part out there.
Zero.
Yeah,
There's a
historic
disconnect, I
for
guess.
the first time ever. That's been the we want to do this unless something goes wrong.
Yeah, yeah.
Amazing, perfect. All right, well, we'll leave the currency exchange there. Thanks for the extra insight on that. Did you have to resist temptation to go like full candle graphs and all
I
that
mean,
stuff?
I'm sure
I
at
bet
some
you wanted
point.
to.
I'm sure at some point the you know the this will start to happen. We'll have like you know community like websites of like all the
the
technical
plugins.
indicators and like all
Yeah.
that sort of stuff.
Mad
Yeah,
Money
yeah,
YouTube channel. Yeah.
It is worth noting also on the currency exchange, I will be posting a video on Monday just for anyone who's unclear, or Monday or Tuesday, New Zealand, for anyone who's unclear on how it works. It's a little bit of a like currency market for dummies kind of thing.
Yeah, yeah.
It's just goes over the basics and hopefully, you know,
Yeah.
it's room for either feedback on UX if they see anything that wants to change, or of course just better understanding of how to use it. It is very easy for someone to get very scared looking at it and go, I don't quite know what to do. But it is pretty straightforward. You just, you know, it can be easy to fare yourself out of buying or selling stuff because you may be like, I don't know what the best ratio is, and it provides all that stuff for you. It's pretty straightforward, but still, so hence putting out a video to try and help people out, you know, in terms of understanding when they're going into it, and we'll see how it goes.
Mate, I'm definitely signing up for your trading tips newsletter. Can't wait.
My trading tips currently is like spam everyone and get really angry. So hopefully it's no longer that afterwards.
That's all of our strategy currently. Excellent. So returning to Settlers of Kalguur, how did this very cozy concept for the Settlers come about of this town building thing?
Well, I know what you pitched me on first was Pal World League. That was the first pitch I got.
I remember your initial response. I think was, "What? Hold on, that could mean many things. Does that mean we have guns?" And I was like, "Well,
Catch
maybe."
like Pokemon things.
You know,
yeah, so it kind of like it moved around a little bit from the initial pitch. I know, like, 'cause I mean, the first pitch was definitely too complicated with all sorts of like, it had like way more stages of different products and all sorts of stuff going on. Like, it was pretty crazy, and so it kind of got put into a more sort of like PoE applicable like way. But yeah, that was the initial one at least. But I don't know if you've got a
yeah, it was coming from again the philosophy of wanting to solve problems. So I wrote down all the problems. And I was like, how can we solve all these problems? And it was like, well, if you had an NPC for each, and then it's like an NPC, well, that would mean a town for each. And then you want to make some game mechanic out of it, so you have some level of automation and stuff like that. And yes, there was a very, very, very long list at the start. And we ended up just refining it down to like, here are the actual important things that we can do and want to do. But yeah, and then obviously how the rest of it came about, the coziness and using Kalguur and all of that stuff, ultimately just comes from the fact that it's like, well, one thing that takes a long time in development, like a very, very long time, is art, right? It takes a long time. You got your concept, you got research, you got, you know, all the way through to the actual modeling and everything. It is a long process. So all of a sudden when you can be like, well, we've got all this art from this other game here.
Andy?
Yeah. So we actually thought it would be pretty cool, basically, because in Act 4 and PoE 2, we've got this whole thing of like the Kalguur and making a settlement on Rayclast. We thought it would be just cool to sort of tell that story of how that happened here, and we've got some of the stuff like, it would be quite nice to do that. That's kind of ended up how that being. But the theme that we got there came after the initial concept of we want to make some kind of settlement town thing, and we're like, okay, what can we do with that? And then we realized, hey, we've already got this sort of storyline we've got going on here in PoE 2, might as well connect it up and kind of have like an interesting thing there.
It definitely feels like increasing the scope of the world a little bit, because this is a distant civilization 1,500 kilometers away. I saw on the map, and those are people who have not been involved in the storyline
sure,
of
for sure.
PoE 1. So this is a new expansion there,
For sure.
world-wise.
I mean, they always sort of technically existed. Like there was lore
Yeah.
written for that when we did the previous expansion with them, Expedition. But like in PoE 2 we kind of expanded on that because we had that location and everything, and so we that just meant that we've got the stuff, and I think it adds a little bit to the flavor to have to do that sort of stuff.
But yeah, it is very, very rare for us to go to talk about or go outside of Rayclast ever.
Yeah, there's presumably a whole world out there, but we've not really heard too much about it, right?
Well, it's not just like here's a planet of water with this like tiny little island, right? Like
The Star Wars planets.
So
all just one thing.
what we're saying is Boat League is possible. It's not like
There's
it's
places
just
to
land
go.
everywhere.
Confirmed.
Damn, that was a good. I
Boat
could have
League.
used that as an excuse for no Boat League, was to have it.
There's nowhere
aside
for
from
the
this little
boats
bit
to
of
go,
water,
right?
there's just land.
Yeah,
The
yeah.
rest of it,
Yeah, you've already dropped the ball on that one. There's a few
Damn it.
boats already.
Damn it, there's lots of water.
All right.
Yeah.
So this idea of this is very much like a meta progression league, right? Like, and that's not a new concept. The idea of like a league
Does
having
these
its own
things
sort of
usually bring
progression
about
inside of
anything
your
useful? Like,
personal
I don't feel
character
like they're
progression,
saying
but this is
anything I really
definitely,
need.
The main flavor here, it feels. Is this something you specifically wanted to give players, like a greater context for their things that they're doing? So they're doing their Atlas, but they're getting golden resources and progressing this whole other thing.
I mean, for sure, but I will mention that, like, I guess it wasn't dwelled on a lot in the video, but like the resource gathering thing, like those encounters are encounters that you're going to be encountering through the world, and they have their own mechanics and stuff, which obviously Mark can talk more about. So like that is definitely like content there as well. It's just that like it's kind of not as easy to show. Like we kind of needed to show about all this sort of town stuff, but those encounters will hopefully be very enjoyable as well, and that's kind of like. I suppose you could call that the meat and potatoes in some sense of the league, because that's what you'll be doing. Every area you're going to find these things and have to do those encounters. So.
Yeah. So what's that content like in maps then?
Yeah, so you got one in every area. Well, aside from something like Tidal Island and some of that stuff, you got one in every area minimum. So it's 1 to 2, and there are 5 different outcomes, kind of 6, but we'll go over the 5 so you can find different minerals. So the first is Crimson Iron. Crimson Iron is like
Siggy
iron
used
that's
to be the
overrun
guy
with,
about 10 years
like
ago, and that's why
corruption.
he's
So
still
you
there.
have these 3,
Yeah, I'd assume so, but
2
like,
to 5. It goes up as you go through the game.
I mean, this
of
is
these kind
useful,
of
I
growth
guess.
spawners, and they're spawning demons or monsters. And then as you kill each growth, the other growths heal, like surge, spawn more monsters, and they accelerate. So they get slightly harder over time. So it's just a full monster encounter. Upon completing it, you get the ore. You've got Orichalcum, which is like guarded by these also demons, or demons were worshipping it. And you notice it had like a shrine icon. So after you kill all the demons, you get the shrine buff, which is, without immediately it sounding underwhelming, the old you had the old like shock, well, you got the Shock Nova and Firestorm shrines, except like done actual damage. So like all of a sudden you've got meteors and lightning storms raining down around you, and they are actually designed to kind of destroy monsters. So you get just this spike of power
You
where you
never
can kind of
ask
just
tough
run
questions,
through and let them
softballs
just
all the way.
obliterate everything. The third is Petrified Amber, which is looks like a little kind of like a tree thing, and clicking it, and
I mean,
also
I'd be
heaps
okay
of
if
blight
it wasn't tough question.
monsters kind of come out of the ground and
If
try
it
and
was just
attack it.
useful.
And it's almost like the old Aurion missions from way back, where you just have to protect this tree from the blighted monsters. It's not very difficult. Like none of these are pitched to be very, very difficult, but they are going up in difficulty in the order that I am explaining them. The fourth is Bismuth, which I suspect will be people's favorite. The way this works is it's guarded by magic and rare monsters. I think 3 packs. I think 1 is rare. Well, maybe early game not rare, but late game it's like 1 is rare, 2 are magic. And they have an extra elemental modifier on them. Like the rare and magic mods, they just got an extra one that's elemental aligned. And when you obviously kill them, there's some free 3 packs of monsters. No one's going to complain about that. You click the Bismuth, it releases the elements into the rest of the area, which will apply elemental modifiers to all magic and rare packs in the area. League monsters have a lower chance of getting them, so it's not too out of control. And that does come with the difficulty, but it also comes with the increased item quantity and rarity that
It's a bit Wildwood,
the mods come with.
isn't it?
Yeah, a little bit, yeah. Obviously, it doesn't spawn frequently enough, so I don't expect people to do the whole, run around the whole area killing nothing before clicking it.
Yeah, nice.
You'd be wasting all of your time. However,
Not
of
just
course,
some of
I
it,
can
all
imagine
of
it
it.
is the Magic Finder's dream, even though Magic Finding is nerfed, but whatever, that's a different thing. It is the current, whatever is to be Magic
Oh,
Finder's dream.
Magic
of-
Finds buff because it's better now because you don't have to wear
Oh,
crappy
yeah, true.
gear.
Well, sure. Well, yeah, sure. Whatever state it's in, or however you feel about it, it is the dream for that person because obviously you can find even, I believe you can find 2 of them in an area, and all of a sudden you're doubling up on that. I will obviously double check that, but that was definitely the intention. And then, yeah, you're getting like these kind of elemental tornadoes spawn throughout the level. Obviously, they don't spawn when all the monsters are dead, so you're not just like losing and getting killed by a random tornado. And
Nice.
then the 5th encounter is Verisium, which is the thing that the Kalgurans love so much. And that very much is... it's like the encounter from Crucible, where it's just like... you know, interact with this rock, and it like builds up the amount of Verisium and like spawns all the monsters around it, and then you fight them and kill them, and you get the Verisium at the end, and the monsters, you can see them kind of merging and upgrading over time, and so it's a little bit of a pick your own difficulty. Obviously, it doesn't have the whole, I talk about Crucible, it doesn't have the whole weapon tree ruckus going on and having to put an item in there and all that. It's just, here's your encounter. And then, of course, there is one boss as well, so occasionally you find a kind of hollow in the ground.
One boss.
Yep.
Okay.
It's in-game, very much in-game. Quite difficult, and he is guarding a lot of Verisium, and also, again, can drop a unique, and I'm pretty sure all those bosses drop a pretty substantial amount of gold as well.
So you've kind of got like 5 micro league mechanics kind of just there also, like on top of all that stuff. But as I said, it wasn't really covered like that extensively in the video. So I
Yeah,
guess that was
that's-
something that people, like that's your kind of like main combat stuff that you're kind of doing, that you know, that's in area. In the league.
And you've got the bosses like attacking your town and
Yep,
boats
there's a couple
and
of
stuff
things
too.
like that.
It sounds
so, yeah, there's
very
kind of other
light
things.
on
So
the
there's
gameplay
quite-
elements.
There's actually a lot going on with that.
For the
more,
league.
more so
It
than
seems
what was
like
kind
you're
of
just
explained.
playing PoE this
all
league.
that to
There's
say,
no
it's all
like
words
big.
to say that it seems like a classic fight monster in circle.
for, for sure.
Fight
for
monster
sure.
in circle.
Yeah, it's 1,
People love
2, it's 2, 3, 5. So yeah, 4 encounters fight monsters in circle, and 1 is fight monsters in whole area.
Right.
Perfect.
Yeah,
That-
the
that's
classics.
everybody's favorite.
Yeah.
So even if you're not that into the meta progression side of things, it's still a fight monster in circle league. in the end.
Yes, of course.
Good. It all comes back to that.
It is expected, and again, you can. There's no real harm in like just doing that for as long as you want, accumulating as much gold as you want, and then if you want to engage with the town later or something, that's always something you can do. End of the day, the gold is going to be your primary restriction, so being able to just farm for ages and get a whole bunch of gold isn't going to like, and while not necessarily engaging with the town, is not going to set you back that far.
Of
Yeah,
course
this
it
is
is.
very much a take it at your own leisure.
What do you mean?
100%.
There's
100%,
real
yes.
time
That touches on the
connected to
next question, and
everything
the-
in that town.
The one that when I watched it, I was like, this is the thing people might be most concerned about is the somewhat controversial
Real
area
time.
of game design.
Real
Timers,
time.
right?
Yep.
So
Sure.
we worried that this would give people ick because they just have that around
Yep,
timers.
I can see what you mean, and like that was honestly when I was talking to Mark about
Yeah,
like,
it
you know,
is
what's the
icky.
thing that's going to be the controversial thing about the league. That was certainly up there. One thing that we're wanting to make sure that's really clear though is that you can stack a lot of work like on like in your town that can be done in a queue without you having to come back. So it's not like you have to come back every freaking hour to like check
Yep.
on anything, right? Like
That
you
was
can
my concern,
you can
yeah.
you can queue days of work and like if you're doing like your map runners, for example, like you know you've got your big queue
But it's
there.
scale with
that
your
you
levels,
can
something
do,
like
and,
that.
you
Skip
can
in
just
the
come back
campaign,
and
deal with
run
it
all the
later.
maps, you get all the loot from all of them.
Yeah,
It
just like when
depends,
you normally log
right?
in. You're
It
not,
also
like, getting
doesn't
a
mean
ping
it's
on.
so
if it takes
long.
time to upgrade the town, you want to start
There's these
it.
sweet spots in time
It
that
didn't
we've really
look like
aimed
it
for,
did.
right? Anything too short, highly annoying.
But if,
Um,
they,
and then
if you
anything
get
too
shit
long
guys to
feels
begin with and
like
they
a
have to
mobile game.
level,
Yep.
Right.
Right.
right?
So we have this kind of sweet spots for a lot of them where it's like for example, you have your queue of maps, but I think, I will note, like I'm going to say some times, but it is like highly variable, and you have the agency based on how much gold you have, the skilled workers you have. You can get these things pretty damn quick. You can, but you can also have them take a bit longer, and it's not necessarily the right or wrong answer to go either way. So if you want faster turnaround on your rewards, you do have some agency on that. It'll just cost more gold to do so. And if you want to have like a slower turnaround, like and focus
There
your
was
gold
one that
somewhere
took
else,
2
that
hours
is
and
entirely up to
something.
you if you want to do that. So it's got a lot of agency. However, like we have been experimenting with numbers like a lot. It has been discussed constantly. And for example, with the shipping, you had the port of Kalguur. That's the one that has the longest distance, so the 1,500 kilometers. That does take the longest, and I currently believe it's like towards even 10 hours. But there are ones that are going to take less than 1 hour. And now there are advantages, like a longer shipment will yield better rewards and have higher risk and different rewards. Each port has different unique rewards, and a closer one, but it's not like such a differential that you're always going to do. Well, it's hard for me to predict exactly what players will think that is the best answer, but it shouldn't be the case that you're always doing the thing that takes you feel like you have to do the thing that takes like 10 hours. So there's lots of quick things, lots of long things, and it's kind of up to you how you want to engage with that. And I think that's honestly what mostly differentiates a lot of this, aside with the fact it's also gated by gold, which requires you to actually play the game.
So long
it's not like it's just some AFK town.
So long
at
as
the end of the day, you have to be playing in order to actually achieve this killing monsters, looting loot. So there's heaps of stuff there, but we have aimed for that exact sweet spot.
That your guys don't need to level as well. Right? Because then you might as well have them going
highly annoying
while you're
and
playing
also
the
not
campaign.
like I never get my rewards. Like it's going to be pretty bad if you're like I'm level let's say you're in Act 1 and you unlock your shipping and you send your shipping and you're like, okay, I'm not going to get that back till I'm level 80.
The ritual problem.
That's just terrible, right? So. Yes, there are very quick turnarounds.
What happens on your end when I DC for like a second,
and then there are
like I just did?
Turnarounds when you're willing to.
Did you even notice it? Did I just buffer for a bit?
And noting there are 3 ships, you could send one to a far port and then one to a close port. So you can get some ships turning around with high frequency and another turning around with a longer frequency. And the same with the mapping. It's entirely based on the difficulty of the maps, and again how skilled your runners are. So. If you want to have higher turnarounds as well, you can put in either easier maps, lower tier maps, or you can put in more difficult maps. Now, I did note in the live stream the timer on the mining was before we had done any iteration, so I'm pretty sure it had some real absurd amount of time to mine that ore. That was just a straight mistake. It does not take that long. It is much, much, much quicker.
It's also worth mentioning with the stuff is that, like as I was saying with the queues, like, okay, you can just put as many, like when you find resources and there's that sort of mining queue, it's not like you have to like manually reassign your things every time. Like they just move on to the next task.
Yeah.
So effectively what that means is that, you're not having to come back every, like, and refresh them. You just play, and then the only stuff you have to come back, anything where you'd have to come back and reset them, like for example with the mapping, the queue is long enough that you can just like jam a bunch of stuff in there, and then like what I don't want is you to feel like you have to like wake up in the middle of the night and like freaking put more stuff in there and then come back. That's what I want to avoid. Like it should be that you're still coming back at the normal time that you would play, like that is our design intent. And so if that's not, like we need to make sure that we're balancing it correctly so that that's the case, that you don't feel pressured to like log in at some time you wouldn't normally do it.
Yeah, this sort of thing can be fun because it's like you get to come back to rewards and progress, and everybody loves progress and progression, right?
For sure.
We're addicts for that stuff. That's why we play this genre.
Yeah, but it'll be shit if you feel like you said, if you feel like you have to log on and fucking queue bullshit, like mobile games. Oh, I have to log in now because my fucking building is done and I need the next one to start.
Yeah, it just doesn't.
Well, we're not making a mobile game here. I know that's the
and you can't pay to skip
association.
any of these timers.
Of course not. And I'm not going to also at one point. I know. Look, these things are always going to be divisive. They're not necessarily going to be globally loved. And part of it is just you're going to have to try it to understand.
Mm-hmm.
The concept of a timer is scary to start with. But I'm also, on the other hand, not going to sit here about complaining about the cold currency thing and then also implement something that. On the other hand, I'm going to have equal levels of frustration with myself as a player. Surprisingly, but,
You want to play this after all, don't you?
100. Of course I want to play it. I'm never going to make a game I don't want to play. So, yeah, my hope is, but of course that assumes we get it right. The good thing is we're very, very fast to react to this stuff. So if the timers are tilted one way or another, we have so many levers we can adjust to rebalance. It is, of course, we get our internal feedback, we get our alpha feedback on the times, but that's still a very small subset compared to everyone. So I could expect, if things aren't right, if they're off, if something is taking too long or too short, or there's not enough agency, we're very, very quick to be flexible to that stuff and react to it if we have to. But yeah, it's interesting and it's new for damn sure.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
But I'd say I'm more on the definitely on the side of excited over worried.
Good.
But there's always a little bit of worry there. It comes with the job, and
I like that you guys are still trying new things. Whether they work out or not.
100%. A large part of what we always try and do is push the boundary, right? Like just doing the safe thing over and over and over again can make things feel quite stale. So we definitely want to take risks and see where they go and see how they evolve, and because ultimately I believe that makes the best game possible for sure.
Keep trying it. One more quick nuance about that is the progress on timers and things, that's all even online versus offline?
Yeah.
Okay, so whether you're you don't have to stay logged in, online to speed things up.
No.
Good stuff.
The only things that can happen that disrupt it, which is obviously if your map, if your ship gets
the
commandeered,
ripping is kind of
it
annoying.
can get commandeered offline or online.
What happens on your end
so
when it happens?
It isn't something that happens
because I'm only
ultra-frequently, and you
disconnecting
can
for
avoid it.
1 second now.
You can get it to the point where
But it is
commandeering
obviously
will
still
not occur.
complete disconnect,
And the same
and
with
then
your Atlas runners being
reconnect.
kidnapped. That can occur online or offline.
Do you get booted off to offline screen, or
it doesn't
does it
have
just
to
buffer?
happen.
What happens?
You can get good enough.
Is it
people
worse
and
now
run
than it was?
Slightly easier content, and all of a sudden there's no risk.
Because before
of
I was
your Atlas
DC'd for
runners failing or anything like that.
10 seconds, 15
Speaking
seconds
of
at the
risks,
time.
So how does this
Now it's
scale with,
literally just
map
a
tiers
DCs and
map
reconnects.
effect and stuff like that. So as you move up through maps, do you get more resources, more gold? Does it scale with map quantity? So your mods.
Yep. Gold. So gold scales with everything that drops would scale with. In party, I get my gold, you get your gold. We cannot share gold. Obviously, there's no point in having it if you can't trade it. Then all of a sudden, items do not sell for gold, so it's not like you can trade items to bypass that. But everything, item map quantity scales gold. Yep,
it buffers forever.
It's auto pickup, obviously. With obviously the
so it doesn't make a difference.
Item pickup radius.
It's the same as it was.
And the amount of ore also should scale with quantity. Yes, obviously, much like sulfite, I guess, from Delve. That's probably one of the closest comparisons in terms of giving you a resource.
Yeah, that makes sense.
Yeah.
So it seemed like mostly gold was used to upgrade the buildings and things like that in your town, and that sort of progress.
What I can gather is it's only my
resources
upload.
are all for this shipping to get,
because I'm watching the stream, it's not stuttering at all, and there we just reconnected again,
and,
fucking
the
hell.
Pages of currency thing, that looked a bit crazy. Is that for real? How much work is getting 3 pages of chaos orbs and divines and stuff?
Well, that's that agency I'm talking about as well, where a long trip should yield a lot of loot. Now, we have made some changes since then where what we're doing is, instead of because we were scaling rewards on quite a quantitative axis, and we've moved a lot of that into more qualitative, so that instead of getting so much more currency linearly, you're getting
will
better
work
currency
now,
instead
because
of more. Just
before I was disconnecting for 15 seconds, but right now I'm only disconnecting for a second.
Just be I'm just going to play.
Do you guys have any idea what could cost that? Because
acquire as many resources as I can and send a shipment that's maxed out in value, and then put the best possible ship workers on there, because you don't want to lose that shipment, I'll tell you that, and send it to the farthest thing. You'll get back a ton of loot, but of course you have to. You're now getting 1 week of loot all in one go. You know what I mean?
Okay.
You will get an absolute ton, which some people will find ultra satisfying.
Yeah.
But yes, we are trying to not. Obviously, it shouldn't be that you're just getting 50 pages of items, but you'll get some amount, and ideally the quality of the items get better as you send more, as opposed to just the quantity. Yeah.
I saw a question in chat as well. The wages, how does that work with when's that getting paid? Do you get overdrafted account fees? What are we dealing with here?
So you have to take your gold. So you've got your personal gold, and then there's a treasury, and you want to put the gold into the treasury, and the wages only take from the treasury. And the reason for that is so that you're not just randomly losing your gold. That you're okay, I'm going to get to 60,000 so I can buy these items. All of a sudden it's just draining it, and you're can't figure out. So your wages are paid from the treasury. You can do this via Johan or via the village map. There's just you hit add, drag, set an amount, hit add, it goes there. And they are just continuously drained from that. So it's not it doesn't really come in chunks. It's continuously going.
And do they unionize if you don't put enough money in there, or?
Not in Rayclast, no.
No worker protection in Rayclast.
All of a sudden you might find you're collaborating with those pirates and with those bandits, and arranging. You're arranging them to come in and kidnap people more often, and you had that abandon option we saw because those workers were
nice.
No, they don't. It's all very much a we're all achieving the same goal, I guess, on the same team. But they just want their money. That's fine.
Yes, the children yearn for the
Yes.
mines. So I cracked up when I saw the map running teams auto simulating map thing.
Yeah.
So do they actually simulate running the map? Do they like actually run the map for you and get the things out of it you would get out of it?
We've tried very hard to make it feel like the case. However, of course, like, you know, you don't simulate actually every single monster dying. It's too much expensive, right?
Extrapolated
But you
simulation. Got it.
effectively take like, here's what you'd have, and then you have, you know, I mean, here's the question: do you trust the workers to pick up the right items? Because like, what if like
How good are their
what if
loot
it's like
filters?
you like get back your items and you're like, damn it, I know you left a mage blood on the ground. I just know you did. But yeah, anyway, you're not going to think about that, obviously. I mean, you can if you want, but yes,
will.
you do get it back. So if you
Keep me
send
awake.
them to, I can't remember which maps. We've shuffled all the div cards around, so I'm not sure which maps drop what.
Now
But
we
whatever,
can too.
whatever one drops mage blood, if you put that base type in, you the mage blood card, you will get that card out. That is the way to get that. Of course, generally people like running that themselves. So
And you were telling me that like if it's a Hydra map, they'll bring a Hydra fragment back for you.
yep, if you put in a Hydra map and they clear it successfully, it's worth noting they have a percentage amount of clear. And you can get that as high as you possibly can, but sometimes they get through like 50% of it and die because you put the map in as too hard.
Yeah,
You'll
are they
get 50%
are they
of
burning
the
6
items.
portals halfway through a Hydra map?
Yeah. Some of the, if you're not sending elite people, yeah, they're kind of bad.
There's different quality
Yeah.
of map runners just as there
Or,
is in Path of Exile players.
if you're sending your miners into the mapping, they don't know what to do. They're just like, I've tried mining the monsters and I
Dying on
failed.
the first pack.
Yeah, but yeah, they'll bring that back. You chuck in a map with 5 delirium orbs, they'll probably all die. But if they don't, they'll bring you back some splinters and some delirium
Yeah,
rewards.
so what's like the most sketch, like juiced up map that they can run here if you get the best of the best?
I mean, the same as the player, right? A fully a prop corrupted T17 with, you know, whatever else is bloody on it. I mean, or 16.
right.
I mean, they'll probably they might get. Sometimes you actually. Like it's not mistake proof. You can put it in, and it can be like they have a 1% chance of 1% of the map will be
Good
cleared.
luck, guys.
And you put it in, and you see the timer count down like 2 seconds, and then they fail, and you're like, oh, they just
6
died.
portals gone in 2 seconds.
They just died to the first monster.
Damn, that's almost as bad as me.
So yeah, you don't want to do that. But I mean, you technically can. You can just send them to die. Now they don't. In that case, they don't actually permanently die. That can happen. And you actually can lose the worker.
Oh, wow.
There is a sync on that, so you are constantly trying to find more, but it doesn't happen that often. And again, it is mostly avoidable by playing a little bit more safe instead of just sending them to their demise all the time.
This whole thing blows my mind. I just love the idea that we can just have like a bunch of plebs now to farm our fragments for it, so we can focus on bossing, like kings, while they do the peasant work in fields. Crazy. How did you like resist the temptation to not go super hard on this and like let us gear them and make parties and change their loot filters?
You know, like early on, there was all sorts of
dude,
there was
that
all
would
sorts
be
of stuff
cool.
like that we were talking about. Like you know, it was like we were going like full mercenary system with all sorts of stuff for a while, but it was too much and it was too complicated. So
dude, imagine you could gear them.
Yeah, like the whole auto running maps thing was certainly something we were very keen on very early in the league.
So you know, this massive expansion.
Yeah.
This is actually the downscoped version.
I'm getting that sense.
We certainly had mercenaries as in the first concept, and it was like you can send your mercenaries either on the ships or to the maps, and you can gear them up, and you can give them skills, and they have specializations. It's like
it was just too much. Like it was too
out
much
of control.
management, too much like
I want that.
not good.
So
Different
cool.
Different league's problem now.
But yeah, that does kind of sound like another league that I want, though. I'm not gonna lie. I like this auto exile thing.
Right.
Exile team manager, kind of like a sports manager game. Yeah. Awesome. Maybe for the future.
Maybe.
All right. So yeah, that
that's
features list,
cool,
that video just
man.
kept going.
If you have them running maps for you, fucking be able to build them out.
Take on bench crafting, but as enchantments.
Sounds
these
like
rune
heist all
words, are
over, and
they
you hate
all
gearing
known
heist.
recipes, or is there
No,
some,
but
like,
this would be
discovery
like you're
process
building other
So you
exiles,
start
right?
with a
Like
few
that's what they
available.
should do.
So there are different runes, different names. So there's like a sun
It should be
rune,
like you
life
could
rune,
hire a
power runes, all
marauder
these different names.
and then build a fucking juggernaut,
you
whatever.
start, I believe, you start
Give
with
him the
all
skills,
all the
give
ones
him all
that
the
require
thing, give him
only
all the
sun
gear,
runes.
put in his
And
points.
then once you get a
Send him
life
to run
rune, you
maps
can
for
take
you.
it to Danig, and he's like, oh, now I can learn all of the things that require life rune.
Oh,
and then
he's
so
doing
on.
the hard work.
So yeah, I mean,
Nice.
the Kalgurans are the ones who know how to do it. You're just
Yeah,
bringing them
good.
the resources for it. So you eventually work your way up to the very most
Or
powerful
maybe let
ones.
it,
and
you
get
create the
things
character,
like
right?
Saw
Like
there
your
was the
character,
fire
and you
Mjolnir,
set that to run
which you can put on
the maps.
one hand or two hand
And you
axe.
play another
What
one.
we've done is with a lot of the
Stuff like
basic
that, that would be
outcomes, you can
fucking
apply that
cool.
to any weapon. But with a lot of the very
If you do that, you
specialized
never
ones,
have
you
a
can only
rotor.
apply it to
I mean,
one
if you're
type of
sending in
class.
parties, maybe
So
having
the
a tank
idea
is a
there
good
isn't
idea.
that like every build is just now doing the Doomfletch Prism on any weapon, the one that we saw on the live stream. It's like, no, that specifically goes on two-handed maces. And then I think the Fire Mjolnir one that was there goes on, I think it's one-handed axes.
Fire Mjolnir?
And each thing goes on specifically one weapon. And it allows you to do is so we've taken like an interesting bow unique mechanic, and now you can put it on like some dagger or something like that.
New builds. Cool.
Yeah, and they get pretty powerful as far as like, I think there's one that is like 100 you can 100% reduce duration of like soul gain prevention for socketed gems on daggers, and like there's reckon every 20 seconds or something you get haunted by a different torment spirit, and I think there's like a rotating shrine buff one, so it's like every X seconds you're getting a new shrine buff on you, and not a lesser shrine, by the way, and sometimes including divine shrine as well. So you can just be like, I'm just going to sit here until I'm immortal, and then I'll do the
Tier
boss.
17 weapon strategy.
But those all require the highest tier rune, which we expect to be very, very expensive.
So
Yeah,
are
there's
these
some-
something that you can trade, the runes, between players?
Yeah, 100%, 100%. Yeah. Yes, they all come, primarily all come from shipping.
Yep.
Which you can do pretty early in the game, but I suspect late game. And then they are considered a like additional bonus from shipping, where it's like, if you trade to the Kalgurans, they'll send you that back, and the more you send them, the more runes they'll send you, because they're like, thanks for doing business with us.
Yeah. Do you know what they're sending you back when you send them a shipment, or is it kind of just like...
No, we've intentionally been quite vague with that, just
Yeah.
so people can figure it out. Now, it isn't. It is. There's some determinism, and then some that's just influenced. So, like, I can say, for example, generally crops are giving you back currency, and there's some general influence. But we want people to figure that out and experiment and make up their mind as to what they think is the best combinations to send
certain
to different
locations,
ports.
certain resources are going to give certain rewards back that players.
That's
can
kind of
earn.
cool.
And there are bonuses on the port. So, like, you I think in the numbers there it's set 100. So at any given time, it's like they'll pay double for wheat. Or I'll pay, and then once you fill that order,
Cool.
So after you've sent 10,000 wheat, they might be like, all right, now we're going to pay triple for the next 500 verisium you send us, and stuff like that. So you are changing your shipments to different ports based on those bonuses. And then, like, for example, the item for disenchanting, just a random slight pivot here, but the item you get from disenchanting, the thaumaturgic dust, that is a multiplier on your shipment value. So whatever you send, you then send dust. So if you send some amount of dust, it'll just double your shipment value. And so that one, so it's almost like a
key.
meta reward mechanic in that regard.
And that's from grinding up your gear in the gear grinder thing.
it's
That's
from-
also another feature
yes.
that was in there.
And yep, you get a lot more dust for destroy. So just to add some value to some 1 Chaos T0 uniques, disenchant them, because they will give you the most. They will give you the most
so
dust.
rarity is the key there. So
Generally it's like better items give you more. So 6 mods, higher 10 modifiers, and then rarity higher.
you guys like
rarity
adding
uniques and
sneaky new
whatnot.
item sinks, don't you? I like that, yeah. Trying to get those 1C items to 2C.
I mean, it just it turns garbage items into good items is the idea, or into
into
more
dust.
tickets at good items. Well, yeah, but the point being, the dust is the ticket at better items. You know, yeah.
Gotcha. Awesome. So another
good idea.
recombination returns from Sentinel. It was mentioned that it's not going to be as strong as it was. It was obviously one of the strongest crafting mechanics we had outside of maybe Necropolis and that. In what ways is it weaker now?
There's 2 things that have mostly changed about it. One is, and not that I can even specifically remember exactly how it all worked, but there was all this like chance to mutate stuff that was going on with it. That's all gone. It just combines the items and that's what it
Straightforward
does.
the items together. So is there like the unique extra mechanic like modifiers that can randomly appear? Is that gone?
No, those are gone.
All right.
And so it is just merged 2 items together. The other thing that I like about doing it this way, as opposed to having it gated behind a currency item, is that you can actually engage with it earlier in the game. Now, I know that's going to be pretty unorthodox for most existing players, but it's still something you can choose to now engage with because the gold cost is based on the item level of the item input, and so you can have it be very, very cheap early and more expensive later. And so it just opens it up to more players instead of just being this thing that you're only ever going to use on the best of the best of the best.
Fun, yeah, that's good. I like that scalability that you can use it early.
Cool. Or even like early maps, it's not going to feel super punishing, and like you can do things like that if you want to, of course.
Well, it's a good mechanic for that, but something that wasn't really accessible.
Yes, correct. Yeah, for sure. But yeah, and I know Sentinel was added. They don't drop recombinators now because it's done through this mean. So despite Sentinel being
just
there,
a thing that you can randomly find in in maps to get more loot, and
just
have a
more
spicier
juicing.
Gameplay. Yeah, and you've done a bit of that too. So in addition to the new campaign stuff, making the campaign more interesting, just with this random little encounters, you've got more stuff just appearing in maps as well. So Wildwood and Sentinel as well.
Yep. Why not?
Yeah, why not, eh?
More juice.
Love it.
It's fun. I like the idea of just the random encounters. Like, they're not on the Atlas tree right now. That doesn't mean they never will be. But I like the fact that there's a handful of things that are just randomly spawning. And so you're doing your rotation, and that throws a little bit of a spanner in the works, and only in a positive element, right? It's not like it takes anything
especially
away.
for things like that are effectively just, this will give you more loot and currency and stuff. So like Wildwood and Sentinel, they're just about like giving you a big boost to Magic Find. So you might not necessarily want those to be something that players can have active all of the time, but rather as like a cool bonus that randomly appears to make your map spicy.
That is the other benefit, because it is random and not something that you can just have guaranteed.
It's not
they can be stronger.
Yeah.
They can be more impactful as a result. Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
Otherwise, they have to match the exact power of every other league or thing you can invest onto the Atlas tree.
Cool. So there was the mention of those like 3 bosses that can disrupt your shipping and all that sort of stuff. When they take something hostage, is just talking about like this gameplay. What is that gameplay like? Are you going into like random fights, or is it always a boss fight that you're going into when you?
It's always a boss fight.
Yep.
Your Atlas runners will always be taken by the Bandit Lord. Your shipment will always be commandeered by the Admiral, whatever his name is, I forgot. Internal name by Pirate Boss. They get named and I don't remember them all the time. And then the one you find in the world is always the same one as well. And then the you pretty much just go, it'll notify you, and then you go back to the town, to King's March, and the NPC will just be like, here's a portal, go there, kill this person, or don't. If you don't want to. Like if you feel like you're going to fail, you shouldn't go and do it, right? And you can bring your party members, but you can only enter it once. Like once you die, you cannot re-enter. So one shot only.
Okay,
Not
let's take a little
6
bit of a
portals,
turn now.
only one.
Looking backwards at Necropolis and reflecting on some of the changes that happened in it. First, the overall endgame overhaul, such as the removal of sextants and the massive scarab rework. How do you just feel about that overall, both of you first? How that went to the endgame overhaul?
I do think overall good, but it's very easy for that to get, looked at from a perspective of a few things that are bad and then looking at it badly. Like there are certainly some things that were imperfect.
That's all your defensive
making some
layers
measures
gone.
to change that. But I do think overall the shake-up was pretty healthy. And when I talk about
go
the
to
bad
one
things,
shot
I'm talking
land then.
like the T17 maps being too hard, right? And that kind of it overshadows a lot of what's good about it because there's these few things that aren't right. And then I'm also talking like, okay, we removed Wandering Path, great, and then we added Back to Basics, which is also gone now, by the way, just to clarify, which wasn't mentioned there. Like Back to Basics was even more unhealthy than Wandering Path, or equally unhealthy, depending. But both of them not good, not achieving the philosophy we want. So we didn't, because of that, and because Back to Basics became the meta, it ended up like not even evolving that much. And so I'm hoping with this now set of changes, but all of that ultimately comes about with, because what's going to happen is when you are releasing content on this scale, and I am certainly a risk taker, I like to push the boundaries and all that, you are going to have these things happen. it is borderline impossible for us to test everything, and that's where you see a lot of the reactionary patches that we did early in the league to try and fix and improve everything.
That definitely was something that was really hard, just for the team as well. And like it's also very hard just decision making about, is this something that should be fixed or is it not? It was pretty rough at the start there, and I think that is something we're trying to improve this time around by looking more at the extremes and like really zeroing in. So there's definitely a mandate to QA now of like, okay, we need to really work out like what is the actual maximum possible thing for this, and like what is the difficulty of what that results in. Is it okay? Like is the difficulty versus reward correct for what the players can do here? This kind of thing, and it's something obviously that we should have been like thinking more about before, and like it's something that we're really making sure this time we'll try and do better. But it's tough because like even thinking about what the most extreme case is can be really hard. Like so many things took us by surprise in terms of like particular combinations of things. Like there's so many just ways to combine stuff, and like from so much content from the past as well, that like it's hard to find. Like the fact that there were people finding new ways to abuse stuff even weeks after the it came out just sort of shows you that like there's just it was kind of nuts.
New ways to abuse stuff. I like
that. When I first came in, it was like, how does 150 uniques from a single boss sound to you? I'm like, that sounds crazy. What are you talking about?
So I guess we'll talk about some of the things that were happening that people weren't aware of. So there was a Reddit thread, and so I can't remember how far into the league, that was pretty much like, what the heck has happened to the prices of T0 uniques? Yeah. And you had like Defiance of Destiny at like 4C. It was like actual craziness. And upon looking at this, and oh no, none of this was anyone abusing or exploiting anything.
Not a bug or anything, yeah.
In fact, I think, mate, did we tell you the value of how many unique items were dropping in some of these things?
I
told him.
I was going to ask you to guess, but we were getting over 100,000 unique items in some instances, and I'm not even talking in a map. In a single map, and I'm not talking I'm not talking a 6-man group. I'm talking solo players who are able to achieve this, and this is where a lot of those things, so for example, the Shaper Touched rarity, there were just so many layers of multipliers that if used correctly altogether, but you ended up with less than 100 people on the entire realm acquiring over 99% of all T0 uniques. And so we have gone and looked at all that and been like, okay, with this, that is highly compromising the economy and the integrity of the economy. And and we fixed some of this last league, but we are doing more of it this time to make sure that your average and above average player isn't like having the economy ruined as their experience, but we're just really, really controlling that like high top end. And I'm talking like most people would never have known this was happening. They would have just been like, where are all these uniques coming from?
It's not a bug. It's just the math of
it's just
correct.
Exactly. There's technically legal stuff, and like there's always a question with stuff like that, because generally speaking, we have the policy of no mid-act nerfs, and yet there were certain cases, and that was really tough the last league, just because we did do some changes to certain mechanics, which we wouldn't normally do because it was just so ridiculous. Like there was stuff going on there that just was not okay.
I saw a screenshot of like one of the monsters that would be part of this, and it was like, it had a list of modifiers that was the entire screen, right?
Right. We were talking yesterday about whether or not we need a way to collapse the display of the number of essences underneath something's life bar, and it's like, where are we at? Which, by the way, it's still there, so it's like a thing that you can still do. But yeah, it's and I'm not talking like we're getting rid of all the uniques. Like that's what I'm saying. I'm asking you, is 150 all right? And you're like, that sounds excessive, and I'm like, well, it's like, several hundred times less than what it was. But it's still top off-screen, bottom off-screen of unique items just everywhere. And that's just like a single monster. You get the whole rares in the area. So we want it to be extreme. Like, don't get me wrong, but it shouldn't be that the entire economy is ruined by, 100 people who aren't, or a few people even, who aren't even abusing anything or exploiting anything or doing anything illegitimate. Like, and the problem is, that's where we got into that state where it was like, all right, do we have to nerf X, A, B, C, and D as we kind of discovering and figuring out these strategies? And it's like, let alone the fact that this stuff absolutely rams the performance of the instances, right? Like, I don't know if people saw it when those meat sacks were dying and you'd get like 6-second lag spikes while it's generating the unique items. And so yeah, anyway, a lot of it is, it's much more controlled now. We've actually assessed exactly where all that was coming from. We've taken a lot of caution to not nerf the average above average even further than that.
A normal player should not see any change.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, and I loved how gloves off it's feeling with your ridiculous changes
more water.
to the end game here. Like, it feels like you've really opened up over this past couple of leagues to
100%.
change stuff pretty wildly.
Again,
And
I
it's
go
obviously
back
causing
to
it
that.
stuff, but
Go back to that philosophy of like, if we can do stuff to make things better, we do it. And it's just the unfortunate reality is that, and I'm ultimately the one pushing most people to do this for PoE1, and the unfortunate reality is it comes with risks, and as a result, failures, of which are 100% on me, like without question. And that's why, again, like straight after the patches, it's like full hands on deck trying to make sure everything is as good as possible. And then we get into a little bit of that difficulty of thinking some people want the game to stay as it is, regardless of the state, and a lot of people want it to keep changing. And we get into this kind of like, which side of this fence do we fall on? And we have to really evaluate each change and do it. But look, ideally, the changes wouldn't be necessary. But when you're changing this much, doing patches this massive, this quickly, some of it is inevitable. I would hate to, I personally, and you could convince me, you could, or not convince me, you could tell me I'm wrong about this, you might be able to convince me. I would prefer that we do everything possible with the time allocated, as opposed to like, play it safe, do something, a small patch and give it there, and yeah, sure, it's safe, less will go wrong, but at the end of the day, there's way less to do, way less fun, way less changes, less to learn and evolve with, and it just feels like, I suspect at the end of the day it'll be way more boring, even though it might be more safe. So again, it's possible that I'm gone too far one direction, and we have pulled back a little bit here on some of that safety, but like I never want to get to the point where we're releasing something flat and stale just because it's safe. I want to always be making sure that we're doing everything to make things as fun and exciting and the best as possible for
I do like that he's
everyone,
open to breaking the game,
myself when I
essentially.
play the game.
Like taking
These
risks that
updates
might
feel
break the
way
game.
more
It makes
energetic.
for a lot
It's-
more fun.
I think it's refreshing, I think, for a lot of us who've been playing for 10 years at this point.
Right.
It's pretty cool stuff. So on the tier 17 maps, they were intended to be like a gateway to Uber bosses, but they ended up being harder and more restrictive than that actual content, and we had Uber boss viable builds, really struggling with that actual content. So how are you kind of changing things with that, or are you happy with it, where that's at?
I mean, the ultimate numerical change to T17 monsters is that they have it's approximately 55% less life, so they have less than half the life they had before and 30% less damage, which seems extreme. And I will just note that was like actually not intended.
Yeah, an interesting story about that.
Yeah, it's kind of unfortunate that two different designers did the life change to T17 without realizing the other person had already done it.
That's so funny.
So that was kind of like an unintended side effect. But it's like when you come down to, so why the hell are these monsters so damn tough? And then we're like, oh crap, there's someone, there were two people who made this change independent of each other.
We have counted that on the bosses to some
You just
degree.
need to know
so
if you
they
can
are,
get perfect
not
Dark
just like an
Marionettes.
absolute
I don't
joke
know what
now.
Dark Marionettes is. I'm
But,
guessing it's one of the
just
new
monsters
minion corpses.
themselves, which
Because that's when you wrote
it.
it.
Did compound with back to basics and the mod scaling, like the thing. Once you have like 400% increased area of effect on the monsters, it's kind of like, okay, this is like getting a little, on the bosses I should say, it's like this is getting a little bit out of hand. Like, how can I dodge this mechanic that is larger than the arena? You could argue they're signing themselves up for it, but then it's like you want that for the rest of the map, which then means the bosses are pretty much like impossible. Strong word to use because everything's always
Wildwood
possible with
cars?
enough, build ruckus going
then
on.
you
But anyway,
can, right?
it wasn't right. Like these things weren't right. So hopefully with
They're
back to
gonna be
basics
there, right?
removed and the changes to T17s implicitly, it should be more approachable to more players. Less you have to play like a subset of 10, 12 builds.
I mean, you
in order
can't
to
buy them
achieve
from the guy.
Like it should be way more
because
open.
he's not there.
Obviously with all the melee builds as
But
well.
the monsters are there.
That should be a hell of a lot more viable this time. So I would expect a lot more players to, be enjoying those as opposed to, because again, we're solving the item quantity thing where it's like we want to open up more builds and make you feel less like you have to play certain things. So then T17's being that hard resulted in the exact same thing. These are not intentional things. When you get to Uber Pinnacle, it's all right for the number of builds to reduce drastically because it's like you want to be a boss killer at that point, or that's fine. But when we're just talking about the top tier of maps, it's not
They have
okay to
tiers
have
and
it
you
be
need
so
perfect
constrained
ones
there.
to
So
exist.
just mistakes were made, honestly, and they hopefully are now fixed.
Yeah. So
They're not just a
main
regular
design
mob
of the
that
modifiers
spawns.
on these maps is these build bricking modifiers, ones that are just basically not doable for certain builds or thereabouts. Why is this the method that you went with for these modifiers?
I personally just think it is important that you actually are investing in rolling your map and finding the maps that you can do, or choosing how you can overcome the modifiers. And I know that's probably not a popular opinion. I very much understand that a lot of people are just like, I can go, and that's all I want to do. But I think especially with the upper tier like that and the extra layer of rewards that they're giving, I think you should have to invest more currency into it and more thought into it, or be like, oh, this is a real good map.
I
It's
do
got,
agree
like,
with
some
him on
specific
the
reward modifiers.
Well, no,
you
I don't
want,
agree with
but
them.
there's this one
I
bad
do
thing I'm going to have to deal
like
with,
the
and
old
then you
thing.
actually
All can go, all
commit
can
to
go.
dealing
I don't
with
want
it.
to sit and roll maps.
It again hopefully adds more ebbs and flows to the process, as opposed to it again just being like out go and run, and that can be quite where some people like that, and that's okay. You can still obviously do that with 16s. I do like these things having an impact on your build, just
the
not
Warlock
to
dude sold,
either
and
one,
he's
it should
gone.
be avoidable, and or not
Did
to the
it show the
extent it was
corpse in its
before.
season?
And again, investing into them, rolling
I don't
them.
remember
it's
what they
certainly
said
not something I'd
about
want
the
to stray
corpses
away
where you
from.
could acquire
I
them
actually
from.
consider it a success when you have to re-roll your maps. Again, probably a controversial take, but I think it is a much better thing getting an actual... Like, it feels more like an actual game mechanic as opposed to like, well, at the point it's just out and go, and alks are worth so little. Why you just drop them rare, and like, why are you even engaging with the currency on maps?
That sounds pretty
Why
cool.
have mods if the mods
I
don't
am 100% going to try and do some melee. I don't know if it's going to be
Take like some
bleed.
consideration to
If Gladiator's
how
just been
many
reworked,
chaos,
that
for
sounds like a
example,
good
you expect
idea,
someone
right?
to put into a map
I don't know
to
if I want to
produce
do
mods that
bleeds. I don't know if I want to
on
do like
average
slams. I don't know if I
viable
want to
for
do
their build that
strikes.
they're
Like, I'm not sure, but I'm definitely going to
we
do some melee
yes.
stuff.
So I mean, what?
It also seems like melee might
not in the
actually
context of the
benefit
build
from
here, but like for example,
skill
we were like,
gem
okay,
levels
we want
now.
to make T17s able to be easier. Like, should we reduce it back
So
to
you'll
4
get
to
some
6
scaling.
modifiers?
Yep.
But then you just
Whereas
the
it was
argument, the
useless
reason
before,
why
right?
we never did that just this
So all
league
of those
is because
plus 2 to whatever
well, now it's
skills,
even more chaos. You
now
have to
melee is
invest to
actually
get
gonna
6
scale off the
modifiers
charts from
because
that
the
as
right
well.
answer is probably
Probably,
to
or
run 6
seemingly.
modifiers because it gives the best rewards. And so it's like, well, that's
So I'm
just
definitely
going
gonna try
to
melee.
massively increase the amount of chaos
sure.
orbing someone has to do on those maps.
Whether or not
so
it's the best way
let's
to go,
not
I
do
don't
it
know.
that way. Let's find a different way to do it. So we're definitely considering how many you're having to. From a like hyper build specific, it's like if I'm playing this exact specific build, how many chaos on average do I need to avoid it? No, not like hyper specific, but in terms of like broad mechanics, we do
Weapon quality
generally
change is
try
also a
and
big melee
consider
buff.
that.
See,
Yeah,
I don't know
imagine
enough
taking,
about
like,
the
a range
game.
of builds and saying, on average, it's going to take about 10, 20 rerolls.
I don't know enough about the
produce a
game
map you wanna
to
run
assess
on
how
this
big that
character.
is. Captain
But,
Noob was
my
telling me
hope
it'll
is
be
that
like
some
he
people at
thinks it's going to be
least,
10, 15%.
look at it and go, okay, if I just change this
But
one thing, then I can still run
If it's
it.
10, 15% plus
You know, so it's not always
whatever
just
is
like
happening with melee
re-
buffs,
I know this is probably the preferred strategy. In fact, I'll do it
prepare to be
myself probably
underwhelmed. You
most of the
think
time.
so, Captain Noob?
You just avoid anything that's going to be cause any friction to your character. But like,
Hasn't
there
one
are
of the
probably
biggest
a good
problems
chunk of
being that they
players who are
don't
just
scale
like, I
scale
will
with
deal with this bit of friction by
haven't
either
the lot
slowing
of
down a little bit
the
or changing
the
something.
problem been
or
that they don't
subbing something
scale with
out or,
gem level,
you know,
and they will now.
and it's good for those players to be able to do that.
So
because
that
then
when you get
technically
like
they're having
plus
to invest
12
less
to
currency,
your spell,
whether or
that
not
plus
it's worth
12
the
is
payoff,
also going to scale
it's up to
melee
them
out
really
his
to
ass.
decide that. But
You want the mods to matter, and
Don't you
I
think
get
that's
that,
gonna
and
bridge a
these
lot of the
certainly
gap
do matter,
already?
But how do you feel about it versus modifiers that do things like, say, this modifier adds these certain sorts of packs of monsters to the map that are very difficult, but also increasing the reward and making the map more interesting by making it more different, as opposed to something like, your energy shield is turned off.
The problem you have with things that are implicitly adding direct rewards beyond certain other things is obviously the issue of the fact that you now feel like you have to roll for them. And you saw
like
this with the
area
shaper.
is a maze.
Yeah, and with the shaper touch modifier earlier this league before it was changed, all of a sudden and now all of a sudden you're spending more currency on the maps than you were avoiding the builds, because now you are not only having to get a specific rewarding outcome, you're having to dodge the build things as well. And so it was even more. And as we've removed some mods this league, like I know the barrels was one of them where people were going for the barrels, and it's a couple we've removed a few of those, like,
You still think melee isn't even
currency
near
into this. I
competitive?
would actually expect the amount of chaos you're sinking into these is
How
less
come?
this league.
What is it
because
lacking?
we've removed those.
Is it uptime?
but we have
Because
kept
bleed
some.
might
But like we've also
deal
then
with
made
that,
them
right?
rarer, so you're like less likely. But then if you, which I know you could say is counterintuitive to invest in currency.
There
'cause
was
now you have to
also
invest more if you
something
have to
where
get them,
you
but
gain
there
more
is a point
damage
beyond where you're now no longer
for the amount of
expecting to
time
get
that
it,
you've
and
been
thus
close
you
to
are just
whatever.
like, okay, getting it as a surprise as opposed
Damage
to
number might
when
be
it's kind
alright,
of
but
within
damage is
reach.
never the
You'll
issue.
just sink currency until it's there.
So it's uptime.
But I actually do like
And
the
the
fact
defensive
that,
of being
like,
there.
I honestly, I liked the days back when you would roll for a lot of the maze and then you'd exalt the maps and stuff like that. That stuff was I found
like
that
as
quite
well.
enjoyable.
But that 100% more damage per second
it's just
also
kind of
works
like
for
the game
ranged,
is a
right?
bit different than how it used
So
to
that's
be,
just
but,
power
For
creep
sure.
or
So
whatever,
yeah,
right?
we're not
Like,
obviously going in that path anymore.
I don't know what it came from,
but,
where it came from.
There's still a little bit of it there. The mods still
Was it
matter.
a glad
reward
thing,
mods
or
can
was
be
it
bad,
a thing you could
but
get
it's
for
good
everybody?
to also have them. There's like
I
a
don't
little bit
remember
of
where that
friction
was
there,
from. I
which
just
is
remember
hard to get
seeing it.
perfectly right. And then in the same sense, yeah. I mean, some of them are probably. There are some other small balance changes around T17s, like those bloody Revenant packs are like out of control. All of a sudden the corpses exploding that you can't even see. Like we did all of this like telegraphing improvements to detonate dead, and then like missed
Lacerate
Revenants.
was always chill to play.
So all of a sudden now you're just dead to this invisible corpse
You
explosion.
don't need to be close to your enemies.
There's a few other fine-tuned balance around some of the T17 stuff to make it feel less terrible, and I think it's pretty good. I'm not gonna
Generally
say it's
speaking,
perfect,
I
but I'm
don't much
hoping that
like
it's gonna
bleed.
feel a lot better.
Should tier 17s be one of
But
the most profitable things to farm?
Maybe some. If Bone Shatter is still busted,
yes.
then maybe
I
some.
mean, what is the
If you
argument
can turn,
for no?
isn't bleed just
You know,
based
like
on the
discussion.
physical
I don't
damage?
mean
you
from
do?
you. I
So
just mean
shouldn't you
in
be able to do
general.
some pretty decent
people
Bone
are-
Shatter bleed?
You know, concerned about whether that's the thing that should be happening or not.
The question
Well,
is
should
Bone Shatter going to be good
T16s
with
before
one
that?
handed?
And you could argue, well, okay, T17s you have to trade for, and that's the real difference.
I agree with that, Captain
is
Noob.
that
You
if
have to actually
wanted
be
to
up and
run
hit
them
it
permanently,
for
you
it
have
to be
trade for them.
melee.
But generally, the economy sorts itself out there to some degree. It's just that it adds that extra layer of annoyance. But then also, if T17s were self-sustaining, then it was kind of like what differentiates them from 16s at that point. It's just back to what you were doing with 16s, except
I mean, for
it's
clearing
now
for
purple
sure,
with harder
spells
modifiers,
or
and
like
you could argue that's
maybe
better or
to an
worse.
extent
Except I really
AoE
like
slams,
the idea of that. You know, when you are just generally
but
playing, and
mostly
not
spells
engaging
because they're
with,
generally
you know,
quicker.
the trade
It's
to
nicer
that
to
level,
play.
you're doing.
I'm
16s
more
with the
concerned about
occasional
boss
popping
killing.
into 17s here and there. I do think that is generally better. But I can see why it can be annoying for someone who's like, I have to trade for these because I don't want to run anything but them. But that kind of can always be argued to be the case for almost everything.
I mean, in some ways, T17s are like are the map scarcity that like the map system used to have long ago at lower levels. It's like you've got this one tier that kind of has that sort of like
Boss killing shouldn't be a problem with 100% more damage.
If you're without trade,
yes,
to
you're not
able
going to be
just
after
run it
100
again
seconds.
for T17 specifically.
Bro, I'm going to be
that's
honest.
Kind of also comes down to that.
Some
same
of the
thing with
builds
the
that I've
mods,
been
it's like the
playing,
reason you're caring about re-rolling.
You could
on
fucking
T17s
quadruple
is
my
because of the
damage and
fact
it
that
still
you
wouldn't be
don't
enough.
necessarily they're not just growing on trees. That's why you've got a bit of a different philosophy there with the mods that they have on as well.
I know this stuff is like pretty. It's going to be pretty polarizing between people as to what's right there, but like it is very important to us that the ebbs and flows remain, and you don't just end up with this flat, boring grind at the very top end like that. Like it should be evoking difficulty, and it shouldn't just feel, completely just. It gets further away from a game and more towards just a kind of AFKable / and I don't mean actually AFKable, but something where you're not really investing much emotion into and thought into, and it doesn't feel like you're playing at that point. It just feels like you're just going along with it. So I think it's very important to have the different spikes and things come and go, and to have friction and all of those things. And I think without any of that, you'd find stuff would get very boring very quickly.
Just very quickly, how do you feel about the betrayal changes, like the change to the Veiled Chaos and the simplification of it as well? It feels like now it's mostly people just kind of spamming Katarina with maybe some consideration to getting some like div card stacks or something like that, but you're not really doing as much of the engaging with the board now, I think.
Betrayal is in a very bad state, for sure. I am not happy with it. It was on the list of 325's thing. I know, despite the fact we have so much, there was more. We didn't get round to doing it. It's currently slated for 326. I'm very much hoping we can do it then. The main thing I want to divorce is so I actually just want there to be.
You'll wait for POBs. You check yourself.
There is
Gut
one
feeling
safe
says
house,
melee still
and
got
that,
hot garbage. I mean,
and
all
so
of the
all
skills
four
got
connect to
buffed
one
by
thing.
75% or more, right? Like that's what they
How do
said.
I explain this? It's like effectively
So-
Katarina isn't
So
tied
they should
to
at least be doing decent damage, right?
the safe house. Like
Also,
you can do
endurance
your safe
charges?
house, and that will give you a ticket to Katarina. And
I don't
so you
know,
just
I'm not
have one
sure.
safe house that has the whole board on it,
I'm gonna play it. I
and
think
you earn intelligence for it.
right
and
now,
the
idea
people
is
still have
something
their,
melee with
reward
endurance
association,
charges.
and then doing that gives you a
Because the elemental
itemized
damage
version of
reduction,
Katarina you can
as
run
well
separately.
as max
But
rest
the
being
main
more
thing is you're not
available,
linking
sounds
the
like you're gonna
board
be
to Katarina's,
cruising.
because there's always been this
Then you
friction
just
of
need to
do
sort the physical
I
shit.
min max my Katarina outputs, or do I, do my interesting board layout? And you're just at the point where
Balance.
it's like, screw all that. I just want as much mastermind intelligence as possible. So I'm not going to interact with anything on the board really, except for whatever might min-max that. And so, yeah, I want to divorce those two things so that you don't have that conflict, because we have never been able to get that balance, and I don't even know if that's possible. You're always either going to want to never run Katarina because it destroys your board state, or you'll always run Katarina because the Veiled Orb. And so I want to, divorce those two things such that one doesn't destroy the other. Because it hasn't been right the whole time. So, and I think that will just be a much, much better if we do that. And then Katarina is just there as a thing you can do. You do the boss fight and you can trade for it. You can buy the tickets to it if you want. Or, and then you can do all the board interaction, separately. You'll still have I want to min-max my safe house running to get tickets to Katarina, but what we can do is have a correlation of the chance of getting it, or the number of the tickets you get to Katarina correlate to the state of the board somehow. But at least I don't ever want it to be like I'm not going to fight Katarina because I don't want to reset the board. I don't think those two frictions should ever occur. It hasn't been right, honestly, since we released it, to be honest.
All right,
So.
let's let him cook, hey? Let's let him cook. So we should talk just a little bit about Necropolis itself. I know you're pretty excited for the mechanic. I was too, 'cause I love a good, thick crafting league. And it certainly ended up very powerful, but ultimately the crafting mechanic, not that popular.
You
I
very
think,
much doubt
due
raw
to the
damage is going to
friction
help
of
melee a
engaging
lot.
with it,
All
the
it does is
corpses,
allowing you to invest elsewhere,
managing
which is
all of
great, don't get me
that.
wrong.
But how do you feel about Necropolis in hindsight now?
Yeah, definitely that part is, well, we kind of knew going in that it was
Here's
more on
the
the
thing.
complicated side.
Melee needs
for
to
sure.
do more damage than range, and it needs to be
Some
tankier than
things
range.
just kind of, it's not necessarily a problem for something to be a little bit more
That's
complicated
just a
like
fact.
that. But
Otherwise, it's not
it probably went a little bit too far. That being said, it was pretty damn powerful, especially after our changes we made very early into the league.
It has to do
in
more
terms of
damage. It
getting,
has
like,
to be
full
tankier.
T1 modded items. Probably went a little bit too far, to be honest. But yeah, that being said, understood. It was a bit too computer sciencey, I like to call it, in terms of lots of figuring out, what to do, and kind of uncertainty to the point where it overwhelmed a lot of people. And that's where you see, even recombinating and runesmithing coming back way more simple, straightforward. Some things are just very clean cut. Some things are a little bit more complicated, and different users appeal to both. Would I have changed it now knowing that? I mean, I would have had the balance initially go out correct at the start, but I would
Name
say
locking?
there's still a place for things like for it. It's
I don't know
update
what that
was
is.
certainly very solid for it, making it a lot
It's
a lot better.
simplified a bunch of stuff down with it as well. I'd probably have gone a bit further with the simplification if I'd had to redo it with some of it. Some of those meta mods and some of the more crazy things a little bit,
For me, though, it wasn't about so much how much complicated it was, and it was more about the just getting so many corpses, trading for so many corpses, right?
Sure. Yes, fewer, more impactful ones would have been a lot better. Yeah, you ended up getting a lot. That's partly due to the Atlas Tree passives, which was a mistake. Straight up, goodbye, they're gone.
Yeah.
If it was to redo,
Experiment. Done.
100% experiment. They're no longer there. Everyone saw that as an Atlas Tree tax.
Yeah.
Yep, it was. You could have argued making them way weaker would have mitigated that.
But then
Whatever.
why?
The original intention of it was like, okay, we want these keystones because it allows people to change behavior. And I think if we are to see that again, we would have that. We'd have introduce ways for people to change the behavior, but not invest into the increases and more corpses and all of that, because it felt mandatory. And it often will when you have the league in every single area. And so, yeah, that was a pretty big contributor towards this problem.
felt like the opposite of what we were talking about with gold, where gold allows you to turn like user experience friction into gameplay friction. It was the opposite, where it was all user experience friction, because it was about trading with a ton of non-responding people for corpses.
Yep. Well, yep, sure.
40 times per craft.
We also obviously made a lot of changes to that early as well in the league, but still, it was like, you know, I remember Ziz messaged me at one point and it's just like, oh my god, the amount of quad tabs I need to hold all these corpses, and I'm just like feeling real sad about it. It's not like, you know, that was the intention by any means. So yeah, I didn't quite hit the mark for sure.
Just lessons learned.
Lessons learned for sure. Yeah.
All right. Cool. The All Flames had a bit more mixed positive and negative. Like, it was definitely a very cool added layer of map customization.
The
But
targeting shit is annoying, but
definitely the concern we had
if you're
going
slam
into
skill,
it.
it's fine.
And,
If you're
it also
strike
added just
skill
that
and you're
extra layer
doing
of
maps, you
work
can
that
use
have
that
to do before you can start
ancestral
playing, which
whatever
has a fair
that
bit
spawns
of.
some clones.
And
That makes it also fine.
For sure. And again, we again with the, I mean, the league being like, you know, something you do have to generally engage with before doing
I'm not
areas. It's again that kind
like
of
for
X
bosses,
factor
it's fine as
that
well
makes
because
a
the
league
bosses generally
different. It
big.
makes it feel different. But at the end of the day, probably was a little bit too much annoyance to have to do this thing every single area. But it's certainly we try these things out here and there. Some people probably thoroughly enjoyed engaging with that stuff, of course. And I mean, end of the day, leagues are never going to really be for everyone. They're always going to have some amount of people who aren't really into it. But look, we tried something new. We always do like to try something new when it comes to these leagues, and a lot of people did enjoy various elements of it. Some of it doesn't hit. That's all right. Like,
No, but I don't think they're changing
right?
those
Like,
things,
that's
right?
part of it.
I
And this is a
totally
lesson learned
get
every
your
single
point.
league,
For
right?
me,
there are always elements of
that
leagues
makes it
don't
fine, and
work.
I can
There
deal
are
with
elements
it.
we learn from.
So
there are
that's why
elements
I'm
we
okay
don't
with
repeat.
playing melee.
And then we take often what we can do is take the stuff that is good, that is fun, and find a way to integrate it into the game later. And now the core game experience is overall better as a result of us, like, you know, learning from all the stuff.
Right now, I'm
Keep the
thinking
experiments
90,
going. Keep
trying to
going
get to
wild with
90
it.
all res.
We're going to
oh,
go
sorry,
rapid
90 max
fire now
res
so people can get their
with
30,000 patch notes.
however many endurance charges I can stack up
soon here.
and see how we go from there.
We had
Hopefully getting something that takes
finally
physical into
the much
elementals. They
awaited
said that would be
massive
more
melee
scars.
changes. What was the big thing?
That's my
that was
idea right now, at least.
led to you guys pulling the trigger on this issue.
And then we'll see what if it's evasion or if it's
ultimately
armor
the
or if what
community,
it is.
people
That
wanted
we'll
it.
get to. Probably
that's-
armor
What was, like, the
because
key
of the side
change
of the
that you
tree
kinda
I'll probably
needed?
be at.
Maybe to get
Ed and
figured out.
Chestcraft are probably
the
gone.
one that I remember us walking through was there was kind of the like
You
we made
reckon?
a document of like, okay, what are the things that a melee build currently mandatorily needs to know to do in order to become to
melee.
be viable? And effectively, we had all these multipliers, and if you didn't know to do them, then you just
Yeah,
sucked.
just bad. Yeah.
And so effectively, we needed to do something about that to make it so that, like, you know, just hit things is like a more viable path.
Yes. Just hit
I
things.
think this is really looking at that, and so that hence why you have the removal of melee totems and so on. Honestly, even I was kind of shocked that Mark was like, let's just straight up remove them. I know we talked for a little bit about like maybe there's some way to make it so that, like, you know, you don't, the builds that use them aren't the same as melee builds or something. But in the end, it was just like, you know what, we'll go clean slate, and we'll try to make sure, you know, let's just get rid of any of these barriers. And I think that was probably the right choice.
I just want you to hit things with your weapon, or monsters or the ground, with your weapon, and things die, and you're not having don't get me wrong. I want there to be secondary axes of skills that are often skill involved. You do have to use them. I don't just want it to be that you have 1 6-link and every single other gem slot is empty. Like, it should be that there are these other axes, but I also want you to be able to choose whether or not which ones you use, which ones you invest into the tree. Whereas a lot of what was happening before is, something is often either too powerful that you feel like you have to use it, and all of a sudden now every single build is using this exact same thing, and every single build feels so similar. Whereas really the way that should ideally work is something is much weaker initially, and you have to invest into the passive tree and stuff like that to make it good enough. But it means that different characters will have different secondary specializations, and you'll find a lot of these, like something like tinctures, something like retaliation skills, they're going to be quite polarizing. People are going to love them or hate them, and that's okay. That's good. And it means that you get these differences in builds where you are actually speccing into and using these secondary things. But the one other main thing is I really want it to be less unique item-driven mandatory things, right? I don't want uniques to suck, don't get me wrong. I just want it to be that it's like, in order to do X, Y, and Z, I must be using this, and now I'm considered viable by the game's standards. You know,
like build checklist thing that we.
Yeah. It's gone a little bit too far, and so we're bringing a lot of these mechanics to the forefront on the passive tree, because that is one way place, and of course by having more. Like, considering when you got this league, you're going to have runesmithing.
Didn't they also
you've
make
got
rage multiplicative
quality
damage?
Changes applies to unique. You've got the new modifiers on rare items. You've got like, we haven't buffed the life on every unique. We've buffed it on counts. That's it, right? So all uniques proportionally just got worse to rare items.
Oh,
quite
shit.
intentionally, so that, you know, rare item, and it's not, you know, it's not just hiding behind all these things you got to learn and wiki and do all of that. So it should be that you can get further without having to have extreme specialized knowledge, especially with melee this time round. And on top of that, like, bringing a lot of these hidden mechanics that were like hard to figure out way more to the foreground.
Do you reckon
so
what about lightning
just more
coil
obvious
and
you
flame
can figure them out,
coil,
and
whatever
also
it
just
is?
hit things
Cloak?
and they die, and not feel
Because
so,
they're physical
like,
to elemental, right?
Okay, I'm hitting things and they're not dying, but now I do this thing and combine this and this and this and this and this, and now things get hit and die. But that is still there, and that will allow you to go even further and even more efficiently, and thus get more items and more power, of course, right? We're not dumbing things down. The intention is just to make it that, like, if you aren't doing all of these things, you're not just absolute garbage, you know?
Well, playing devil's advocate a little bit, the new banners, is that kind of just melee totems again?
I mean,
Yes.
not in this. Okay, they're not as powerful implicitly. They are. It depends on what you want to call it. You can look at the totems from a perspective of, yes, the busy work side of things, of I'm having to do this thing every so often, sure. But it's also not like, if you don't use them, it's not like you're bad, right? You can get damage from so many places. Only one of the banners is giving damage. It's giving a lot less damage. In order to make banners really good, you have to spec into a lot of them onto the tree. They are still kind of good. I do expect a lot of melee characters still to be using them.
Fuck.
And I do like the idea that there is, you know, skill involved as to thinking, when should I use them?
They're not an always up thing like the totems were, which is the biggest issue with them.
Unless you invest into them, in which case, so one of the passives that was shown is that banner effects linger for X seconds. They automatically pick up when you exit the radius, so you can place them down and then just sprint, and then you get the effect for seconds, and then you can place it again. And sure, yeah, it might end up being like on rotation, it's being used for some builds, and on others they're being way more tactical with it, waiting, like doing it during a breach and during this, but on regular monster to monster clearing they're not. Kind of want it to be, I feel like you have a lot more agency with banners, and yeah. The other thing, of course, being getting rid of, like, I mean, even like Berserk, we're getting rid of a lot of the extreme high power mandatory things, that if you were a player who didn't know about it, all of a sudden you're not, you know, considered viable. And the one other thing we've done there, I know we said rapid fire, but don't worry, it's part of the question.
People can wait.
We've made sure to we've got spreadsheets out the wazoo of, like, experience per hour testing. We've got, like, you know, time testing. We've got, like, our one of the people probably see him takes ages, always on the ladder, freaking winning things here and there. He has been sitting there running, literally doing races, technically with every single class, for the last 3 months, probably straight. Every single waking minute, he is playing a different character, writing down times to kill Brutus, time to kill this, time to get to this, time to do this, XP per hours everywhere, what variables make the most difference. And we've taken all of that data and gone and been like, all right, these are the outliers on the bottom, these are the outliers on the top. Let's, like, find out where the thing should sit. And generally, it's now meant to be, if you are a character with a melee character, and let's say you've got 70th percentile gear, and there's a caster next to you that has 70th percentile gear, if you can maintain, a melee character is generally meant to be stronger and more efficient at that point, of course, but it is easier to take damage and harder to maintain damage uptime as a result. So if you can overcome those two axes, a melee character with equivalent gear should be better than any other character.
On a better player, in a better player's hands.
Yes, and then a better player can obviously seize that even better and take that even further.
That's fascinating. Wow. So we've got, like, new item bases going into much higher level maps and stuff like that as well. What kind of led to that change there? Just making rares matter again?
Making rares matter again is one thing, but also it's again adding that very obvious way to keep
Captain
getting
Noob, what about
upgrades throughout endgame.
Valpack now being
Like
leeches
honestly,
instant,
given how
like
long
all of
endgame
it,
takes and how
but only
much of
for
an integral
melee.
part of it is, like the amount of base types introduced there, like sure we had steel.
Don't you reckon
ones
that's
and
gonna
two-tone boots, but they didn't
have
really
an
make a
impact?
huge difference.
Yeah.
So we're just adding more here. It is more clear. Like if you are struggling in yellow maps, you have something you can try
Sounds
and get
pretty
now
good.
to make that easier for yourself. If you're struggling in red maps, you have these obvious things that are like, this will be an upgrade for me. Let me actually try and do it. Obviously, just on the defensive axis for now, so you can maybe focus a little bit more of your passives into damage, along with all the new defensive tools. But
But
yes,
about for a
primarily
moment,
it
it
is
could be
like,
great.
you know, a more obvious, here's a way that you can upgrade your character.
It sounds
And
like
of
a
course, for
fairly
high-end
simple
players, it's a
way
new
to
thing to
solve
strive
your
for to push their
regen.
character
Well,
further
regen.
than ever before. I wouldn't say this specific direct goal is like get rid of unique items. That is just a happy,
But obviously, you need
happy
to have
side effect
uptime,
of
right? You obviously you need to be
rare items mattering more once again.
All right.
bonking.
We'll wrap up pretty much there. We've got lots of new leagues coming back this time. Is there any other ones you're looking forward to? I know people have been asking about the Trial of the Ancients as well, whether that sort of stuff's coming back.
Trial of the Ancestors, probably
Usually you're either
not,
100%
maybe for
HP or
I
0%
don't know.
within
You
a
never know
single
with these things. If
frame.
you had asked me Sentinel, I would have said no.
Yeah.
And now
fair
it is. So you
I
never
mean,
know with these things. Honestly.
depending on
I'd
how you
say
build,
there's
yeah,
no
sure.
current plans, but
Okay.
who knows? Things change every week around here.
Guys, this was a massive Q&A.
Yeah, but in that context, nothing does anything other than actual DR, right? Like
there'll be an FAQ news post wrapping up some of the
I guess
questions
movement
from this,
speed.
but also ones that we didn't get a chance to get around to. So you guys will be able to answer some of them there
Awesome.
and read some of those later. But thanks so much, Jonathan.
Thank you.
very much. tonight.
Thank
Great to
you,
have
and
you.
good luck to everyone
Thanks,
reading those patch
Yeah,
notes.
good luck.
It'll take a while.
you have to have pretty good mitigation to benefit from
We
VP.
considered doing
Yeah,
audiobook
probably.
versions of them in the past, but I'm not going to be sitting there. I would have
That's
to
what
be reading
streamers
that.
are
Yeah.
for.
Yeah,
Pick your
yeah,
favorite streamer. Remind them to drink lots of water and enjoy, folks. But that's it for now. I'm Ziggy. Thanks for watching, folks. See you later.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Is it time for patch notes? No. Probably, right? Is this the one? Yes, it is. You'll read them tomorrow while you sip coffee? That makes sense. I'm reading them now. Alright. Challenge leagues are a great opportunity for a fresh start. Is this just the economy of the characters? This is just all the regular shit, right? This is about the trade stuff. We don't need to look at that, I guess. New content and featured. Let's do that one. Added a new strength skill gem, Crushing Fist. Retaliate against a blocked hit by slamming a huge armored fist into the ground in front of you. Right. So whenever you get block tap, and then whenever you block, you can retaliate. Okay, interesting. Vengeful Cry. Retaliate against a savage hit with a war cry, taunting all nearby enemies to attack the user. The user and nearby allies gain a buff which grants rage and prevent rage from being lost. Nope. What do you mean nope? You guarantee that thing has a CD? Well, yeah, but they said also that you could spec into retaliation and lower the CD to make it stuff. And whenever PoE says you can lower the CD, that usually means that you can get it to be permanent, right? Like always available. Oh, you need to press the button, right? That maybe it won't be, but by the sound of it, you'd be able to reduce the cooldown significantly and get to use it more often, I think. And a savage hit, what was that? That was a large percent of your HP. How much was it? It's just a big hit, right? But I don't remember exactly how big. It seems kind of weird that you take a massive hit and then you do a war cry to taunt everybody to attack you. Is it 25%? Okay. And then you get rage and prevent rage from being lost. That seems like an odd retaliation to do from a savage hit. But yeah, that's just thematic, I guess. Support gem, overexertion. Supports melee attack skills which can be exerted, causing them to deal more damage for each warcry exerting them. Cannot modify the skill of minion. Wait, how does that work? How does that work? Because you have a four-link or whatever, and you throw 3 war cries in that exerts, and then you need 2 war cries in that exerts, and then that the thing, and then the skill you want exerted, and then it'll do 2x Warcry for the support gem. That sounds clunky as fuck. Maybe. So you basically want the 6 gem with 4 war cries in it and a skill and then exertion to get the most out of this? And it has to be melee attack skills. It can't be spells. Strength, Dex, skill gem, eviscerate, retaliate against a blocked hit. Again, block. With an arcing slash that releases 2 waves of force. Enemies in front of you can be hit by both waves, requires sword, axe, and shield. Okay. So again, block build. I guess cooldown makes or break this. Like, what would be the point of using Crushing Fist or Eviscerate if you can make it your main damage that you use often? Added a new strength, dexterity, skill gem, sword storm, retaliate against a blocked hit. Again, block. With a hail of blades that rain down in front of you. Okay. New strength, dex, support gem, expert retaliation. Supports retaliation skill, causing them to have more cooldown recovery rate and become usable for longer. Wait, usable for longer. Does that mean you have the buff longer that you can use it? Or does that mean that you can spam them while you have the buff and then afterwards the cooldown happens? I'd assume the first. New dex skill, dex strength, glacial shield swipe. Again, block. Is it all blocks? Retaliate against a blocked hit with a sweep of your shield, unleashing a wave of ice and a cone in front of you. Now this seems like it could be a supportive skill. The others seem like damaging. This seems like it could be supportive. Rupture supports attack skill. Critical strike, which inflict bleeding with supportive skills, now also inflict rupture. I don't remember what rupture is. Critical strike. Rupture is noble of a dead eye. It causes a critical strike with inflict bleeding. So each cause affected enemies to take more damage from bleeding while also making bleeding expire faster on them. Okay. Intelligence strength. Divine retribution. Surge of divine power causing multiple waves of lightning blast to expand outward from the target location. The skill cannot be triggered or used by totems, perhaps a mine. Again, block. And now it's like an AoE. Oh, that was the lightning thing they talked about. Okay. Arsenal of Vengeance Keystone passive. to the southwest of the duel is starting. Damaging retaliation skills become usable after every 6th hit from enemies instead. So instead of blocking, you get hit 6 times, then you can use it. That sounds terrible. That sounds horrible. Added 60 new armor base item types. Jesus. The following uniques have been added to the quadruple: Gratis Signet Nivalis Inheritance, the Hand of Fresia, and Varusa's Ambition. Those are the Necropolis ones. Did they not add the they didn't add the gem, did they? I don't think they did. 50 new uniques, 5 divination cards. Maven's Chisel. Enhancing currency. Enhancing divination cards. Enhancing item rarity. Improves the quality of a map. Enhancing pack size. Okay. Enhancing scarabs. Prismatic oil, which can be used to anoint special passive trees, not on the passive skill tree otherwise. Where do you find these then? 3 Grandmasters to and replace 2. Oh, okay. Added icons to monster health bars to display whether or not they are armored. Added icons to monster health bars to display whether or not they're armored. We've also taken the opportunity to examine the armor of different monsters types to make sure they're appropriate. Okay. Creating a solo self-found character no longer requires you to have previously freed the Scion on your account. I ran into that problem. Added a slot for stacked decks on the currency. Nice, bro. Thank you. Add a number of new small improvements to prices to the campaign. Melee totem skills removal. Let's go. Jesus. Totem skills removed. Decide on this rather than simply removing the passive buffs in order to make sure the melee builds are not orange around set and forget gameplay, and to allow dealing damage yourself with melee skills to be buffed to appropriately rewarding levels. To compensate, we have buffed the damage from almost every single melee skill, as the majority of this damage growth comes from gem levels. We have also made them cost more mana as they level, but it's nothing like the mana cost on spell. Blah blah blah. The following gems have been removed and are no longer offered as quest for Ancestral Projector, Ancestral Warchief. Well, yeah. Players who have purchased the Iron Maiden or Void Ancestral Warchief microtransaction skills effects will have these removed shortly after the launch, and the points spent on these microtransactions will be returned to your account. Oh, that's nice. Existing versions of the Forbidden Shaco and Replica Dragonflight unique items. Any of these removed gems will now provide another gem. Existing versions of the Forbidden Shaco and Replica Dragonflight unique. Okay. The Dawnstrider unique boots no longer provide 100% increased effect of buffs to your ancestor totems. Grant while active. Buffs from active ancestor linger for 4 seconds, or maximum 1 buff. It now has socketed slam gems, are supported by a level 25 Earthbreaker, and provides Ancestral Bond. These changes affect existing version of the item. Now also has a 3 to 5% damage from hits is taken from your nearest totem's life before you, though this change does not affect existing versions of the item. This unique is now the only source of Earthbreaker. Earthbreaker. Support slam skills, calling them to summon an ancestor totem that uses the skill for you while you're near it. Huh. I feel like... Couldn't they have kept that in? Like, take away being near it grants you increased area of effect for melee skills, and just make this sort of a damage thing. Because, I mean, you should still allow people to make totem builds, right? The problem is if every melee build has to have a totem. But I guess maybe this one is just... Maybe this one just means you have to have it no matter what. Okay. The buffs from active Ancestors, Totem Linger, Totem Passive Skill Master has been removed. The large wheel of Totem Passive Duelist Starting has been removed. Panopticon Notable Passive Skill has been removed. Ironwood Notable has been moved to a second notable in the Shamanistic Fury Totem Cluster. Okay, Ironwood no longer provides armor per summoned totems or totems gain elemental resistance. It now provides 40% increased totem life, 40% increased additional physical damage reduction. Okay. Surveillance notable passive skill has its own cluster. Southeast. Some cluster along the bottom of the passive skill tree have been shifted slightly to account for these changes. The Ancestral Guidance cluster dual passive skill no longer provides of your ancestor totem grants while active. It's now that totems regenerate. Okay. Small totem life. I don't really care about totems. Banner rework. Let's look at this shit that I'm not really looking forward to dealing with. Banners have been reworked. Instead of having a reservation cost, they are now free. However, they don't grant a permanent buff. Banners now need to be placed for the effects to be active. However, once placed, they are far more powerful than before. They also automatically deactivate once you leave the area. Additionally, there are new ways to prolong the effects and more ways to invest in them than ever before. A new Bannerman and Renowned Deeds cluster have been added to the southeast of the duelist starting location. Bannerman no longer grants 15% increased effect of non-curse auras from skills on enemies or placed banners. Also grants attack speed to you. It now grants banner buffs linger on you for 3 seconds after you leave the area, and banner skills have 20% increased duration. Renowned Deeds grants 30 to maximum valor. Is valor what you need to get for the banners? A new rallying icon cluster has been added. Starting rallying icon causes banner skills to have increased area of effect. Aura effect, sorry, not area of effect. Aura effect causes banners to also grant elemental resistance to you and allies. 5%. A new Defiant Stand cluster has been added to the south of the Marauder starting location. Defiant Stand causes you to gain 3 endurance charges and 3 frenzy charges when you consume maximum valor to place a banner. Okay. Do you gain valor from killing enemy? Or do you gain it from doing damage? A new Awe and Terror cluster has been added to the southwest of the Marauder starting location. Awe and Terror provides banners banners also cause killed enemies to have 20% chance to explode, dealing 1/10 of their life as physical damage and 20% increased area of effect. New set of banner passive masteries. Banners also maim enemies. There are damage buffs to maim, right? You put your banner down, then they're maimed. Gain 5 valor when you war cry if able. Remove a random ailment on you when you consume at least 10 valor to place a banner. Recover 3% of life per 5 valor consumed to place a banner. Banners also cause enemies to take 8% increased damage. That sounds fucking massive. Yoink. I guess we're going banner boy. Fuck. Rage has been made more fundamental and discoverable. Rage now grants 1% more attack damage per rage gained to a maximum of 30, but no longer inherently grants attack speed or movement speed. That's sad. You lose 10 rage every 1 second if you have not been hit or gained range in the last 2 seconds. Previously 1 rage every 0.5 seconds. That is very quickly you run out of rage, huh? Many sources of rage now generate rage much more quickly. There's now a shared cooldown preventing you from generating rage on hit from more than 1 hit every 0.5 seconds. So it'll take you 15 seconds to build up rage, and it'll take you fucking 3 seconds to lose it. A number of raid-related stats have had their wording updated to make it more clear that they scale with increased rage effect. Rage effect applies to the damage inherently rage effect applies to the damage inherently granted by rage. Another bonus granted per X rage if you have any bonuses while you're a certain amount of rage. Or other effects that refers to rage but do not cause rage to grant additional stats are not affected. The Berserker, Ascendancy, and Rage-related skill gems have received changes as a result. These are detailed in their respective sections below. Chainbreaker, Timeless Keystone passive, and the Calm Spirit unique gloves have been updated to state that rage regeneration stats do not delay the inherent loss of rage. Their rage regeneration do not delay the inherent loss of rage. So essentially, they don't do fucking jack then, other than let you reach 30 faster, because they're not going to keep you from losing the rage, or... The Bear's Girdle unique belt no longer has 4 to 6 increased physical damage per 10 rage. This change affects assisting item. It now has plus 10 to maximum rage, previous plus 20. Oh, nerf. A divine orb can be used to obtain this value on existing items. Why would you want that though? Why would you want to use a unique or a divine? Did I misread this? 4 to 6 increased physical damage per 10 rage is gone. Nothing comes instead. And then it has 10 maximum rage where it previously had 20. Am I missing something? Why the if you have that one, why the fuck would you change it? The Calm's Primacy unique axe no longer has gain 1 rage on critical hit with attacks. They always state that, even if it's a massive nerf. Okay, fair. No more than once every 0.5 seconds. Instead, it now has gain 5 rage on melee hit. Well, that's massive, huh? The Ravenous passive unique helmet no longer has range grants cast speed instead of attack speed. This change affects existing item. It now has gained 7 to 10 range after spending a total of 200 mana. A divine orb can be used to make existing items worse. Here they Why didn't they say it up here? That sucks though, right? The Ravenous Passion unique helmet was that was a totally new helmet that allowed you to have rage casters. Now you can't, right? Now that's gone, right? Because it's attack damage. So no more cast speed. So they added a new archetype literally last patch, and they've already removed it. That sucks. That sucks. The Rigwell Savagery unique axe now has plus 10 to maximum rage while wielding a sword, previously 25. Existing items can be made worse. The Maltreatment axe implicit modifier is now gain 3 rage on melee hit, previous plus 10 to maximum rage. They're really going after the maximum rage, huh? They do not want you to be able to get giga more attack damage, huh? Dissipation axe implicit modifiers gain 4 rage on melee hit, previously plus 15 to maximum rage. Now gain 5. So I'm guessing these are the same axe, but this one's just a big dick version. A new battle trance clusters have been added to the northwest. Okay. Marauder starting location. Battle trance provide plus 10 maximum rage. Hey. I mean, this is 10% more damage, right? Those are big. A new vengeance cluster have been added to the southwest of Duelist. Southwest? No, that way. Southwest. Okay, close to the Marauder. Vengeance provides each raid also grants plus 1% increased armor and gain 3 rage when hit by an enemy. Huh. I don't know if that A new Savage Intensity cluster has been added to the south of the Marauder starting location. A new Savage Intensity cluster. Okay. Savage Intensity provides 20% reduced cost of attacks while you have at least 20 rage. And inherent loss of rage is 20% slower. Okay. So now instead of losing it in 3 seconds, you will lose it in 3.2 seconds. A new Veteran's Wrath cluster has been added to the southwest of the Marauder starting. Veteran's Wrath gain 2 rage on melee hit. Inherent rage loss starts 1 second later. Okay. That one seems like it might almost be mandatory. New set of rage passive masteries. 1% increased stun threshold. 1% increased movement speed per 5 rage. Let's go. Fucking 8% increased movement speed here. That's like a Caitlyn buff. 7 to maximum rage. Inherent loss of rage is 20% faster. I mean, so these cancel it out. So you take these two and it's the same. War cries grant 1 rage per 5 enemy power up to 5. Wasn't there something up here? No, that was Valor. Okay. 25% increased total maximum life recovery per second from leech while maximum rage. Nearby enemies are intimidated while you have rage? That sounds really good. That one sounds really good, right? Intimidated makes them take... Is it 10% more damage? Right? That sounds really good. Tinctures added to the core game. Tinctures have been added to the core game with adjusted mechanics. You can place a tincture in one of your belt slots instead of a flask. While the tincture is active, it grants you a powerful buff to melee attacks, but inflicts mana burn on you, draining your mana at an increasing rate the longer the tincture has been active. The tincture can be manually deactivated or will automatically deactivate when you run out of mana. You can inherently only have 1 tincture at a time. Tinctures also have a cooldown, so once you have deactivated, no tinctures can be activated for a time. Life Flask tinctures can be magic or unique, but not rare. NPCs in towns have tinctures available to purchase. Added new Blood-Soaked Blade keystone pad to the southeast of the duel. Starting Blood-Soaked Blade causes tinctures to inflict weeping wounds instead of mana burns. Draining your life instead of your mana. Oh, shit. And it'll keep going until it kills you? Yikers. A new Nature's Concoction cluster has been added to the south of Ranger starting location. Nature's Concoction provides flask adjacent to apply tincture. Gain 2 charges when you hit an enemy with a weapon, no more than once every second. So two charges a second for 2 flasks? That's pretty good, no? I do wish that tinctures would just be permanently on, because honestly this sounds like a ball ache to play with. Like it just sounds bad. And maybe it's just me, but like having things that you have to toggle on and on all the time in PoE, the way that works specifically, just sounds sucky, man. I don't know if it's just me, but the way PoE is built is very much like you just have permanent uptime on your power. Like that, it just feels like that's always what you want to do. You don't want to have these ebb and flow moments in power. That is much more like a Diablo thing or a WoW thing or something, whereas PoE doesn't really feel like that, but maybe I'm wrong. And these things, it's just like, oh, let me toggle my tincture on and off, on and off, on and off, on and off, on and off. Ugh. Don't like it. Goal in PoE is to build a 0-button build. Right. And then having to have this tincture bullshit, because it's not that right, where is it? This mana burn, right? Draining your mana at an increasing rate, right? So eventually you can't sustain it. Like, you can never just have it active. A new Nature's Concoction Cluster. Oh, wait, I did that one, right? This seems pretty good. But then you come with the ball ache of the tincture. But I thought it was only... Same goes for Banner or Warcries and all that garbage. Yes. Yes. I can... So, with Warcries, I can better see... Warcries are still a little bit annoying, but for some reason they're less egregious to me. I don't know why the tincture would be different. Maybe I think it's because I affiliate Warcries with defensives and I'm used to active defensives, whereas having tinctures, the way I remember tinctures is that they were very much build defining and made your build function. If they no longer do that, then it'll be less of a problem. If it is just press button for more damage, right, it's one thing. But if it is press because call to arms exist and automates Warcries, I guess maybe. But I wouldn't mind pressing a Warcry every couple seconds, right? Whereas I would fucking hate having to deal with uptime on tincture. But it might just be that tincture, if tincture is just you do a little bit more damage, then it's the same. But the tinctures I remember were very much build defining, so if you didn't have the tincture on, your build just didn't work. Alright. Perfected Formula Cluster provides 15% chance for tinctures to not inflict mana burn? Wait, how does that work? And cause tinctures applied to you have 10% reduced mana burn rate. So if you... This has to be every time it would tick. There's a chance it doesn't. It can't be 15% chance when you use the tincture for it to not do the thing. So you can 15% of the time have perma uptime. Because then you just stand there and press it until you hit that. There is no shot. This has to be, it has a chance to not do the damage. Practice Reapplication Cluster has been added. Provides 25% increased tincture cooldown recovery rate. Uh-huh. I thought tinctures were only usable for the new Warden class, but I guess not. A new colloidal mixture cluster has been added to the north. Tinctures applied to you at 15% increased effect and 15% increased effect if you've used a life flask recently. A new burst of energy cluster. Burst of energy is 15% mana when you activate a tincture. That's fucking... okay, useless. Tincture passives masteries. The first 6 stacks of mana burst applied to you have no effect. The first 6 stacks of mana... okay. 30% increased evasion rating while you have an active tincture. Okay. 1% increased flash charges gained per mana burn on you. How does that work with the first one? Flask adjacent to applied tincture... wait, flask adjacent to applied tinctures have 10% increased effect when used if you've hit an enemy with a weapon recently. Tinctures deactivate when you have 12 or more mana burn. Okay. Tinctures deactivate when you have 12 or more. How the fuck are they gonna... can they get multiple stacks of mana burn in one go? How the fuck does that work? It If it deactivates on 12, how is it going to deactivate on 13? Am I dumb? Okay, retaliation skills. We've added a number of I'm taking these off. I don't have anything in my headset anyways. We've added a number of retaliation skills. These are active skills required to meet a certain condition. You need to block something. Once you meet that condition, you can unleash devastating and attack your foes. Sorry you didn't listen. Here, tinctures deactivate when you have 12 or more mana burn. How does it go to or more? If it deactivates on 12, how the fuck is it ever going to be or more? How is it ever going to get to 13 if it deactivates on 12? I haven't seen anything that will give you more mana burn stacks. Okay, counterattack skills, Reckoning, Riposte, and Vengeance have been removed. Oh, counterattacking is gone, I guess. Existing Riposte skill gems are now Glacial Shield Swipe gems. Existing Reckoning skill gems are now Swordstone. Existing Vengeance skill are now Existing Vengeance skill are now Crushing Fist. Added a new Careful counterattack cluster to the west of the Templar starting location. 10% chance to block attack damage and spell damage if you've used, retaliation skill recently. You couldn't care less about tinctures even if you tried? Okay, well, I mean, it seems like it would be decent with this thing, right? You gain 2 charges, flask, gain 2 charges when you hit an enemy, right? So you'll have 2 flasks that you can have bigger uptime on. It's only 2 a second though, so I don't know how big that's going to be. But they do have an internal cooldown anyways, right? Of those when you get hit stuff. What was that? What's the point 2? Where were we? 10% chance to block if you retaliate lady. Crushing reply. Retaliation skills have 50% increased stun duration on enemies, and they fortify on melee hit. Okay. Revenge cluster causes retaliation skills to have 30% increased area of effect. Okay. A wheel to the southwest of the duelist. The first notable flow of battle retaliation skills to deal 30% increased damage. That's kind of easy. And provides gain 5 range on hit with retaliation. Okay. Cruel retort. Every 4th retaliation skill you use always critical strikes, and they have 20% increased speed. They have 20% increased speed. Is that meant to be attack speed, or is it travel speed, or what the fuck does that mean? Add a new prepared response cluster. Southwest duel is starting. Prepared response provides 25% chance when you use a retaliation skill for different retaliation skills to become usable. And retaliation skills become usable 30%. Okay, so potentially some... But what was it? It was only 25%. So the joggle dream, I guess, is kind of small. And would you really want to use 2 different retaliation skills? It seems kind of weird that you would want... Because they're all just damage. Like, why would you have... I struggle to see the reason to do retaliation skills. Unless there's something down here. Shield passive. Counterattacks to have 50% abilities has been replaced. New master that provides 30% chance to avoid being stunned while holding a shield. 30% chance to avoid being stunned while holding a shield? Okay. Retaliation passive mastery is 80% increased duration of ailments inflicted by retaliation skills. Okay. They debilitate enemies? What is it that debilitate does? I would assume slow. Deal 10% less damage. Yeah. So 10% less damage and 20% less movement speed. Okay, so now it's a defensive all of a sudden. But 3 seconds? If you're going to retaliate every 3 seconds, that's a lot of pressing button. And otherwise you don't have the uptime on it. 20% increased armor for each different retaliation skill you've used in the past 10 seconds. Huh. 10% chance for when you use a retaliation skill for different retaliation skills to become usable. So how does this work with this thing? 25% chance when you cause a retaliation skill for a different retaliation skill. Does that mean that every time you use one, it has a 35% chance? So does it mean you have a 25% chance and then a 10% chance? Is it 2 different ones or do they add up? 40% reduced cost. Okay. Added a 6th slot. Yeah, we know about that. So the Maven's Invitation, a non-Valdos tier 17, the 6th slot is unlocked when you complete the other encounter. That's a weird way of phrasing it. It should just be that the new slot is unlocked by completing Maven's Invitation, right? Because you're already completing one, you're already getting one by completing the tier 17, right? 16 above, you now have a chance to ask Mary Wildwoods. They don't have the they don't have the NPCs. They don't have the Nameless Seer down there or the King in the Mist. The King in the Mist is kind of sad. He should be there. I know you can meet this Nameless Seer elsewhere. I think both of them should be there. I know the other NPCs don't need to, but I guess I still feel like he should be there. Instead, you now have a chance to find the Nameless Seer lurking. I know that he's here, right? But why not also put him down there? Tier 16 and 17. This NPC will give you a sling unique item. You can pick him free. Yeah. You may offer to scry a map when you encounter him. Scrying a map allows you to swap the divination cards typically dropped in a specific map cannot be in multiple swaps. What? So this is how you like farm your mage plots now, right? You pick the 2 mage plots and put them in maps between each other. You favorite those 2 and you go run, right? Bam, 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 ping pong. We've done a big shuffle of which divination card can be found in each map, which means most map drop fewer divination cards than before, but don't worry, you can now see this information for yourself. That's so nice. That is super nice. You can also type the name of divination card in the highlight filter. Okay. Added a new fragment, an audience with the king, so we can face the king. Nice. Name Taker, Flawed Refuge, and the Trickster's Smile unique items are no longer part of the core drop pool and can instead drop from monsters in the Mary Wildwood. The Name Taker, the Flawed Refugee, and the Trickster's Smile. I don't know what those are. Does it matter? Do I care? It's... Critical strike chance. Leech's mana. Hit with this weapon has 10% critical strike multiplier per enemy power. 5% of leech from his. What is per enemy power? What the fuck does that mean? Is it like an elite killer? Are those called powers? Like a rare killer, I mean. Okay, where were we? Here. In maps tier 16 above, you now have a chance to discover Reflective Mist from Calandra. Could drop a ring or amulet with random enhance or inverted modifier values, or it could provide a Reflected Mist item which can be used on an existing ring to perform the same action. Okay. You may now stumble across sentinels in the ground near the start. They aren't items. Click on them times. Scarab, Chisel, and Horizon mobs now follow the same drop rules as maps, as they are consumed proportionally to endgame maps. They do not drop more with additional party members present, nor do they scale with bonuses to item quantity player. Not that you can get it anymore outside of standard leagues. The intention is to keep the number of these items dropping always proportional to the number of maps items. Okay. Monsters killed from all leagues and additional content can now drop maps. Okay. Okay, they were prevented. Fine. Scarab of Bisection. Nullify prefixes, nullify suffixes, crafting option on the map device. The Horn Scarab of Awakening no longer provides these crafting options. The Scarab of Bisection, which allows you to select a nullify prefix and nullify suffix. The Horn Scarab of Awakening. Okay, so it's just a new that does the same. Okay, it's called something different. The Beyond Scarab of Invasion now also causes rare monsters slain in the area to create additional Beyond portals. Okay. More density. Blight Scarab of Oils have been renamed Blight Scarab of Blightheart. It no longer provides Blight Oils found in area tier 1 higher. Instead, it causes Blight 1 blighted chest. Blight encounters in areas spawn more waves of enemies. Blight chest in area grow larger and more rewarding. Oh, that's nice. That one's cool. Delirium Scarab of Mania now also causes delirium area to increase 50%. I don't understand what that. I don't understand how the delirium mechanic works. It's just go in, kill, move fast forward. I don't understand more than that. The Divination Scarab has been renamed to Divination Scarab of the Cloister. It no longer provides divination cards. Instead, it now causes an area to contain 8 to 12 additional packs of Dodris Devoted, and cause Dodris Devoted to have 1% additional chance to drop a stacked deck. Huh. So that's mage plot farming gone down a bit, right? Divination Scarab of Curation. Divination Scarab of Plenty. 10% more divination cards found in the area per different favorite. More divination card drops in place with those in favorite. Instead, it causes up to 5 packs of magic monster area to drop additional divination cards. Okay. Divination card of completion, divination of pilfering, and no longer provide divination cards which drop an area of 20% of full stack. RIP. Provide divination cards which drop an area are stolen by the final map boss. Final map boss has increased toughness and deals increased damage the more divination cards they've stolen. And final map boss duplicates all stolen divination cards when defeated. Okay, so it's it's worse for the jackpot moments, but it's better overall, I guess. If you get a Maze Blood divination card, you're guaranteed to get 2, rather than you have a 20% chance, if you get one, for it to be a full Mage Blood. In that case, you would want the last, right? But I mean, I guess you'd deterministically get there faster. The Domination Scarab of Abnormality Apparition. It now causes an area to contain 2 additional aberration. Okay. Holy shit. Okay. All the scarabs. Teaching Evolution area contain additional evolving shrine instead of conscious shrine. I don't know what that is. Cartography Scarab renamed to Cartography Scarab Escalation. It provides 10% increased maps found in area for each map modifier instead of 5% increased. Oh wow! So 10% per map modifier instead of 50%. Huh. RIP. Ascension is risk. Area to have an additional random modifier instead of maps found in area or tier higher. So these two together, okay, noted. Cartography Scarab of Duplication is multitude. Area to contain 8 to 12 additional packs of difficult and rewarding monsters with 300% increased maps instead of causing maps found in area to have 30% chance to be duplicated. Okay. Discernment is now obelisks. It no longer has Harbingers to drop rare currency shard or drop a single type of currency shard. Instead, it causes Harbinger to spawn Empowered Obelisk, and Empowered Obelisk causes currency shards. Okay. Tradition now has all rare and unique monsters in the area have dropped items transformed by a reward modifier. Huh? All rare and unique monsters in the area have dropped items transformed by a reward modifier. I don't understand what that means. Okay. Mysterious Scarab is now Divinity. It no longer causes an area to have 40 to 60 additional cost for mysterious barrels. As an additional rare monster in the area will be Pantheon Touched, and apparitions spawned by Pantheon Touched deal 100% increased damage. Okay. Reliquary is Titanic. 100% increased unique item found no longer. Now it is unique monsters have 2% increased toughness, damage, rarity, and quantity of item drop per 1% increased pack size of area. Okay. Reliquary Scarab of Overlords is now Treasures. No longer causes a unique monster in an area to drop an additional unique item. It causes unique monsters to have 2 additional rewards and 30% increased toughness. Okay, so no longer guaranteed uniques, I guess. Scarab of Vision renamed Scarab of Legend, no longer contains the nameless seer, Ripper. Instead, cause a unique monster in the area to have 2 additional monster modifiers. So this one... No, wait, it's just the monsters. Okay. Ritual Scarab of Recognition. Ritual Scarab of Wisps. Unique enemy slain in the ritual altar. It provides ritual altars in area spawn a Wildwood Wisp. And Wildwood Wisp grant 50% increased tribute gain to nearby players. I don't know what that means. The fuck is tribute? The Scarab of Wisps now causes monster in area to have a chance to be empowered by 2,000. Okay. Sulfide Scarab of Fumes. Monsters affected by enraging fumes have increased 50% increased item quantity. Previously 500. Get nerfed, boy. Torment Scarab now causes an area to be haunted. 3 additional tormented spirits, previously 5. Has a 25% chance at free. Okay. Following scarabs can no longer be obtained. Yeah, whatever. We've also reviewed the limit for how many of each scarab can be used alongside a single map and have made adjustments where necessary. After socketing your first void stone on the answers, you can now hover over tier 14 and higher tier maps and view what tier 17 map can be dropped there. Also, you can farm the tier 17s that you want. Monsters in tier 17 now have less life, so 55% less life, and deal 30% less damage. I remember the numbers. Now fitting better into the progression between Pinnacle and Uber Pinnacle. I might actually be able to do it then, but is it only monsters or that's bosses as well? Because then I probably won't. Maybe I will in the next league, hopefully. Pray. Tier 17 maps are now modifiable only with Chaos Orbs, Val Orbs, or Chisels. They now drop with a random quality rather than always dropping with 20%, okay? Union of Souls map modifier can no longer roll on non-Valdos tier 17 maps. The Union of Souls map I don't know what that is. Exclusive tier 17 map modifiers now have increased item rarity to quantity ratios more in line with regular map modifiers. Oh, so they're nerfed or RIP? It's bedtime for me. Enjoy going through the remaining 75% of patch notes. You'll be catching up tomorrow morning when your brain might actually work. Yeah, good night, man. Sleep tight. Thanks for watching. Wait, where did I... Here, okay. It's tier 17 map modifier that causes an area to obtain additional cluster of a highly volatile sparrow has been removed. In place, we've added a new modifier that proves chance for rare monster to fracture on death. Double anointed amulets. Double anointed amulets can now drop in Blight Ravage maps. Those are gonna be good, right? Like, but you have to get lucky, I guess. Monsters in ultimatum encounters drop loot once again. Oh. Hordes in Abyssal Depth now drop more items. Some of the beasts from Ironhouse Memory of Harvest Beasts have been added to the core pool of bestiary monsters. You now also have a chance to encounter the Black Morrigan. Yana's Fortification Safe House reward is now Chest of Domination Scarab, but this doesn't apply to Ruthless. You now have a chance to find a Gloom Shrine. Divine Shrines are now rarer and have a duration of 20 seconds, previously 45. Oh shit. Big enough to immortality. Oh, they talked about this Volus puzzle so that you get more of them, but there's less of the rare ones. These are maps back, these are maps out. Map tiers and location have been shuffled through the pin location, blah blah blah. Some of the map bosses you are required to defeat to upgrade your pantheon have changed. Yeah. Crafting recipes. Yeah. Delirium. Yeah, they removed the 15 waves from Simulacrum. We've also added more opportunity to obtain specific unique items such as voices by defeating the bosses as you complete waves. Okay. Ritual corpses that you can use to raise spectre can now be found as a reward in Ritual. Oh, maybe you can get the things, corpse marionettes or whatever, demon, dark marionettes or whatever, death marionettes, whatever they're called. Maybe you can get them from Ritual now. These corps have been rebalanced to the appropriate for the core game compared to their debut in the Affliction League. Maybe not. Maybe you cannot get those. The lowest tier ritual bases cannot be found in maps, and the highest tier can only be found in maps with an area level of 83 or higher. Okay, the Archdemon Crown implicit modifier is -2 level socket support gems, +2 socket skill gems. Instead of socket skills, apply fire, cold, lightning, explosion, hit, and 10%. Okay. Brimstone Thread's implicit modifier is now 50% increased stun block recover, 20% increased stun, replacing 45% block attack. You take 20% of damage from blocked hits. The debilitating gauntlets have been renamed to the thwarting gauntlets. The implicit modifier is now 5 to 6 chance to block attack damage. You take 10% of damage from blocked hits. Let's replace the previous exerted attack, deals 40-50% increased damage. And Warcry skills have 2-second cooldown. The Dream Quest Slippers implicit modifier is now 10% reduced movement speed and 45 to 50% increased cooldown recovery rate of movement skill, previously 30 to 40. So a little buff. Okay. The Sinistral gloves have been renamed to Trap Setter Glove. They no longer provide 25% reduced attack damage with main hand and 40 to 50% increased attack damage with offhand as implicit modifier. Instead, they now provide 30% reduced cooldown recovery rate for throwing threats. Penitent Mask implicit modifier now provides +4 maximum cast resistance instead of 2 to 3 maximum fortification. Okay. I'm gonna skip the Atlas passive tree changes because I am not gonna get them, I don't think. Maybe I will. How much do we have? Holy shit, this is massive. Back to basic is removed. Unending Nightmare is delivering had double difficulty scaling with distant from mirror. Okay. Packed with energy. Exile. Now cause you to gain sulfide intoxication for each one suffering maps. Oh, so now instead of it being forever, it only lasts 60 seconds, and it was maybe nerfed? Maybe not. The Unrelenting Torment notable Atlas passive skill no longer provides 30% more quantity of item drop by possessed monsters. Okay, Pillage and Plunder now uses League rarity instead of its own multiple rarity. It now has 25% increased rarity when defeated. Previously 20% more. Oh, so that's enough. The 3 small Atlas passives in the Seance cluster and Seance. You might have 10% chance to be haunted by the Tormented Spirit. So 20% increased quantity. Okay. Small Atlas passive prior to artifact of well incursion in your map have 5% increased pack, 20% increased quantity. They're really taking the quantity away, huh? The 3 small Beyond Demon item quantity Atlas passives 20% increase to be Follows of Gore, Baydat and Katash. Providing 5% increased quantity of item drop. Yeah, okay. The Answered Appeals notable, grant 100% more tribute. Unique monster slain at ritual. In your map, grant 100% more tribute. Oh, is tribute the thing that you use to buy things in ritual? Okay. So, what, something that gave you more tribute up there. I don't remember what it was. Spores of Wind. Spores of the Wind have been replaced. Templar Ingenuity. Blight towers in your map can be blight towers in your maps can be salvaged after blight encounter. Higher tier towers grant better salvage reward, and salvage rewards are improved for each different tower type built during encounter. The small Atlas passive in the engine will no longer put map found at 1% contains blight encounter, and now has blight encounters in your map spawn has 6% more non-unique monsters. That's pretty good. Right. Yes. So you wanna build different tower types. That's kind of neat. The Distilled Fungus notable Atlas passive has been replaced with the new Fungal Horizon notable, which causes Blight chest in your map to have 60% more chance to contain blighted maps. After completing a blight encounter in your maps, grants all players Blight Reach. Chance for maps to drop as blighted maps. Instead, the 4 small Atlas passives in the cluster now provide blight chests in your maps have 10% more chance to contain blighted maps. Instead of blight bosses in your map have 25% chance. Okay. So more Blighted maps. Let's go. I like Blight. The predominantly notable Atlas Pass now cause Blight chest in your map to have 20% chance to be openable again, instead of 80% more chance to contain Blighted maps. Wow, that's pretty cool. 20% chance to get to open them again. Let's go. Blight spawn notable, no longer Blight chest in your map 10% to contain oil extractor or oils found in your map at 25% one tier higher. Instead, in upper right, Blight bosses in your maps have 10% chance to add an additional reward chest when defeated, and one line of Blight encounters in your map is guarded only by Blight bosses. What? That's cool. Holy shit. You can get so much shit. Okay. Monster increased item rarity and quantity. The way the quantity and rarity item drops from extra content has been changed. Generally, we have added item quantity or rarity bonus to a number of mechanics such as essences or delirium. On top of that, we've added drop back to some leagues where it wasn't present before, like ultimatum. In general, the philosophy here is you're killing monsters, you get loot, and if they're more difficult, you get more and better loot. A major change we have made alongside the above is that we have changed a lot of the quantity and rarity bonuses on monsters to prevent things multiplying out of control at the very top end. There were cases that were utilized by fewer than 100 players total in a league, and they were able to yield tens of thousands, in some cases hundreds of thousands of unique items dropping in every map, while not even playing in a party, and as such had monopoly on the unique item market. If you were wondering why many tier 0 uniques reduced so drastically in value during the Acropolis League, it was due to this. This wasn't them exploiting. It's just a maximum capacity of rewards. By us changing this, it severely limits the runaway cases without affecting the experience of average user or even above average users at all. Is very much still intended that you can push the rewards and difficulty of content feeling excessive without having to sacrifice. Okay. Player increased item quantity. Item quantity bonuses on all character items have been removed. I thought, no, though this will not affect the system items in standard leagues. Might find is intended. Yeah, so they're just going to go through all of these things where it's been removed. And you can no longer get item rarity on these things. Okay. The discerning taste now grants 12% increased. The discerning taste timeless jewel notable now grants 20% increased mana reservation efficiency of skills instead of 40% increased. Oh, okay, nice. Right, okay. Player balance. Corpses spawned by Desecrate and Corpse Walk skills now have flat 15% chance to match your specters rather than a 15% chance on top of being added to the main pool of corpse varieties it can be picked from. Spectral corpses are now unusable for most purposes and can only be used by minion skills such as Raise Spectre or Bone Offering. Wait. Corpses spawned by Desecrate and Corpse Walk have a flat 15% chance to match your specters rather than chance on top of being added to the main pool. So it's a nerf. These spectral corpses are now unusable for most purposes and can only be used by minion skills. So you can't detonate them, or? They can only spawn if you have the Raise Spectre skill. Okay. They spawn corpses are no longer very promoted for maps. Oh shit! Okay, so that's a nerf to Detonate Dead, I guess. Did they kill Detonate Dead? Endurance charge on players and minions no longer grant 4% elements resistance per endurance charge. They now instead grant 4% additional elemental damage reduction per endurance charge. What is now instant restored after 2 seconds was previously 4 seconds. Dual wielding now inherently grants 20% chance to block attack damage and 10% more attack speed, previously plus 15. Oh, nerf to dual wielding? Yikes. Skills that use the basic melee strike animation now have more consistent swing speeds rather than the first swing being slower than the second swing. Okay, that's nice. Player minions are no longer targetable by enemies while the player has the grace period buff. Okay. You can no longer be stunned while performing a Vol skill before the contact point has been reached. Okay. You cannot be stunned while performing the spell animation on Val's Smite, and you cannot be stunned while performing Val Breach. Skill gem changes. Right, here we go. Here comes the nerfs and the buffs. The Divine Blessing support has been removed. An existing version of it will be deleted upon logging in after the launch. Existing Forbidden Shaco items will have this support replaced with Rupture, while existing 100 loops will be replaced with Eternal Blessing. March of the Legion is unaffected by these changes and now the sole source of the support. Divine Blessing. Or is it just Divine Blessing? That's the one that gives you a free aura, right? Oh shit. You can no longer get an extra aura. I thought it was the other one actually. The one where you have it, but you can't have other ones that reserve mana. The following skills no longer have the physical tag: Blade Fury, Blade Fury of Incision, Cleave, Cleave of Rage, Cyclone, Cyclone of the Mold, Lancing Steel of Spraying Perfury. They no longer have physical? Why? Multi-strike support and Awaken multi-strike support now describe that they cannot support travel skills, rather than every travel skill stating they cannot be supported by multi-strike. They also now describe that they cannot support retaliation skills. Some attack skills that can be used ranged or melee have had their weapon requirements split between the base gem and their transfigured gem. The Frenzy skill gem now requires a bow or wand, while Frenzy of Onslaught requires a melee weapon or unarmed. The Elemental Hit skill gem now requires a melee weapon, while the Elemental Hit of the Spectrum still requires a bow or a wand. Puncture skill now requires a bow, while the new Punctures of Shanking Transfigured gem requires a dagger or a claw or a sword. The elemental arrows fired from prismatic blink or mirror arrow clones now correctly use skill damage conversion 100% from all. That means that with other sorts of non-skill conversions such as Unholy Might, the elemental arrows deal entirely 100% elemental damage instead of 50% elemental, 50% chaos damage, assuming using a physical bow and no other sources of flat added damage. Okay. Elemental arrows fired from prismatic blink or mirror arrow clones only deal damage of the chosen element. Absolution now has 180% effective added damage at gem level 1, scaling up to 200, gem level 20, previous 200 at all levels. Okay. Absolution of Inspiring is the same. Ancestral Cry no longer grants a buff. We give you bonus armor and melee range. Instead, the user and nearby allies gain a buff that grants elemental resistances. The buff grants 5% all elemental resistance per 5 power and 1% to all maximum elemental resistance per 10 power, and can count a maximum of 30 power. Now has a base duration of 2.5 seconds at gem level 1, previously 4, up to 3.4. Jesus, previously 4.9. Yeah, I'm not gonna play with that. That sounds ass. 3.4 seconds. Bro, you have to press that all the fucking time. No, thank you. Armageddon Brand now has 180% effectiveness, gem level 1, scaling up, blah, 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 same. Armageddon Brand of Recall, 270 effectiveness, 300 all. Armageddon Brand of Recall, Volatility is the same. It just scales up rather than stay at the same. Artillery Ballista now has a mana cost of 9, previously 7, scaling up to 13, previously 11. I guess it's the same for all the artillery ballistas. Bane now deals chaos damage, previously, oh, that's a buff. Up to, that's a big buff. Bane of Condemnation gets the same treatment. Barrage has a mana cost of 6 at gem level 1, previously 7, up to 10, previously 11. Massive buff. 1 mana. Barrage of Volley Fire, same. Battle Mage Cry no longer grants a buff which boosts critical strike chance and allows attacks to benefit from increased spell damage. Instead, The user and nearby allies gain a buff that boosts critical strike chance. The buff grants 0.5% to critical strike chance per 5 power and can count 25. Now base duration of... Wow. Dude, they took the cool thing away. Berserk no longer provides more damage with attacks, more attack speed, more movement speed, or less damage taken. It now provides 40% increased rage effect at gem level 1, 59 at gem level 20. It also no longer increases the size of your character. So 59% increased rage effect. So it increases the more damage you get. So if you have 30 stacks of rage, you get 30% more damage. And then you get 60% on top of that. So you're getting like 50% more damage from your rage. Okay. Blade Flurry no longer has added attack physical damage at all gem level. It now has 61 effectiveness of base and added damage at gem level 1. Scaling up to 111%. Previously 49. Now has a mana cost of 5 at gem level 1. Scaling up to... Okay. Blade Flurry of Indecision is the same, I guess. Oh, it only scales to 99 rather than 111. Blade Storm now has mana cost of 10 at gem level 1, scaling 14, previously 8 at all gem level. 159 effectiveness. Oh, big buff. 290. Big buff. Holy shit. Blade Storm of Uncertainty. I'm guessing it's getting roughly the same treatment. 189 to 125 up to 347. 180. Jesus. Blast Rain. Okay. Light. Chaos damage per second. Oh, that's big as well. Okay. Blight of Atrophy. The same, I guess. Blight of same, I guess. Oh, that's not as big. Okay. Bone Nova. Granted by the Ul Netol's Embrace unique axis. Oh, 150. Okay. Bone Shatter. Bone Shatter. Bone Shatter. Now has a mana cost of 9 at gem level 1. Scaling up to 12 at gem level 20. Previously 5. Okay. No longer has +2 meters to melee strike range. Okay. Now has 231 effective at base damage at gem level 1. Previously 200. Up to 338. They buffed Bone Shatter. I thought Bone Shatter was insane. They actually buffed it? Jesus. Oh, Jesus. Look at Bone Shatter of Carnage. 336 from 125. 620 from 275. Complex Trauma. All gem levels now deal 8% more damage per trauma, up to 200%. Previously had no cap. Oh. Now 231 effective the base added damage. Previously 200%. Scaling up to 338. Previously 250. It didn't have a cap before. But in order to go above 200... you'd have to have a lot of stacks. I'm not sure if that's a buff or a nerf. It's definitely a buff in the low end, but the question is if you get over the 200% and then keep going, because then it's a nerf there, right? Burning Arrow no longer has added fire damage to attacks against ignited enemies, all gem levels. It now has 280 effective, previously 200, scaling up to 420. Blaze it. They 100% did that for fun, didn't they? Burning Arrow 420. Probably no. This is just mana things. Call to Arms has been renamed to Auto Exertion. It now reserves 50% mana per supported warcry to cause those warcries to be repeatedly triggered. Auto Exertion support can now supply multiple warcries and no longer cause warcries to share cooldowns. It now grants supported skills plus or 19 increased cooldown recovery rate, previously reduced recovery rate, and now has supported warcries do not grant buffs or charges to your allies. Wait, Supported Warcries do not grant buffs or charges to you or allies. It also now cannot support retaliation skills. Quality now grants supported skills. Wait. Supported Warcries do not grant buffs to you or allies. The fuck's the point of it then? What? The fuck's the point of Warcries if I'm not getting buffs from them? Am I missing something? I don't get buffs or charges? The fuck? Caustic Arrow of Poison no longer has added chaos damage to all gemms. It now has 70 gem pace. 55 scaling up to... Wait, it no longer has added chaos damage at all gem levels. Okay. Chain Hook, mana cost of 5, gem level previously 8, scaling up to 8, unchanged. Gain no longer 1 rage if skills hits an enemy. Instead, it has gained 2 range on attack hit. Effective base damage is up big and massive. Charge, dash, mana cost stuff, and a damage buff. Cleave no longer has added attack physical damage at all gem level. It now has bigger damage, 511 from 237, so over double scaling. Cleave of Rage, I guess it gets the same. No, that only gets the mana part. No longer added chaos damage at all level. 125 effectiveness, previously 75. Jesus, scaling up to 205, previously 125. Mana cost, previously 7. So 1 more mana, I guess. Okay, we can deal with that. Cobra Lash I like, right? I think I like Cobra Lash. Getting a buff to that is nice. Cold Snap. Okay, more power. Consecrated Path. I feel like they're just buffing pretty much everything, huh? That is massive. Oh wait, it wasn't. I thought it was this one previously 150 up to. No, it was 227. I guess this gets the same. A little bit different numbers. Crackling Lance. But they're buffing the... They're buffing the spells as well? Oh wait, that is not being buffed. That is being nerfed, actually. It starts at 120. It goes to 165. Now it's 165 at all gym. Oh wait, it was before 165 all. Okay. Okay. So it just ends at the same point. Cyclone no longer has added levels. 61, previously 44, up to 111, previously 59. Jesus. Cyclone of Tumult. Same. Defiance Banner is no longer a reservation skill and has none of its previous stats. None. Okay. You must gain Valor from melee combat to use this skill, which will consume all Valor to place a banner with an aura. The aura will be larger and more powerful the more valor was consumed. The banner lasts for duration but will end early if you leave the area, or if you leave the aura or use the skill again while it's active. While you have no place banner, you gain Valor. Now has a base duration of 10 seconds and a base radius of 2.4 meters. Provides 5% more area of effect, 5% more area aura, 5% more area of effect, and 5% more aura effect per Valor consumed. Per Valor consumed at GM level 1, both scaling up to 10 at GM level 20. Banner grants 8% increased movement speed, 8% chance to suppress spell damage. It also grants -5 damage taken from suppressed hits to you and allies at GM level 1, scaling up to -12 at GM level 20. So it's actually direct damage negation. But you have to run suppress for it. And it's only 8% suppress. And that doesn't scale. And it's not permanently up. Because you can only gain Valor when the banner is not placed. So you cannot have perma uptime. Okay. Desecrate. The maximum level of corpses spawn is now level 20 at gem level 1. Scaling up to 80 at gem level previously. Oh shit! They're gutting the fucking what is it called? Corpse explosion, whatever. Determination now provides you and nearby allies 90 additional armor, gem level 1, previously 179, scaling up to 1026, previously 2. Oh shit, determination cut in half? Well, just the passive parts, right? Like, they still have the increase. Dominating blow, mana cost, scaling like they said they would. 250 or 249 from 165 to 458 from 238. Holy shit. Dominating blow, it's gonna get the same treatment. Yeah, Doriani's touch now has mana cost of previously 8. It also has 1000% effectiveness, previously 600. Okay. Double strike, no longer physical damage added against bleeding enemies at all. It's 143 from 91. That's big. 409 from 140. Bro, that's nearly triple. Jeez. That is actually nearly triple scaling, if I understand it correctly. That's wild. Maybe double strike? Double strike of impaling gets the same treatment. So double strike is on double strike of momentum. That doesn't get quite the same scaling. We'll see. Dread Banner. New banner. No longer has the physical tag. Is no longer a reservation skill and has none of its previous stats. You must gain valor from melee combat, which will consume all the place to banner, blah blah blah. Larger and more powerful. The banner lasts for duration, blah 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 blah. While you have no placed banner, you can gain valor. Now it has a base duration of 10 seconds and a base radius of 2.4 meters. Provides 5% more area of effect, 5% more aura effect. Okay, 10%. Okay. Oh, wait, so it does scale, right? So what the Defiance banner did was 8% movement speed, 8% suppress, right? And then if you do all the Valor shit, that shit's gonna go up. Okay. So this is block attack damage and life regen. No, life and block. Okay. Dual strike. Wait, double strike, dual strike. Okay. Now has a mana cost 155 from 125, 442, and 244. Okay. Dual strike of ambidexterity. Oh, that's the one with your offhand, isn't it? No. Is that with two different weapons? So it has 126 effectiveness, previously 125. That's laughable, bro. Why did you even change that? And 360 to 244, okay. Earthquake, big mana change, I'm guessing. Previously 10, no, so 3 more, it doesn't matter. 143 base damage, previously 85, up to 229 from 150, okay. I'm guessing the up to 393 for the Earth. Oh, that's Earth Shatter. That's not the... Okay. Amplification is getting the same treatment. Yeah. Okay, so Earth Shatter. Previously 8, so it's 5 more. That's a lot. Right, a little bit more damage. A lot more damage. Almost double. Earth Shatter of Fragility. Previously 8, so 5 more again. Oh, it's the same. It's the same skill, so it's going to get the same treatment. Not as high on the end scaling here, but it was also... Wait, it's getting proportionally more, right? And then we have the same... This is also getting proportionately more. Okay, Elemental Hit. Mana cost us 6, previously 7, up to 10, so it's 3 more. No, wait. No, it did scale, so it's 1 less actually. Added fire damage and cold damage to level 1. Previously, so a little bit more damage to level 1. And they scale up to a decent chunk more damage. Elemental Head of the Spectrum. It's getting the same. Enduring Cry no longer grants a brief burst of life regeneration, no more, or a buff which grants resistance and physical damage reduction based on your endurance charges. Ooh. Instead, the user and nearby allies gain a buff that grants life regeneration. The buff grants 2% life regenerated per second per 5 power, and you can count 25 power. The base duration is now 2.5 seconds, gem level 1 up to 340, previously 2 seconds all. Additionally, nearby allied players are now granted endurance charges as well as the user. Okay, so no more... Wait, so it still gives life regen. Up to 10%. And it's a longer duration, and then everybody gets endurance charges, but you don't get resistances or physical damage reduction based on your endurance charges. Okay, rip. Ensnaring Arrow. Okay. Ensnared enemies no longer always count as moving. Okay. So that was the bleed thing they were talking about. Essence Drain. Small buff, or rather last buff actually. Big buff as well. Okay. Okay. I'm guessing Essence Drain here getting the same treatment. Ethereal Knives. That's a bit of a nerf. I'm guessing this is getting the same treatments. Explosive Arrow. Why do you write? Okay, so it's just 1 less mana at gem level 1. Okay. Explosive Concoction. Where are we? Bit of a buff to Explosive Concoction, huh? Decent buff, I guess. Wait, buff to everything. Okay, nice, nice. I'm guessing this isn't getting the same treatment. Exsanguinate. That's a bit of a nerf. Mosquito. Got it. Okay, Fireball. Nerf. Firestorm. Nerf. Firestorm Meteor. Nerf. Firestorm Pelting. Nerf. No, wait. Wait. Where did I go wrong? Yeah, so this is a nerf, right? Because before it was 370 all gem levels. Now it starts at 260. This was 80 and it scales up to 80, so also a nerf. This was 280 up to there was a nerf. Firestorm Pelting 95 scaling up to 370. Previously it was 120 at all levels. So Pelting got buffed. Holy shit, Pelting got buffed. Dude, it scales up to 370, whereas before it was 120. Flame Dash. We don't care about the damage, but that's nerfed as well. Ripper. Flame Dash of Return, also nerfed. Flamethrower Trap. Also nerf. Flesh and Stone no longer causes nearby enemies to be blinded while in sand stance, or cause you to take less damage from attacks from enemies that aren't nearby while in sand. It no longer causes nearby enemies to be maimed while in blood stance, and no longer... Okay. It now has nearby enemies take up to 10% more physical damage from hits while in blood stance at General 1, scaling up to 20%. That sounds massive. Take up to 10% less damage from nearby enemies while in sand stance at Gem level 1, scaling up to 19% Gem level 20. That sounds really good, actually. Flesh and Stone. 20%, like if nothing else, 20% DR or 19% DR. Was it physical? No, it's just damage. Nice. I think I'll definitely use this one. I just need to figure out how to go into Sand Stance and what that matters. Maybe Sand Stand does more things, does it? I need to go get this mosquito off my hand. Don't want to sit with a smashed mosquito for this long. Alrighty, what exactly does blood stance and sand stance? So stance is provided by blood and sand and flesh and stone. Okay, you're on blood stance. Deal more area damage with melee attacks and have less area effect with melee attacks. You're on stance and deal less area damage with melee attacks and have more area effect with melee attacks. So stone, your enemies are blinded by your take less damage. Oh, okay. So if you're using blood and sand, then you'll have these. If you're using flesh and stone, then you'll have the new ones. So this is all the buffs. There's no inherent thing. Or maybe you do get the sand stance as well. Sand stance as well. I would assume that it means the buff debuff from the stance depend on which aforementioned skill is used. Right, so you'll get okay, so you won't get the sand stance, you'll get the stone. Okay. Flicker Strike now has a mana cost scaling up, previously 10. Also a buff there on the mana cost even. Now has and a buff on the damage as well. Big buff actually, almost two times. Flicker Strike of power. Previously 10, so this Flicker Strike is getting the same, right? Freezing Pulse. A nerf. Used to be 330 everywhere, now it's 250 up to 330. Frenzy. Bit of a buff early game, but nothing else. And then we have some damage. Is 162 Frenzy of Onslaught. That's a melee one, right? And then up to 353. Oh, Jesus. Dude, that's almost 3x. Frost Blades. No longer added cold damage. 143. Previously 110. 490. Previously 2. Oh, more than double. Okay. But 4 more mana. Catabasis. I have actually used this one. So they don't get a damage. They just get the mana dick. And the Frost Bomb gets nerfed. Frost Bomb of Forthcoming gets nerfed. Frost Bomb of Instability gets nerfed. Frostblink gets nerfed. Frostblink of Wintry Blast gets nerfed. Frostbolt gets nerfed. Oh, but there's a big... Wait, quality now provides projectiles that have pierced. Deal 20% more damage. So AoE buff, single target, nerf, I guess. Frozen Legion, 194 effectiveness, 170 small buff, 330 small buff. Frozen Legion of Rallying, I'm guessing it's getting the same. A little bit bigger, but the same. Galvanic Arrow, no longer lightning. A bit of a buff here. This is going to be the same treatment, right? Yeah. Same treatment, I guess. Galvanic Fields. A bit of a nerf to that one. Same with this. General's Cry. Supporter skills now deal 6% less damage. Previously 45. Jesus. 51. Previously 36. That's a ripper. Glacial Cascade of the Fissure. Also a bit of a nerf. Glacial Hammer. No longer has cold damage, blah blah blah. 218. 165. 622. Oh my lord, okay. Oh, it gets mana dick though. Double the mana cost? Youch. No longer has +2 meters to melee strike range. This is a buff. The fuck do you mean this is a buff? Does this make it better? Glacial Hammer of Shattering. I mean, it's getting the same treatment, right? Dude, the mana shit hurts, I guess, but maybe not. Now provides you and nearby allies additional evasion rating. Oh, it's grace, right? So yeah, it's getting the is getting the determination treatment, but it still has the multiplier or whatever, increased additive, whatever it is. Crowd Slam, almost double the mana cost as well. Owie. Well, I guess they are making mana more reasonable, right? Almost a doubling on the damage for Ground Slam. I'm guessing this is getting the same treatment. 680 from 340. Jesus. Hatred no longer causes you and nearby allies to deal more cold damage. Whoa. Hatred no longer causes you and nearby allies to deal more cold damage. You and nearby enemies now gain 30% of physical damage as extra cold damage. Up to 39. Oh shit. The more cold damage is out? Yikes. Oh my lord. From 7 to 12? What was 5 before? It doesn't knock back and it doesn't have the more meters. 224. Okay, right, okay. Herald of Ash. More spellfire damage, no longer. 50% of your physical damage is extra fire damage at gem level, up to 20% at gem level 20. Previously 15 at all gem levels. Sorry. I guess I need to get that some WD-40. Hex Blast. I'm guessing it's getting it's getting scaling where it before had all. Hydrosphere is getting the same. Ice Crash gets the Mana Dick. 332 at 1. 611. Okay. Guessing this is getting the same treatment. Ice Nova is getting the you have to scale now. Ice Shot is getting a bit of a buff. Okay. Ice Shot of Penetration is getting the Mana Dick. No, not that big. One more. Ice Trap gets to scale and the whole they're getting the same. Icicle Burst getting a buff. Infernal Blow no longer added fire damage. It's getting a sizable buff, more than 2x, and it's getting the Mana Dick. And I'm guessing the Infernal Blow gets this of Immolation gets somewhat similar. Infernal Cry no longer covers enemies in ash, causing them to move slower or take increased fire damage. The user and nearby enemies now gain... no longer covers enemies in ash and causes them to move slower and take increased fire damage. Okay. They gain a buff that grants a portion of their physical damage as extra fire damage. The buff grants 5% of physical damage extra fire damage per 5 power and counter makes 20. So up to 25% more up to 25% physical damage as extra fire. Right. So they're adding a lot of... They're making more like scale physical damage and then extra elemental damage stuff popping in. Oh, big cost reduction. Base duration 2-5 at gem level 1, previously 5. Oh my days. Jesus Louisus. Combust has effective information previously 100. So a bit of scaling on the exerted attacks as well. Or the exerted, whatever it is. Or is it just you blow them up? No, it is. Combust is the thing you exert, right? But the freaking duration reductions are cruel, man. Like, ugh. Intimidating Cry no longer lowers the effect of enemy's physical damage reduction against your hit. Now it's a movement speed buff. So you can get 18% movement speed. Base duration 2.5. Well, I mean, it's a completely different gem, but still 3.4 seconds. Fun, that's not a lot. Kinetic Blast changes. Big mana reduction. Big attack speed increase, I guess. Now also has increases and reduction to spell damage also applied to attack them from the skill 2% of the value. Let's go, they added it back. Kinetic Blast of Clustering. The same, and it also gets these. Kinetic Bolt. A little bit of a mana cost reduction, not much. Little buff to the damage. Decent buff at the end, I again. Kinetic Boulder Fragment. Oh, but this doesn't have the 200. Oh, wait. So Kinetic Blast got it. So it was on Kinetic Bolt, but is no longer Kinetic Bolt, and Kinetic Blast got it instead. Yikes. Okay. Ripper, I guess. Oh, a small damage buff as well. Lacerate. Oh, Jesus. That's getting some numbers. Oh, my lord. Oh, wow. More than double mana cost. Fy fan. Now has a mana cost of 16, scaling up to 25. Previously 12. Bro, Jesus though. 629 from 310. Holy shit. No longer has physical damage added against bleeding. It now has... Jesus. Oh my lord. That is so close to triple. Oh, but they're getting dicked by the mana. Holy shit. More than double. Lancing Steel. Oh, that's a big... Oh, that's not that big up there. Oh, 3 more mana. Not that bad, I guess. I'm guessing Steel of Spraying is getting the same. Leap Slam. It doesn't matter. The mana cost is the same. Essentially, it's easy. It's less at the lower level, so it's gonna do a bit more damage. Who cares? Not what you have Leap Slam for, or I don't at least. Buff to... They're taking out a lot of the flat damage that you get on some skills, huh? And just adding in more damage. And then they're making everything scale with levels, so no longer do you just have the same effectiveness and just scale off. Huh. Lightning Strike no longer has added lightning damage. Now has 198. Previously 135. Up to 237. Previously 163. Costed 6. Gem level 1 scale up to 10. Previously 6. So almost double again. 4 more. Lightning Strike of Arcing. I like that spell. That is really good. Oh wow. That's big. This hurts. Lightning Tendrils needs to scale now. I'm guessing all of the tendrils get the same. Molten Burst was a bit of a buff to a unique, I guess. Molten Shell level requirement of 16, previously 4. And a strength requirement of 41. Oh, and it gets a lot more armor. Unchanged at 20, okay. Molten Strike, no longer added fire damage. 126. Previously 110. That's not big. Scaling up to 329. That's big. And a bit of a dick here. And no longer has +2 to +6 melee strike. Okay. So they're taking away the range for a lot of the melee skills, huh? So you're no longer getting increased range on your melee strikes. Molten Strike of the... I'm guessing it's getting the same. Orb of Storms has to scale again. Or now. Penance Strands, 470% effectiveness. Has to scale. Penance Brand of Conduction has to scale. Penance Brand Dissipation has to scale 5%. That doesn't fucking matter. Perforate. Added physical attack damage at all gem levels. 218. Previously 155. 620. Previously 265. Jesus. Oh, and over double mana cost. Owie. Perforate is probably getting the same treatment. This is getting the same treatment. Pestilent Strike. Oh, that's a big buff. That's done more than double on the level 1. And that is so close to triple damage. And you get almost double mana cost as well. Poisonous Concoction. Unchained. So just lower mana at level 1. And then a little buff to the damage it does at level 1. And it scales up a bit higher as well. Not a big buff, but guessing this is getting the same treatment. Power Siphon. bit of a buff to the mana cost. As attack speed again. Oh, it's the this is the what's it called? Yeah, this is the wand stuff. This is getting the same, I'm guessing. Puncture attack, no longer the physical damage attack. That's what they're doing. Oh wow! So even at level 1, it gains more damage than it did at level 20. Jesus. And then, oh my lord, 8 more mana. Purifying Flame has to scale up as it levels. Rage Vortex 42 up, so up 2% and up 8%. And 10% more damage per 1 rage sacrifice at all gem levels, previously 5. Holy shit, okay. This is getting the same treatment, I'm guessing. Nothing with the rage though. A little buff to the mana. Probably getting the same. Raise Spectre of Transient, can no longer use Spectral Corpses. Okay. Rallying Cry now grants added attack damage equals to 3% of the damage of your main hand weapon per 5 power, up to 30 power. Previously maximum 20%. It has a base duration of 2.5 at gem level 1. Oh my days, they're so short. Reap 150, 210, previously 210, all levels, so it has to scale. Reeve, it's a buff in damage. That's a big buff, more than double. Jesus, where was the mana again? 6 to 10, 6 at all before. Owie. Reeve of Refraction getting the same, I'm guessing. Rolling Magma has to scale now. Scourge Arrow, no longer free chaos damage. And then it gets a bit of a buff to compensate. Just getting the same. Seismic Cry. What does it do now? Gains a buff that increased their armor and stun threshold. 5% more armor per 5 power. 15% more stun threshold per 5 power. Up to 25. So we're looking at 25% more armor. And fucking 75% more stun threshold. Okay. And 30% increased area of effect per previous attack exerted by this Warcry. Now exert to attack 6 melee slam attacks you perform, previously 4. 2.5 second duration, previously 4. Jesus. Seismic Trap of Swells needs to scale its damage. Shattering Steel, yeah, no more attack physical, so it has a little bit of a buff to compensate. A big buff, actually. And then getting 3 more mana at level 20 cost. Owie. Shrapnel Ballista, no longer added attack physical damage. And then it's getting a little bit of a buff to compensate. And 2 more mana cost at level 20. Shield Charge. A bit of a nerf to the mana cost early. A buff, sorry, to the mana cost early. Change in the level and strength requirements. We don't really care about this. We're not playing Shock Nova's gonna have to scale its damage. Siege Ballista gets a little mana nerf. Smite, mana nerf, big one, double at level 20. And then it gets a little bit of a damage boost. Actually a pretty big one. Smite of Divine Judgment is probably getting the same treatment. Yeah. Snipe. 1 more mana. Spectral Helix. Gets a little bit of a mana nerf, buff, sorry, at the low end. And then a little bit of a damage buff. Nice, nice. Spectral Shield Throw. Bit of a damage buff. And wait. And now it's 3 to 5, previously 3 to 4. Okay, so just damage across the board, right? Spectral Throw. Little bit of a nerf to mana. 1 more. I mean, it's still, what? 12.5%, right? So that's not insignificant, right? And then a bit of a damage buff to compensate, okay. Split Arrow, no longer physical damage added per level, so now it gets a little bit of a buff to compensate for it. And it gets a little bit of a buff to mana consumption. Splitting Steel, 120 to farm 70. Holy shit, 330 from 210. And then we're getting a little bit fucked in the ass with mana. 3 more. Yikers. Static Strike. So 4 more mana at level 20. Again, it's 40% more, right? So, wait, no, I mean, it's not 40% more because the previous was 60% of what it is now. And a bit of a damage buff to compensate. Wait, no, this didn't get anything, so it's just a damage buff to get the melee damage out. It's the totem buffs we're going through basically. Stormcall has to scale now. Storm Ruin, a little bit of a buff to mana. Oh, Storm Rain, sorry. Storm Rain of Conduit, where we're getting the same. Stormblast Mine has to scale up, I guess. Sunder. Ooh, owie. 8 at level 1 as before, but up to 13 where it was 8 before. Owie, owie. A bit of a damage buff though. Not that big at the first, but big at the end. Holy shit, Sunder might actually go. And the Sunder of Earthbreaking is getting the same. Oh, over double. And then Sweep. We take the damage away, so we get a buff to compensate. Big one, actually. More than 100% up. And, ooh, wow, okay, Jesus. And then we get the Mana Dick. Yeah. Tectonic Slam. I think I like this skill. It's kind of cool, right? Mana Dick. 3 more. Owie, owie. 30% more. Don't like. But 115 more effective for base and added damage. And then 542 from 275. That's also quite big. I'm guessing Cataclysm getting somewhat the same. Yeah. Tornado needs to scale now. Tornado Shot. Bit of a nerf late game. Tornado Cloudburst getting the same. Toxic Rain getting a bit of a buff to the mana. I'm guessing Toxic Rain of Spore Burst is getting the same. No longer has added chaos damage, so it's going to get a damage buff to compensate. Yeah. And then the same mana, yeah. Toxic Rain of Withering. Unearthed Corpses spawned are now level 10 at gem level 1, previously 12, scaling up to 70, previously 80. Yikes. Venom Gyre. A little bit of a nerf. Vigilant Strike. Getting the Mana Dick. 290, so a little bit more damage. 745, holy shit. Is that the highest I've seen? Vigilant Strike, huh? Viper Strike. No longer added chaos damage. 155 from 90, 392 to what? From 154, okay. Viper Strike of the Mamba. Getting the exact same treatment. Just wait, is it the exact same numbers as well? Yeah, it is. Void Sphere has to scale now. Void Sphere of Rending has to scale as well, I'm assuming. Volcanic Fissure. Ooh, I like Volcanic Fissure. I think that might be the one I thought Tectonic Blast was. I like Volcanic Fissure. Mana Dick, owie. 177 from 130, 344 up to... Okay. And then Snaking is getting a little bit less. A little bit hard of a, like 40% increase to mana cost. Owie. Okay, Voltaxic Burst has to scale. Vortex has to scale. Oh, and it got nerfed actually. It used to be 270 for all levels. Now it's 130 up to 170. That is a big nerf, huh? And Vortex of Projections getting the same. Vulnerability quality now provides attack hits against curse damage. Bleeding previously student bleeding curse damage. Okay, aggravate bleeding is they take damage as if they're moving, right? War Banner, no longer reservation, none of its previous stats. Valor for melee combat, lasts for duration, and blah 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 blah. Provides 5% more area of effect, 5% more aura effect per Valor consumed, up to 10 at level 20. 8% increased accuracy rating. 4% more physical damage with melee skills. Okay. Warlord, sorry. No longer cursed enemies grant 20 rage, regenerate or 1 second when stunned. Instead, it now has cursed enemies grant 10 range when stunned. Okay. Wave of Conviction now has... It has to scale. Whirling Blades is getting a little bit of a buff to mana. 136. A little bit of buff to damage. Decent big chunk of damage at the end, actually. Wild Strike. We get the big mana dig, actually. Wow. Up at the level 1 and then ends freaking 4 over, almost double. Now has 290 effective base. Bit of scaling buff and a decent size scaling buff at the end. I'm guessing Wild Strike of Extremes are getting the same. Val skill balance. Yeah, we're gonna skip these because they're just gonna be mirroring all the other changes where they take off the fire damage and add some damage. These numbers ain't really gonna mean much to me. Support gem. Okay. This is interesting as well. Chance to bleed can now support skills that create minions. No longer causes supported attacks to deal added physical damage with a weapon. No longer. Okay. Support attack now deals 10% more damage with bleeding. Previously 0. Scaling up to 29. Again, previously 19. So 10% more damage with bleeding. Decay. Supporter skills inflict decay on hit, dealing 136 chaos damage per second for 8 seconds at gem level 1. Previously 120. Buff. Okay. Earthbreaker granted by Dawn Striker unique boots. Supporter skills now deal 0% less damage at gem level 1. Previously 19. Scaling up to 90% more damage, previously 0% less damage. No longer provides 10 to 19 increased area of effect. Well, so, okay. Fist of War no longer has ancestrally boosted slams deal more damage with ailments. Instead, ancestrally boosted slam deal more damage with hits. Now also applies to ailments at the same value. Okay. Impending Doom. Doom Blast. 22 effective added damage scaling up to, so it just has to scale now. Increased duration has been renamed to more duration. You guessed it, it now grants supporter skills 30% more skill effect up to 39, previously 45 increased. Quality now grants supporter skills to have 10% more skill effect duration, previously increased. Okay, so it's multiplicative instead of additive. Infused channeling no longer has the duration tag and is now intelligent dexterity supported, requires 70 intelligence, 48 dexterity. No longer has infusion lasts 6 seconds after you finish channeling. Oh, I like that for my Righteous Fire. Gain infusion after channeling a supported skill for 1 second, or infusion grants 10% more damage of type matching support skill gem. It now has while channeling a supported skill, take 8% less damage from hits. Previously from hits die. Okay, so it's just better for channeling and can't be used for anything else, I guess. Supporter skill now deals 20% more damage at gem level 1, previously 15, scaling up to 29, previously 24. Quality now provides while channeling a supporter skill takes 0 to 2% less damage from hits, previously gain infusion after channeling. Right, okay, so that no longer works with the Righteous Fire stuff. Sedge. Inspiration now causes supported skills to have less mana cost instead of reduced. Okay, this also applies to the benefit provided by quality. I guess inspiration is going to be a lot better now then. With all the melee skills ramping up, then maybe inspiration is going to be better. Prismatic Burst now has 100% increased effectiveness for added damage to gem level 1 scaling. Oh, now it just has to scale, okay. Rage no longer causes supported attacks to deal added physical damage with weapon per 10 rage. Or supported attacks to deal physical damage with a weapon while you have at least 10 rage. It also no longer causes supported skills to grant 1 rage on melee hit, no more than once every 0.4 second. Instead, it now has gain 3 rage on attack. Wait. It now has gain 3 rage on attack hit at all gem levels and causes support skills to have 10% increased attack speed while you have at least 10 rage. So 19% more and you get 3 rage on attack. Okay. Shockwave has 230. Before 160, 360, 2... Okay, there's 336, sorry. Trauma. Right, now has supporter skills have to... Wait, supporter skills have 2 to 3 added physical damage per trauma at gem level 1, previously 3 to 4, nerf. Scaling up to 10 to 17 at gem previously 11 to 94. So a nerf to trauma. Urgent order, supporter skills no longer have plus 2 seconds. Cooldown now has a cost of reservation multiplier of 200. Previously 130. What does urgent orders do? Supporter skills have plus 2 seconds to cooldown. Supporter skills have increased Warcry speed. So it's just increased Warcry speed now. Right. Ascendancy changes. Ascendancy changes. Berserker. The Crave of the Slaughter Ascendancy passive skill no longer provides 10 to maximum rage or gain 1 rage with hit with attack, no more than once every point. Instead, it now provides every rage also grants 1% increased attack speed, and inherent rage loss starts 2 seconds later. That sounds pretty good. The small passive prior now gains 1 aid on melee hit instead of providing 6% increased attack speed. Okay. The Rite of Ruin Ascendancy passive skill no longer provides inherent effect from having rage or tripled, or cannot be stunned while you have at least 25 rage. It now provides 50% increased rage effect. The small passive prior now causes you to gain 1 rage on melee hit instead of providing 6% increased attack speed. The Warbringer Ascendancy no longer provides Warcries grant 10 rage per 5 power if you have less than 25 rage. Warcries sacrifice 10 rage if you have at least 25, or exerted attacks deal 50% more attack damage if a Warcry sacrifice rage. It now provides Warcry exerts twice as many attacks. Okay. The small Ascendancy Berserker Ascendancy passive provides 6%, now provide 5. Huh. Okay. Chieftain, the Tower Forest Strength Ascendancy passive skill has been removed. This can no longer roll on forbidden jewels, though existing will still... Wait. Which one was this? Wasn't that the one that made all the explosions? Oh, that's not what I wanted. Why is that a fire thing? Didn't I copy it? Tau Hoa. Oh, what was it called then? Forest Strength. Okay. Forest Strength. Tahoa Forest Strength. Trigger level 20 Ahoa when you attack with a non-vol near an enemy. Oh, okay. It grants you the triggers and use. Okay, so this one's gone. Summons a Mirage Chieftain who will use that. Okay, that one's gone. Right. This can okay. The Aro Hong Yui Moon's Prison skill has been replaced with the new Sion Sun's Roar Ascendancy. Aro Hong Yui Moon's Prison. What do you do? Aro Hong Nui. Aro Hong Nui is... It causes your totems to taunt. Okay. Right. That is removed. Wait, so nothing is coming in instead of this? Okay, well this has been replaced with the new Sione Sun's Roar Ascendancy, which provides Warcries have infinite power. Wait, what does that mean? Do they mean that they can count up to power, or does it just mean when you hit the Warcry you'll just get maximum benefits all the time? Like, which one is it? Does it mean you can scale it indefinitely and basically it'll be really difficult to get there, or does it mean that they always go at max? The small node prior now provides 15% increased Warcry duration instead of 10%. Okay. Tukuhama War's Herald now requires Sione, Sun's Roar, or Hinikora's Death Fury. So they just have one less now? Okay. Juggernaut. The Unrelenting Ascendancy passive no longer provides +4 chaos resistance per endurance charge or 8% reduced elemental damage taken while at maximum endurance charges. Instead, it now provides 1 additional elemental damage reduction, 1% additional elemental damage reduction per endurance charge. Okay. The Unbreakable Ascendancy skill no longer provides 8% of armor applies to fire, cold, and lightning damage taken from hit. It now has 15% of armor also applies to chaos damage taken from hits. The Small Juggernaut Ascendant provides 6% increased attack speed, now provides 5. Okay. Champione. The Unstoppable Hero Ascendancy skill has swapped positions with Fortitude. Unstoppable Hero no longer grants 20% attack speed while fortified, plus 500 armor and evasion while fortified, or cannot be stunned while fortified. Instead, it now provides nearby allies counters having fortification equal to yours. Wow. That's a bummer. That's a bummer, huh? That's really good, yeah? This one's really fucking good. Just you're fortified and you get all this shit, let's go. And instead now, I'm a buff bitch. RIP. The Fortitude Ascendancy passive skill now provides you have 15 fortification, previously 20. Ow. The Inspirational Ascendancy passive skill no longer provides banner skills have no resonance. It now grants you when you leave your banner area, recover 30% of your value consumed for that banner instead of when you create a banner, it gains 40%. Did they kind of just delete the champion? I feel like they kind of just deleted the champion. Maybe I'm dumb, but I feel like they deleted the champion. The Gladiator Ascendancy has been completely rebalanced. Below are the new passive skills available to the Gladiator. The War of Attrition Ascendancy passive skill causes you to deal 1% more damage with hits and ailment to rare and unique enemies for each second they've been in your presence, up to a maximum of 100%. 10% increased attack speed or attack damage and 5% increased attack speed. The Determined Survivor Ascendancy passive skill causes you to gain 50% base chance to block from equipped shield instead of the shield's value. Wait. You gain 50 base chance from equipped shield instead of the shield's value and causes inherent bonuses from dual wielding to be doubled. The small passive prior... Okay, so you get 20 inherently, so that would be 40. Or you can get 50 from having a shield on, I guess. Okay. The More Than Skill Ascendancy passive skill causes your chance to block, attack, or spell damage to be lucky if you've blocked recently. Requires Determined Survivor. The small passive prior provides attack speed and chance to block. The Measured Retaliation Ascendancy passive skill provides retaliation skills can be used for an additional 2 seconds. And the retaliation skills can be used for an additional 2 seconds and 50% chance for it to remain usable after use. The small passive prior provides... Okay, so with this 35% chance you can get for it to proc a free use again, and then 50% chance... Well, not a free use. You use one and there's a 25 plus 10% chance, or maybe 25 and 10% chance, either or, that you can use another one. And then this one is 50% chance that you can just use the same again. You might be able to juggle. The Gratuitous Violence Ascendancy passive skill causes bleeding enemies you kill to explode, dealing 20% of their maximum life as physical damage. The small passive prior provides 5%. So this might actually make it so that you can make a single target build that can clear maps, maybe? The Jagged Technique Ascendancy passive skill causes bleeding you inflict to be aggravated. Requires Gratuitous Violence. The small passive prior... Right, so if you'd want... I would want this. And I'd want these two, I guess. The Weapon Master Ascendancy skill provides 25% more accuracy while wielding a sword. 20% more area of effect while wielding a mace or scepter, 20% more critical strike while wielding a dagger, 20% leeches instant while wielding a claw, and 30% more damage with hits and aim against enemies that are on low life if you're wielding an axe. The small passive increase, okay. The small gladiator ascendancy passive that provides 15% increased damage with one hand and now provides 10%. So if you go with... Oh wait, you want this one as well, right? The War of Attrition. Wait, I did say that one. This one with these 2, 3, I guess. Maybe. That seems like it could be something. The Rupturing Ascendancy passive skill has been replaced with the new Avidity Ascendant passive skill. This new passive provides 5% more accuracy per frenzy charge, +1 maximum to frenzy charge, and gain a frenzy charge each second while moving. Oh wow, that's just permanent frenzy charges. Let's go. The Gathering Winds now provide 10% increased effect of Tailwind, previously 15. RIP. Wind Ward, 4% less damage per gale force. Now previously 3, so a buff. Okay. The Far Shot Ascendancy skill no longer provides Far Shot, it instead provides projectile gain damage as they travel farther, dealing up to 30% more damage to targets. Also, you can stack this with Far Shot. Nice. The Warden has replaced the Raider. The Oath of Spring Ascendancy passive causes shocks from your hits to increase damage taken by 2%, and provides you can apply up to 50 shocks to each enemy. So you can get 100% increased damage taken on an enemy. That sounds pretty good. The small passive prior has 50% increased evasion rating and 10% chance to shock. The Oath of Winter Ascendancy passive skill causes enemy to freeze to remain frozen for at least 2 seconds and causes freezing hits that do not freeze to apply Hoarfrost. Hoarfrost increases freeze duration on enemies by 20% per stack. Freezing an enemy removes all stacks of Hoarfrost on them. Hoarfrost lasts 10 seconds and refreshes duration of existence over this map. Okay. The Oath of Summer Ascendancy provides if you would ignite an enemy, you scorch them instead, and you can apply an additional scorch to each enemy. The small passive prior has 50% and 10% chance to ignite. So instead you scorch and you can scorch them twice. Isn't scorch like X% increased fire damage? Oh, it lowers their resistances. Okay, so you can have 2 of them on them. Right, okay, that's kind of insane. Where were we? Right. The Avatar of the Wild, level 20 Unbound Avatar skill. Gain 1 Unbound Fury when you inflict an elemental ailment with a hit on an enemy. 0.2 seconds for each type. And cannot gain Unbound Fury while unbound. Oh wow, I'm getting tired. Oh, it's been streaming for 7 hours. What time is it? Jesus, it's fucking 3 almost, like 2:30. Where were we? You hit. Wait. Gain when you inflict, and cannot. Well, it also provides your hits always inflict freeze, shock, and ignite while unbound. How do you go unbound again? You use this. Gain 1 when you inflict more 1. Cannot gain. Sure. Okay, so whenever you hit something, when you inflict an ailment, wait, what? So you inflict this, you gain fury when you put an ailment on them, but it can only happen every 0.2 seconds. That's fine, but you cannot gain it when you're unbound. But when you're unbound, your hits always do this, and 80% more elemental damage while unbound. Jesus. Requires Oath of Spring, Oath of Winter, or Oath of Summer, the small passive prior to age. The thing... Oh, I mean... Oh, for each type of element or ailment. So if you want to maximize this, you need to have more of them. It just... I guess you can go crit. And then you don't need chance 2. Then you'll always just apply them. It just seems a little bit... This seems a little bit useless. Your hits always inflict freeze, shock, and ignite. No, I guess because you need fire damage to ignite, right? You need frost damage to freeze, and you need lightning damage to shock, unless you do some other things. So you'll always get the two that you're not doing, I guess. Unless you're just rocking all the damage types with 100% crit, right? But then I guess it's less steroid, because you'll only get shock for the lightning value, and you'll only get frost for the freezing value, and you'll only get ignite for the ignite value. But if I hits always do it, the small passive provide. I'm not entirely sure I understand this one, how that fits in, but because I would say, you know, if you need to do the ailments to get the thing, right, then you'll have chance to do the ailments. Then it doesn't really help that when you have the thing that you need to inflict the ailments for, that you then always inflict the ailments. It's kind of like, well, I needed that before I could pop the thing. I need it when I don't have the thing. Because I need them to get the thing. But it would probably be broken if they took the, like, while you were, if they took the while unbound out, or put while not unbound, then it would be broken, I guess. Okay, the enduring suffusion causes tincture effects to linger for a 0.5 second per mana burn on you when the tincture was deactivated, up to a maximum of 6 seconds. It also causes tinctures applied to you to have 30% less mana burn rate. The small passive prior, 15% increase. Okay, so this is the way to maybe get permanent uptime, I guess. The Experienced Herbalist Ascendancy passive allows you to have an additional tincture active. Right. The Seasoned Hunter causes tincture to also apply to ranged weapons. The small passive prior. Okay, the Mother's Teaching Ascendancy, level 20 bark skin. With the small providing 5 chances of press and evasion rating. The Lesson of the Seasons Ascendancy passive. She has a lot of ascendancy, huh? Provides -5 to fire, cold, and lightning damage taken from spell hits per bark. Per bark. Prevent 2% suppress per bark below maximum. And lose 1 bark when hit by an enemy spell. Woof, woof, woof. What? The small passive prior. Okay. Right. Ascendant. The Berserker Ascendancy passive skill no longer provides gain 1 rage and no more blah blah blah. Instead it now provides inherent rage loss starts 1 second later. Chieftain no longer totems taunt. Instead it now provides 10% increased war power. Deadeye Ascendant no longer provides a gain charge or follow up to 50% increase. It now provides gain of frenzy charge every 3 seconds while moving. Bro, that might be good. The Gladiator Ascendancy no longer his blah blah blah. No longer do all of this. Whereas what it does now is it now provides 25% chance to accurate bleeding, 50% chance to block, equip shield instead of shield value, inherent bombs during doubled, deal 1% more damage with hits and ailments to rare and unique enemies for 2 seconds up to maximum 50. Raider Ascendancy is now called Warden, no more movement speed, blah 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 blah. No onslaught either. Instead, attack damage penetrate 8% elemental resistance provided you can have an additional tincture active. Okay, there are now more notables on the passive screen than there are oil combination to anoint them all. Oh. As a result of this, notable passive skills that provided plus 30 to an attribute can no longer be anointed. Okay. Why didn't they just add in another oil? Maybe that's dumb. Okay, I am not gonna read all these changes. That is too much. Unique item changes. The Adorned Unique Jewel. Oh, nerf from 50 to 150 to 0 to 100. The Dancing Dervish no longer has manifested. Dancing Dervish disable both weapon slot. It now cannot be used while manifested. Meaning you can now swap weapons for after manifested and still use items in your second weapon set. Oh shit, okay. The Defiance of Destiny unique amulet now causes you to gain 10 to 20% of missing unreserved life before being hit by an enemy, previously 25 to 35. Oh wow, that is nerfed. The Elixir of the Unbroken Circle unique flask, 50 to 80 flash duration, previously 20 to 40. Okay. Eternal Damnation unique amulet cannot gain endurance charges and cannot gain power charges. Eternal Damnation. -40 maximum mana, chaos resistant, -5 to all maximum, gain additional elemental damage reduction equal to half your chaos resistance. But now you can't get charges. I'm guessing because the endurance charges now reduce elemental damage. So this would be too much elemental damage reduction. You could maybe go... Could you go immune? You could, couldn't you? Because at 5, if it's 4%, was it 4% elemental damage reduction per endurance charge? Okay. The Hand of the Fervent unique glove snares causes hits to have 30 to ignore enemy physical damage instead of 10 to 15. Okay, Overwhelm. The Calm's Heart no longer has 20 to 40% increased fire damage and once again has plus 1000 to maximum life. Okay, Lethal Pride that added physical damage taking as fire damage to notables. Now instead give 1 rage and melee hit. Oh shit. Yeah, they're getting rid of a lot of these. Wait, does it say that anywhere? This is all the passive, right? Yeah, the passive skill tree. As much as I would like to read all of this, I'm simply not getting anything out of it, I don't think. Or maybe I will. We'll read it. Whatever. There are now blah 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 more notables, so there can be. Val Pact Keystone no longer provides any of its current stat. It now provides life leech from melee damage is instant, cannot recover life other than from leech. Impaler Keystone provides 5 additional impales, previously 4, and for 5 seconds if you impale, you cannot be impaled again. Previously 4 seconds. Okay, the versatile combatant been swapped position with the iron reflexes. It now provides 10 maximum chance to block. Both previously 25. Oh, minus. Okay, the Warlock's Call. Bro, no, this is not. That is not happening. I'm sorry, it's not. I'm not getting anything out of that. I need to see that. I can't. Like, I need to actually look at the things because you need to remember what they are and what they're used for, and I'm not good enough for that. Where were we? Lethal Pride. Now no longer damage taken. A little like unique now adds damage to retaliation skill, previously counterattacks. Martyr of Innocence, unique staff no longer grants level 15 vengeance skill. What does it do then? Rip, I guess. The Night... Oh, does it grant the other one? I don't know, maybe it does. Why wouldn't they write it though? Then this is a like counterattack, right? Whereas now it's retaliation skills, and it said something up there, up at the top, about things now being the other ones. Jesus, have we gone through all of this? Holy crap. Jesus, where are we? Whatever. Here. Okay, Night Grip unique gloves now have gain added damage equal to 10% of your ward, previously 20. Rip. All Wrath resolve 85 less ward during effect, previously 70. Rip. Unless it's for wards. What is it? Ward loop. The perfectly unique body armor no longer has. You can have 2 different banners at the same time. Banners you are carrying gain 1 stage and melee up to 5 per second. Defiance banner has. Wait, it no longer has. It now has having a placed banner does not prevent you gaining valor. Oh shit. That sounds really good. That sounds like perma banner uptime. I wonder if it has anything else. The replica Innsbury Edge unique sword now no longer has 10% physical damage taken from hits, taking as care damage, though existing version will still have this modifier. I don't like when they're just removing things off uniques because that just makes them worse. The Rigval's command unique sword now has each rage also grants 2% damage over time multiplier for bleeding while wielding an axe. Previously 1% you can obtain. So if you are gonna play Gladiator Bleed Boy, then that thing sounds pretty good. Surrender unique shield no longer grants level 30 reckoning. Assistant version now grant crushing fist. The taste of hate. No longer has 10 to 15 physical damage from hits taken as cold damage during fit. Instead, it now has 20 to 30% of fire and lightning damage from hits taken as cold. Oh wow, what a nerf! Holy shit! Destroyed. Oh wow. That sucks, huh? Jeez Louise. The Reckless Defense and Replica Reckless Defense unique jewels now provide 2 to 6 chance to block attack damage and to block spell damage, reduced 2 to 4. Okay. Item changes. Item quality has been reworked. The rarity of the item is no longer rare. Blah 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 blah. Yeah, we've heard that. Quality bonus and weapons are now multiplicative on flasks as well. Okay. Weapons with full quality will get 20% more physical damage, and armor will local defenses. Non-gem items that generate with a random quality can now generate up to 30% quality. Okay. The maximum random quality from tainted armor or scraps and tainted blacksmith weapons is now 20, previously 29. Tainted armor or scraps and tainted blacksmith weapons are now rarer relative to tainted currencies. The bestiary recipe corrupts an equipment to have 30% quality, now instead corrupts a map to have 30% quality. Also, you can no longer just get more than 20, so you have to get the random rolls, or non-gem items that generate with a random quality. So you have to just get lucky, I guess. Rip. Okay. I guess looking for quality. Rewards from League content are granted 30 quality equipment, now instead grant 20 quality equipment. Home cleavers implicit modifiers now hit with this weapon have 50% to ignore them. Physical reduction previously 30% to maximum quality. This does not affect the fixed system item. Okay. Axe cleaver now deals its implicit hits with this weapon ignore physical damage. Okay, gavel based types instead of these two, right? Corrupted and mirror items are unable to be unveiled once again. Corrupted and mirrored items are able to be corrupted and mirror items are able to be unveiled once again. Okay. Cluster duel notable banner skills to have increased their effect. Okay. Wait. It no longer provides 50% non-curse from your skills. Or 100% increased mana efficiency of banner skills. Okay. Ironbreaker cluster duel notable 50% to ignore enemy physical damage reduction. Okay, rapid infusion. Notable what you call channeling, blah. The prefix life modifiers that can roll on body armor have been adjusted. The tier previously 10 to 19 now provides 10 to 24, scaling up. Okay. The suffix modifiers on weapons are provided that increased burning damage can no longer roll. Increased burning damage, increased damage with bleeding and attack chance to cause bleeding, Increase damage with poison. Oh shit. Perfect fossil has been renamed opulent fossil. It no longer grants improved quality. Instead, it now grants more drop modifiers and no tackless modifiers. The incursion modifier that provided increased spell damage and gain known chaos damage and extra chaos damage has been replaced. Modifier that triggers socket spells on using a skill with 4 second cooldowns. Wait. Okay. Regular duels can now roll suffix modifiers for maximum fire, cold, or lightning resist. Many modifiers that granted physical damage as elemental or chaos can no longer roll. This includes incursion, temple, and delve modifiers on helmets, corruption modifiers on shield, fire warbands modifiers on helmets, and all Watcher's Eye modifiers. Incursion, temple, and delve modifiers. Which one's incursion? Is that... Which one is incursion? A temporal incursion. Val Archives, the Temple of... Okay. So, wait a second. The incursion modifier... Wait, no, where are we? Many modifiers that granted physical damage taken as element or chaos can no longer roll. This includes incursion. Incursion temple, sorry. There's no comma. So it's incursion temple and delve modifiers on helmets. Corruption modifiers on shield. Fire warbands modifier on helmet. What is fire warbands? Is that the one from... Where are we? Physical damage taken at fire. Prefix. Warlords. Warlords? Okay, so let me see. Incursion, temple, and delve modifiers. Corruption modifiers on shield. Fire warbands modifiers on helmet. And all Watcher's Eye modifiers. So does that mean you can still get... Is it Betrayal? Is that what it's called? You can still get the crafted ones on chest and helmet, is what I'm seeing. Essence of horror on body now grants 10% reduced extra damage critical per endurance instead of 15 physical damage hits taken as cold damage. Wow, rip. Added a new set of modifiers for purity auras that can roll Watcher's Eyes to replace physical damage taken as elements above. New Eldritch Implicit modifier for body armors have been added that grant physical damage taken as fire, cold, lightning, or chaos. New Eldritch Implicit modifiers for body armors have been added that grant physical damage taken as fire, cold, lightning, or chaos. So they are being added in Eldritch Implicits. Let's go. Gravicus Signature Veiled modifier is now banner aura effect instead of physical... Oh no, okay, here they come. Instead of physical damage taken as fire and lightning damage. Corell's Signature Veiled modifier is now Warcry buff effect instead of physical damage taken as fire damage. Added a series of Eldritch Implicit Glove modifiers that provide a chance to activate bleeding on targets you hit with attacks. But you are getting them here, right? So it's gone from... The regular one is gone from chest, and the regular one is gone from helmet. I'm assuming these are the ones, right? New Eldritch Implicit modifiers for body armor have been added that grant physical damage taken as fire, cold, lightning, or chaos. So you're getting them here, but probably less, right? Iron Flasks now last 4 seconds. Okay. The values for chance to block attack damage and chance to block spell damage on cluster duel has been increased. In some cases, chance to suppress damage has also been increased. The values for chance to block attack damage and chance to block spell damage have been increased for regular. Okay. The Hunter Influence weapons modifiers that previously provided 13 to 16, 17 to 20, with now provides 50 to 60 and 66 to 80. Oh, Overwhelm. Now it's a ignore physical damage reduction, respectively. Okay. The Hunter Influence one-handed Okay, so it's the same shit where they're being buffed. The Eater of World previously provided, Overwhelm not provided, ignore physical. So Overwhelm is not a thing anymore? Question mark. Corruption, Duel, Implicit modifier the previous provided 2%. Okay. I mean, ignore physical damage reduction versus Overwhelm. I'm not sure what the difference is, but I guess it's going to be easier to meet the ignore than it is to Overwhelm cap. I'm not sure. 1.4, 1.45, whatever accumulator. There's a bunch of attack speed buffs, right? And some crit stuff. Oh my lord, let me get past this. It's all just base critical strike increases. Suffix modifiers on shield that provide a percentage chance to block can no longer roll. We've added a new series of prefix modifiers for shield that provides increased chance to block. Suffix modifiers that percentage to block can no longer roll, but now you get them on prefixes. Okay. Suffix modifiers on shield that cause you to gain life when you block can no longer roll. Okay. Null Blanche. Okay, 2% more. Highborn Staff, it's the same, I guess. Divination cards, we don't care. Ruthless, we don't care. Is that it? I think that's it. Alright. We are through it. Fifan. That's something. So far, I'm between a few ideas. There's a few things rummaging. It's pretty certain that I'm gonna be trying something melee, I think. Whether it's Warden, whether it's Gladiator, whether it's some sort of Marauder or whatever, maybe Templar, I'm not sure. I'm thinking right now that we're gonna take one of the new ascendancies. I'm not sure if I can be bothered with the tinctures, but that's an option. But Gladiator or otherwise. If it's Gladiator, it could be some bleed stuff. I'm not entirely sure, but there is a little bit of me that want to go endurance charges. So we will see. If it's going to be harder to convert physical to elemental, then I guess I need to figure out another way to reduce physical dam. Because I was thinking max res, endurance charges, conversion, but they've obviously taken out most of the conversion stuff. I didn't see lightning coil being touched, so there's still that. But with the buffs they've done to rare items, then that might not be super great. Although the conversion is pretty good, I guess. I don't know. We'll have to think ourselves a little bit about. With all the buffs to melee skills, I think that's going to be fun though. So we will see. I hope you enjoyed it. This went longer than I expected. Holy shit, it's 3 a.m. I need to sleep. I hope you enjoyed it. Hope I'll see you again Sunday. Good night, guys.